Hello, it is I, the great and tiny E.G. I love this new model. I'm so cute. Aren't I so cute? I have not gone over how cute I am. I'm just a little guy. I've got a little bird V mouth. I'm so little. I'm so expressive. Look at my big old eyes. I look so sad when I do that. Hi, happy Tuesday. Happy day 2 of Crits for Charity. I'm so excited. I have been so busy. Oh man. I finished up the crits last night, ate dinner with Joby, and then hung out with Joby because evening is my time for hang with Joby. And then woke up this morning and worked from home all the way until I think 5 minutes ago. I was literally starting stream while I was clocking out from working from home. I was like, wow. I've been busy. So I do have just like a couple things before we start here today. First of all, I hope you like my new cubular form. Totally, not even tubular. I'm not totally tubular. I'm completely, nope, I'm not completely cylindrical either. I am stupendously squarular. I am, completely cubular. That's a good one. There we go. Got it. I figured it out. It took me a while. Oh. Squart? I wouldn't call myself that. That's not a thing I would call myself. I'm just a little, I'm a squarular, modest in polys. Sure, I'm low in polys. No, we don't need to get into a debate about squares and rectangles again. No. Lowpoly, yes, is who I am. Nice to meet you. Also, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. I'm also hosting an event called Crits for Charity right now, where if you donate 30 AUD, or 30 USD rather, or 45 AUD, I will critique your design live on stream. Our donations are going towards fundraising to cure cancer. The organization we're working with is called Cure Cancer Australia. We're a part of their Superhero Streamers initiative. Wahoo! Yesterday we cleared $2,000, which is insane. And today we're already at 2,144. We're almost at 2,200. Can we do it? Can we do 2,200? Can we do it? Can I see 2,200? Maybe. It's possible. Anything's possible with Shroommates. Anything's possible with Popsicle too. But hi! Wahoo! I don't think I actually have that much to yak to you about before we start today, because all that happened between you seeing me yesterday and you seeing me now again today is me working from home for a couple of hours, and that was kind of it. We don't really see each other back to back these days anymore. There's always a day in between. With the Monday, Wednesday, Friday situation, I fear Monday, Wednesday, Friday streaming has made me more yappy, if that's possible. Because there's no like back-to-back day, so I always end up with like way more to say every day, as opposed to all of the things I have to say occurring on Thursday, back when I used to stream Monday, Thursday, Friday. How peculiar, how strange. When we hit 3K, Squiiji will play Little Nightmares too. I didn't make any promises about that yet, but I could maybe set a goal for it, maybe? Perhaps? Maybe. We'll see. I'll think about it. I'll think about it tomorrow while I have some time to, like, organize. But yes, things I need to say. So, today, the order that it seems like we are going in for critiques would start with Selma if I could find Selma's submission. Selma, did you submit? Submit. Spoken like Zemnis at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1. Selma, did you submit your design for critique? Because technically you would be first if you did. Said they did? Uh-oh. Oh, it might be under Mercy? Okay, hang on, I will look. I was looking under Selma, and I didn't find anything under Selma. Perhaps. Aha, there it is. Found. Thank you, Selma. Noted. Got it. Let me download that. Makes sense. Yeah, I didn't search under email because I don't have your email. I don't know whose email is whose memorized to type it in to search by. And I've gotten a lot of new submissions in the last like 2 days actually. The form is big number again. So today it looks like the order things are gonna happen in maybe Selma, then Sanazum, then Fable, then Isu? We're doing things a little bit out of order as to what I have in the spreadsheet, but that's just because Fable and Isu, I believe, need me to go after 2 p.m. or like closer to 2:30. Oh wait, I lied. Isu first. Why am I so huge? What happened? Why am I so big? Pardon? Can I stop being big? That didn't help either. Yeah, I need earlier. Yeah, so hang on. If you need earlier, the order may actually be then Salma, Santa's, Isu, Fable, because Fable needs it after 2:30 or 3, so we may put you first then. Did the Uiji do it? Maybe. This mushroom is giant for an amazing reason, and the amazing reason is because there's something weird happening with the way that this model is being scaled right now. What's happening? Can I shrink again, please? Yeah, there we go. Fixed it! I made you small. You made me small, but it made me big. I think it did the opposite. Happy Opposites Day, shroommates. You thought you could strip me of my power, but I was bigified. I was made larger than ever before. Somehow low poly EG is taller than base EG. Don't know how that happened, because I measured them to be the same height initially. Ah, okay. Sure, this is fine, I guess. I look so goofy bald in this model. I look so goofy bald. Hey! Ow! No, don't do it all at once. You're gonna break the model again. Yep, as I said. As I forewarned. Broken head, bald. I'm long in more ways than one that I shouldn't be. Good God. E.g., ooh, you. I look so goofy. Come on, you guys gotta be nice. We're fundraising. Come on. Come on. Come on. Wow. Oh my God. I feel like when this EG hits the floor after being launched, it's to sound like that sound effect that plays when a Lego gets broken. You know, the Lego fall apart noise from the Lego video games, where it's like the crumbly plasticky noise. That's what it should sound like when I hit the ground. I feel like this EG is made of plastic and not made of mushroom. Oh, 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 ooh, 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 okay, well, this is fine. You can look at me while I'm like this, I guess, while I, accidentally type things in, whoops, the Google document that I should not be typing things in. Whoopsie, whoopsie, whoops, my bad. You're being perceived. Yeah, I'm getting taller somehow. How is this happening? How are you guys making me taller? I'm like way up above you now. You can't even see my hairline. I may as well just be totally fully bald at this rate. And my microphone's inside my skull. This is disturbing. Growth redeem. No, I don't like that. I don't think we need to make EG taller. Tall looking down at me. Yeah, how's it feel to be below me? Okay, now you're not as below me anymore, but like you're kind of below me. That was the shrink ray going away. So that made my head the right size again. I'm still too tall now. Something weird is happening. EG will soon reach the moon. They're putting mushrooms on the moon. I'm helping to prep the climate for your arrival, humans. For fundraising, the currency of silly. Low-key, yeah. Seems that way. Finally made it to a Squiiji stream. Hi! Welcome in, Destructor. Happy to have you here. If we try enough, EG will become 4 blueberries tall. Okay, what if I, instead of being 4 blueberries tall, was like maybe a whole strawberry tall? What about that? Or maybe what if I was like the height of like an apple, maybe? I feel like we can evolve to bigger and better and greater fruits, right? You know what game I should play? Do you remember those like Suika-like games where you could like swap the fruit out for your own little image you put in? I could merge Shroomates into bigger and better Shroomates in a Suika-esque game, perhaps, maybe. Hi, Squiiji. Hi! Hi, Sakura Rose! Is this a new model? It is. They're currently torturing me, so this is not what it looks like. I have hair! You have to believe me! You have to believe me! But yes, it is new. I made myself a new lowpoly because I wanted one for my 2.0 model. Eehee. No strawberries allowed? Okay, fine, if you say so. I didn't know that you guys were the arbiter of what fruits I can and cannot have, but that's fine. I'll just live without them. Also, messed up of you to say that, because strawberries are my favorite fruit, so... Oh, wait, also, Jazzy Cat, Thank you for resubscribing. Sorry, you resubscribed before I was live, but welcome back. Welcome back for 6 months. Wahoo. No cannibalism, e.g.? No cannibalism. Eating a strawberry would not be cannibalism. Blinks at you in confusion. Model has big ears? Yeah, all the better for me to listen to you with. I can hear you very clearly with my big old giant ears. This look with glasses but no head, or no hat, or not hat, no hair is interesting also. Considering how many I find moldy at work, it's for the best. Ew. Have you guys seen the VTuber, like, trend? Actually, I don't want to call it a trend. The VTuber, pattern lately, where VTubers are like, hey, look, I accidentally ate mold. Whoopsie. Oh, I drank from this coconut that had mold all in it. I was eating something on my fridge and it was moldy. Why is that happening? How are they okay? How does this keep occurring? The mold trend? I don't want to call it a trend. They're not doing it on purpose, but it was like one VTuber had posted, be like, oopsie, whoopsie, I ate mold. And a bunch of other VTubers were like, whoops, I've done this before too. Look, here's a picture of me having accidentally eaten mold previously. It's not like they're eating mold intentionally. For the views. They're not doing that. But the fact that they've all done it accidentally and then also documented it is disturbing and not good. Not good, not good. Eat mold, bad for you. Serious / eating mold can develop cancer? Yeah, it's not good. I'm so broken right now. What's happening? My neck is broken. My hair is gone still. I'm still Miku. What's happening? Excuse me? What's going on? Why is my neck so long? Still. This happened at the start of last stream. There we go. Hang on. Fix that. Fix that. There we go. We're so back. It's fixed. Yeah. VTubers, take care of yourselves. Do clean out your fridge from time to time. I could never be somebody who eats mold because, specifically, I have such a strong mold allergy that if there is mold in my fridge, I will know. I will open the fridge and immediately I can feel it in my sinuses that I'm like, nope, no way, no how, there's mold in here, we will dispose of that. I'm a living mold detector. Yeah, my mold detector, known as my allergies, works incredibly well, and therefore I think keeps me quite safe. Thank you very much. Yes, new product, the EG mold detector. Low-key, our friends do make use of the product known as the EG mold detector, because we'll go visit them and they'll be like, hey EG, I think we may have like mildew or something in this room. Can you come in here and like confirm if we need to like rip this wall out essentially? And I'll walk into the room and be like, and the answer is yes. Or sometimes it's just the room is kind of smelly and there's nothing wrong. Sometimes it's kind of a blessing. It's a blessing in disguise maybe, although it often is not a blessing, but yeah. Some molds are problematic. All molds are problematic to me. Molds compete with fungi for survival. In the battle of survival of the fittest, I have to triumph over them. I have to win. I am the big shroom. I must win over their fuzzy, gross and maybe kind of smelly and kind of slimy state that they exist in. I'm cool and cute and not dangerous to your health. Have you found mold at the school you taught at? All right, any school you've taught at? Yeah, all of them. Every single one of them. I'll tell you something about art departments, which is that they are usually in a historic building that was not intended to be an art building. Like one of the art buildings I worked in before used to be an elementary school, like a small elementary school that got like sort of like, I almost said abducted, that's a weird way of putting it, but sort of got like merged into the university and then became the art department. Another school I taught at had this like really cool looking like historic building that had like a terracotta roof, and that building was like really like fancy and seemed kind of old on the outside but looked like an office building on the inside. Yeah, annexed. Annexed is the word I want, thank you. Yeah, all of them. Every single one of them has had mold I found. All of them. Hi, Changeling! I could never. I always sniff and analyze everything I go to eat to the point my family gets mad at me. Why do they get mad? It's not a bad thing to be safe about the way that you're eating food. If your family's a little complacent about eating mold, bad. Elementary school students attend university? No, their building got annexed. They had a bigger building built for the elementary school off campus, So the elementary school became the art building, essentially. Yeah. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Can you treat mold with RFNA? I don't actually know how people usually treat mold. You can't treat mold with bleach. Doesn't work. Let me warn you of that. Mold kind of likes bleach. Don't do that. Usually, when I'm treating mold, it's been with vinegar and baking soda because that does a decent job of destroying it and making it not want to come back. But I don't know. I don't know how you usually are supposed to deal with mold if you deal with it otherwise. Just kill it with fire. I'm sure that would work, but you may also kill whatever it was on with fire also, like your wall or your floor or your food. Yeah, no. I don't know if it's a good idea. Treat mold with EG. You treating mold with EG is just you getting me to show up with the vinegar and baking soda. I don't think that would work either. No. Should know this, having worked in hazmat, we clean mold a lot. Can't remember what the stuff was. Yeah, there's a specific chemical that you use for it, I think, also. Yeah. Squiiji home critiques when? I'm not gonna tell you, I'm not gonna ask you why you live the way that you do. I don't need to know what your house looks like. I feel like that's a very good way to dox yourself on the internet, is to show people what the inside of your house looks like. That, like, GeoGuessr guy could find you. No way. No way, no how, I'm not telling. Don't show me the inside of your house, and I won't show you mine. Striker! Welcome back for 22 months! I'm sorry that you're in jail right now, but I hope that you are not in jail any longer, and I hope you enjoy getting to rotate. Wahoo. Maybe people do room reviews. I know they do, like desk setup reviews, but that's, like, a little bit different. When you said house reviews, I was assuming you meant the outside, because that is a thing that you should not show me. That's got your house number in it, potentially. No. If it's a single internal room, that's probably fine. As long as you're not, like, pointing the camera in a place where we can see out the window. That would probably be okay. Maybe. I meant the mold of our houses. I don't want to see your house mold. Thank you very much, though. Don't want to see it. I'll pass. Anyways, we've yacked a little bit here. Man, I said I wouldn't, and then we did. We gotta focus, because I would like to get us through 8 bare minimum crits today, because that's how many we did yesterday. Or, optimistically, maybe we could even do 9. Whoa, can you imagine that? Squiiji doing 9? Unheard of, at least in the last year. We have not even gotten close to that. 12 crits? Okay, so now you're just being unrealistic. I don't think I've ever done 12. I think I've never done more than 10 in one day. Aim for 20. Are you trying to hold me hostage here forever? I think 20 would require I do like a 12-hour stream or something. I don't think so. Unless I did like speed round crits, I don't think I would do it otherwise. Not unrealistic, just optimistic. I appreciate your optimism. Usually the streammates are actually pessimistic about how many crits I'll do. You usually guess less than what I end up doing for a stream. I see you saying funny numbers. I will not repeat them. Let me put us in the room. We'll start. Over here. As soon as my encoder decides to work. Wahoo. Bam. And we're in. And I'm still over here for some reason. There we go. Get in your corner, EG. Bam. Look at that, shroommates. Oh, hang on. Wait. Don't look at that. Don't look. I forgot to do one single thing when I booted stream while I was still at work. Got it. My hand was a little strange. But look at this. What is this, shroommates? Have you ever seen an image so beautiful and color-coded and so concise and grid-like and so able to provide proper judgment to VTuber designs as this? You know what time it is. I still need to update the emote. It is rubric time! Man, they should really hang this and put it in the Louvre. Glorious, beautiful, incredible. So squarular, yes. So completely cubular, even. Never seen this thing in my whole life? Well, let me introduce you to each other. I'm sure you'll get on quite swell. Quite well. This is the character design rubric that we use to critique VTubers. So that way we may be as objective and unbiased as possible when we provide them feedback. On this rubric, a design can receive up to a maximum of 10 points, 2 points coming from each of 5 categories. Those 5 categories being color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. One of these days, I should make you guys just tell me what everything is that's on it so that I can take a break. Just make you guys do all the work and explain it. Having a big rubric blanket or tapestry would be amazing. I have a rubric mouse pad as merch, and I think there's a sticker and a shirt, but I don't have a tapestry or a blanket, because that would be kind of fun. I'll have to look. I'm looking into a new manufacturer for some of my merchandise. So we'll see if maybe they have something like that as an option, because I don't think my current manufacturer could do that. We'll see. Not a rubric pop quiz? What? Rubric fridge magnet when? I could make a rubric fridge magnet probably immediately. That I can do. I know I can do that with my current vendor. It's possible. I don't know how big it would be though, but yeah, blankets are also expensive. I think my current vendor would also let me do a carpet if I had enough pre-orders, but I don't know if enough of you would want a rubric carpet in your house. Don't know about that. But anyways, to get full points for color palette, your character design's color palette should be cohesive and interesting. The contrast should work at a distance, the color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. You will get no points for color palette if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices. Hues and values should be completely revisited. I need to take a sip of water. I feel like I'm like weirdly congested right now and it's causing me a problem. Okay, let's see. My palette has... How do I fix it? Help! If you or your loved ones have been diagnosed with... There may be legal help. You may be entitled to a settlement. We'll find out. Nobody's got mesothelioma. Hopefully. At least not in these crits. To get full points for silhouette. The silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. It should have strong visual weight, positive versus negative space interplay, and contrasting shape language. You will get no points for your silhouette if your silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or just needs much more definition. To get full points for complexity versus clarity, the level of detail in the design should be appropriate to the medium it's in. Is it a live 2D? Is it a 3D model? Is it a chibi proportion model? There's different levels of detail that are appropriate to each. And those details that do exist should be specific and support the concept and focal point. If the design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, you will get no points for complexity versus clarity. For focal point, to get full points, the primary focal point should be well executed. That primary focal point being the eyeballs. My eyes are really nice and focal, right? You can't look away from them. They're jiggly and bouncy, and they never blink at the same time. I'm sure that helps. Desync. Looks a little uncanny, but you sure do look at my head, huh? As if there's much else of me right now, huh? But you will get no points for your focal point if the focal point, the primary one that is, the eyes, the face, are not at all focal due to over/under detailing or being completely outcompeted by other elements. And finally, to get full points for concept and motifs, your concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored, and then supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects like your personality, your species, your occupation, your interests, cultural references, fashion sense, etc. should be able to be identified just visually. If I can't identify those things visually, if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent, and the motifs do not support the concept, no points. Wahoo. There are also bonus points. I realized I didn't give any of them out yesterday. I'll see if we end up giving them out today. I may have forgotten, but then again at the same time, it's one of those things where like, I don't know if I should be giving them for the thumbnails this week, because it's a different pool, the way that I'm grabbing them. I don't know. But anyways, You can theoretically get bonus points for having a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, for having a unique, exciting art style, and /or if I, for personal taste reasons, just want to put it up on the fridge. Laptop couldn't handle Clip Studio and Twitch. Oh no, poor Ririku. I don't know why you've been having such trouble with Twitch lately. It's being evil, and I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I'll miss most of the streams because I have to take care of tasks now, and I won't be home on Thursday. Oh no! Winter Echo, yours, I know you requested to have yours critiqued later in the week. Would Friday work better for you? I think right now you might be on Thursday, depending on my time. But we could put you on Friday, perhaps, if possible. Maybe. We can see. Let us know if there is a good time. Oh, I was supposed to tell you guys also that I am going to make a Google Drive folder that will have all of the crits that I've done so far in it. Hopefully I'll be able to do that tonight. Last night was hang out with Joby time, and this morning was I had work. Worst case scenario, all of yesterday's and today's will be uploaded to that tomorrow, because we're not live tomorrow and I should have some time. Yeah. I didn't schedule any critiques for tomorrow, so I could catch up on, like, housekeeping stuff I need to know. That'd be nice. Yeah, here, I can put you down for Friday. Low-key, I feel like Rex has been my receptionist this week. As funny as that is, everyone's, like, scheduling their crits with Rex, and Rex is like, hey, did you donate the correct amount? Who are you doing this with? What time are we doing things? Do you want to ping? I'll get you a timestamp. Can we all say thank you to Rex again for helping with organizing? It's making it so much easier. Please say thank you, Shroommates. Also, thank you to all the fellows who have donated and sponsored others as well. I think a lot of the crits, more than half of them, are sponsored crits, which is very kind. Rex the secretary, yeah. Amber is my loyalty enforcer, and Rex is my secretary. If I had to give roles to particular mods. Thrive is the greeter at the gate. I gotta think of what other roles I could give people for things, like the specific things my mods do at particular times. I'll think about it. Yeah! A ref on Rex applications since they work for you. If Rex genuinely wanted me as a reference after doing this stuff for the charity critique, I would be okay with being a reference, sure. Count Bugs. Yeah, Bugs was our count, yes. Rich guy plays secretary for charity. Thanks, Rex. I appreciate it. Oh, it's Riku's old technology, not Twitch causing problems. Phone's 10 years old, laptop's 10 to 13. Oh boy. I'm so sorry. I say as if my phone, I think my phone is 7 years old? Yes, my phone is 7 years old. My phone went all the way through, actually not all the way through, but most of the way through undergrad and all the way through grad school with me. And my laptop, similarly, my laptop I think turns 10 or 11 this year. So I feel ya. My laptop at least has a solid state drive, so it's holding on for dear life. But anyways, hang on, I have to focus. I can't yap about technology. What do I have to do here still? Bingo! Wait. Bingo is what I have to do, and yes, as Amber has redeemed to be here, I need to do roll also, so bingo! Despite the fact that we critiqued 8 designs yesterday, I didn't get bingo, which is really sad and heartbreaking. Maybe I'll be luckier today. I hope that I will be. Also, we should pin the charity details. Let's see, can I spell charity properly today? I can. I've learned from the mistakes of yesterday's Squiiji. If nothing else, you can always strive to be a better version of yourself than you were the day before. And I am now the version of Squiiji that can spell the word charity. Incredible, right? Mm-hmm. There we go. Let me pin it in YouTube also. Wow. There we go. Yeah, my voice is a little weird. I'm a little phlegmy, unfortunately. There we go. Charity. Pinned. Now, roll. Definitely pinned indefinitely. Thank you for definitely indefinitely pinning it. Let's take roll now. Hey, Shroommates, here's here for class. If you'd like to check in, there's a 1-point channel redeem you can use on Twitch called Here. If you don't want me to call your name, you can use Quiet Here also if you just want to let me know you're here. On YouTube, you can just say hi or here or hello or something. Lurkers, don't worry about it. I appreciate you being here as always. I got you marked down already. Thank you. And VOD watchers, hi. I hope you're enjoying the crits. Fellas who are a big fan of the crits in general are eating good this week. You're gonna have 20 hours of critiques this week, which is crazy. I'm making up for some of the missed time I had when I was sick and other things were happening. Infinite Squiiji this week. Unquantifiable amounts of Squiiji this week. When you finish your finals, you can watch EG forever. Or I guess you can listen to EG while we're doing that. Next week, no critique break. No, we're gonna crit on Monday. We may even have a 5-hour crit on Monday to wrap up any crits we don't finish this week for charity. Potentially. So no, we're not taking a break. We'll be at a normal schedule next week, starting with Monday crits. We'll see. But let's see who's here. I see Rex, I see Edward. Edward and Rex and Nilo were fighting to see who'd be here first when I started stream. And Nilo and Rex both thought they were first, even though I hadn't started. And then Edward, right after I started, was actually first. Edward with the steel chair. Never expected. I see March Rabbit, I see Nissa, Jazzy Cat, Opal, Rusty, Dia, Peanut Bun, Sanizum, Nilo, Ronda Diver, Isu, Yummy, Art Fun, Frostbushi, Chokorama, Friendly Guy, hang on, I'm still scrolling, Aerith, Nilo, Selma, Starless Mage, Corey, Ame, Amber, Cotton Candy Floss, Ianita, Melee Echo. Do I just call you Echo? Should I call you Echo? I feel like I could call you Echo. I do see on the YouTube end, at the very least, Rurufu. Hi. There's a couple other fellows on there too, also. Am I late? Never late to a Squiiji stream. We have loose attendance policy. You can show up whenever you want, if you want. Fear not. we have a loose attendance policy. Also, hi. Do not win the race if you cross the line before the race starts. Exactly. You can't win the race if you had a false start. Does not work. Edward said I don't fight, I win. Proud of you, I guess. Alright, let me grab Selma's image. We'll start with Selma, because Selma was supposed to culminate the end of last stream. But I, first of all, did not find Selma's submission at the end of last stream, and second of all, I didn't get done all the other crits before it. Or I did, but I didn't have time after. So let me grab this. You'll have to watch me format Selma's image for critiquing. Also, where is it? Here we go. Bam. Got it! Wahoo! How do people join? Asking for a friend? Oh, the pinned comment or pinned message will give you the deets, but essentially if you donate 30 USD or 45 AUD to the charity, which is Critiques for Charity for Cure Cancer Australia, you can have your design critiqued live on stream. Wahoo. Here's Selma's submission. Let me edit this so it has details, because I just downloaded it. Those streammates, you'd be so proud of me. I've actually prepped almost every single other person's submission. I think there's a couple that were from yesterday and today that haven't been prepped yet, but like, it's less than 10. I've prepped everyone just about for the whole week. I am working hard because I needed to not be prepping them live, because that takes precious time that we could use for critiquing. Also, this is so confusing. I've been having such a weird time with trying to select the background color and fill this in. It feels like my selector tool isn't quite working normally half the time, but it worked just now. Peculiar. Did mine get eaten? Nope, I got you, Sanizum. Yours is here. I found you. So this is Selma's character named Mercy. There we go. Make sure we know who it's by. Pronouns are she, her. Is that for you, or is it for the person? Is it for Mercy? And then Selma, being the artist, is at Selma Shepherd. There we go. I didn't type letter D. No background though, might be the reason. I was very rushed. No, you're good. Yours isn't the reason why it's not sampling the background correctly. Yours went correctly. A couple of the other fellas though, whose designs I tried to download, didn't allow me to give them a background that was actually the same color as, like, the background in Clip Studio, which was weird. Whoops, that's an exclamation point. New command unlocked! Exclamation point Selma Shepherd. There we go. Format this a little bit. And now you can see why I don't want to do this while I'm live, usually. Well, it takes a second. Wrap text in frame, let's see. How much detail did Selma give us? Have I made this big enough? Ooh, okay, I definitely didn't make it big enough. Okay, hang on, wait. I need to make this much bigger. This VTuber is very British. That's true. This VTuber is very British. You're so right. Thank you for the callback to yesterday. Hi, Donut Stream. Oh, Selma's designs are always so cute. I agree. Selma's designs are very cute. Selma and I use a similar, like, proportioning style to draw. I love fellas who are, like, clearly adult, but very, like, chibi-ified, where their head is, like, a quarter of their height. That's, like, my favorite proportioning style. Bam. Okay, wait. This may even need to be taller. Selma gave us a paragraph. So if you needed paragraph concept description for your bingo, go ahead, take that off. You may have that. Right now, right at the start, as crazy as that is. Yep, apply that transformation, pretty please, if you'd be so kind. Bam. Let's see, did I make it big enough? Oh, it's thinking. Oh, it's thinking. Oh boy. Okay, hang on. Try again. Did it fail? Oh boy, what's happening? Why isn't it going? Oh, there we go, it went. Ooh, not big enough, not quite. My Clip Studio is a little angry right now. Hang on, let's reduce that text size a little more. And see what happens. Selma killing the PC. No. My PC will survive. It will triumph. It will overcome. Oh, but it is actually struggling a little more than I thought it would be. It didn't struggle this much with Rex's. What's going on? Oh, it's like frozen. Hello? This is the other reason why I don't like to edit these while I'm live, is because sometimes they, like, hang. Ooh, it's not doing anything. I may have to force quit Clip Studio. Oh, wait, no, it went. Ooh, we're okay. For shoo. Okay, we're all right. Everything's okay. Everything's all right. How do I get the bingo card? Exclamation point. Bingo. Bam. There you go. That should bring it up. Check yesterday. So Google Drive didn't glitched out. I put 0 as placeholders for emojis. Oh, okay. I see.
B-I-N-G-O. B-I-N-G-O. B-I-N-G-O and bingo was their name. Ooh.
Oh, Gary's not here. Shroommates, did you realize? Gary's not here. No one noticed. You forgot about him. He's never gonna forgive all of you for that. That's crazy. Is he even gonna want to show up now? I don't even know if he's gonna want to show up now that nobody remembered he was supposed to be here. Poor Gary. Gary, it's okay. It's all right. They still love you, I promise.
I'm using my invisible jutsu technique.
Oh, okay. You're just trying to pull a trick on the Shroommates, but it backfired. No, we love Gary. We love Gary. Sometimes he hides until he says something. Sometimes he just wasn't there, though, which is strange. Why was he not there? Gary, don't abandon me. Okay, wait. I think we're good. There we go. And we're in. Selma can hear me, so I'll start doing the reading. So this is Mercy, a character designed by Selma Shepherd. Pronouns are she/her. Pronouns. I don't know why I said it that way. Selma can be found at Selma_Shepherd. Hello, I am Mercy, and there's a lot that I could say about myself, but time is limited, so I will unfortunately try to keep it brief for all of you. I am what the gods of the table would refer to as a Dungeons & Dragons character that broke containment and ended up in another similar enough universe for a university project. Whatever that could mean. I'm an actor. Well, was a part of the ensemble, but was getting nowhere, so I eventually really leaned into being a regular bard when adventure called, or better regarded when I kind of got mixed in with the party and we kind of stuck together afterwards. You should have seen the fights we were in. It was glorious, and I was the one trying to keep everyone alive. And that worked out most of the time. We were successful, however, saving an entire city and us becoming heroes. But that is all done now. The adventure is over. We are retired, if that is the best way to put things, and I'm worried about the future. I need to be remembered, otherwise, that is the true death. Oh, as Vsauce once said, you die 3 times. You die when you pass away, you die when you are laid to rest, and you die when the last vestige of your ghost is gone from the world, when all the people who knew you are gone and all the markings of you having existed have left. Mercy, you're making me existential, but it seems like you may be having a similar crisis. Don't worry, we're here for you. I am no longer at my highest. The fire within me and my magic is fading once again. I am lost. Oh my god. I shouldn't talk about my worries. Foolish side tangent. I'm a hero, and I need to become recognizable to folks, even if it means that my outfit is not the best idea for a journey across the kingdom. It's not like I wouldn't have traveling clothing for being in the middle of nowhere, and with only the hostile wildlife as companions. Oh, before I forget, the rose. Apparently my soul takes the shape of a rose, so I'm really leaning into that with the floral-ish armor and magic. I would say I'm pretty as the flower, but as dangerous as the thorns, so it works as my recognizable object in the group, other than the countless fancy daggers I have hiding in a bag. However, I feel like this outfit is in a confusing state. Nobody really wears this sort of dress, and kinda is as much of my identity as my horns. I never really stuck with a different look other than this. Trying to style the armor has left the chainmail being slanted too, and honestly, I somehow can't pull off the dress without the armor. I don't know how you would be able to change this, but if you feel like anything should be changed, then I may consider it. Well, I've rambled long enough, as in the god of the table in charge of me has very much ran out of time writing this. So I hope you all have a pleasant time, and what is the saying here? Have good rotations? Hell yeah, sure. I will hopefully be in chat for any extra questions. I didn't really manage to check this. Had to get ready for work. Totally fair. I love that you wrote this entire character introduction from the first person. Can we all say good rotations back, maybe? Yeah, first person character description is fun. So, okay. The rose as a symbol is interesting. So I see that you have a rose-shaped tail. I'm gonna guess that you're a tiefling, right? Maybe? If this is D&D, you have both horns and a tail. Question mark? Perhaps tiefling. You do have a little bit of armor, and you do have some chainmail, but you are dressed in quite a fancy manner on top of that. So you do, to me, almost read akin to, like, an opera singer who was forced to become an adventurer, which is kind of funny. I feel like that is a very D&D bard type of thing to be. And as such, I feel like you could almost lean into that more with the outfit if you wanted to. You could give her, like, a short in the front, long in the back dress that has like a high leg slit or something, so that it's like very much trying to exude elegance. You know, when you think of like the older opera stars who are, you know, beyond like the immediate excitement of their career where they first burst into the scene, they're a little bit more relaxed now. They've eased into their role. They've got some presence now. They've got some power to be remembered by. I feel like you could lean into that a little bit here, since it seems like she's past the, like, beginning of her career, essentially. Fair point, like the last scene, 3 houses. Are you talking about Dorothea? Yeah, Dorothea, yeah. Yes, I think she does have a dress that's kind of like that, but I feel like that type of elegance might be nice here. Yeah. Like the top seashell design. It is an interesting design. I think it's meant to be a rose and not a seashell. But I do think the reason why it's coming across as a seashell is maybe because of this lip that it has inside of it a little bit. I wonder if there's a way to give it striations, or if you made the bottom side rose-like as well, if that would help to make it clear that it is a rose and that these are petals. Or maybe the underside is like leaves or something. There's a couple things you could potentially do with it to make that clearer, maybe. But like, you could go for... Oh, you can't even see what I'm drawing. What is happening? Hang on. Lasso. Tool, where are you, my beloved? There we go. It's like if these bits were kind of mimicking that shape a little bit more. I did a terrible lumpy job. Hang on. There we go. And then you had like those lines similarly down here. Although it may also read as like an open shell than if I did this. Maybe making them more leaf-like might be the better way of doing it. Where if this was like, oh, here's like one leaf, here's another leaf, here's another leaf. If you use sharper shapes for it, and then show like a little bit of like overlap perhaps. Because this does also read as being something that could be almost armored from the edge highlight on it. Is this fabric? Because I wonder if we could show like, you know, that it has like, oh, it's like bunched up like along this line here. Oh, I've got a really textured brush I'm using right now, which looks a little bit weird. But then you could have like leaves that have a little bit more striation to them down here. And that might clarify it a little bit. Would you like thorn motifs because of the roses? That was something I was gonna ask also. You have some sort of like elements that are wrapping around the legs and wrapping around the arms, but you don't really seem to have much in the way of visible thorns, which is interesting. And I wonder if that could be something that would work well for like a part of your armor. You've got gauntlets on, and I wonder if you could have something spiked on them maybe? That bit is a breastplate. Oh, okay, if that's the case, let me just actually get rid of everything I just did then. If this is a breastplate, I feel like having construction lines for the way that the plate armor would fit together would also clarify that too. Where like if we could see that this is like a front panel or something, or like this panel comes across like this and then is being held in place here. What the hell is this brush I'm using? It's driving me nuts. Hello? Can I have a regular pen? That's huge. Wee. So like there's a construction line for the metal that is like here underneath, and then you can see like rivets that are holding it in place, and then there's like one here and there's one here, and then maybe these are individual plates then that aren't like actually fully attached. They're attached by like those little rings that hold it in place, because then that would give you a little bit more mobility also. When chest plates are super long in the front, they can make it hard to move around, but if these are 3 separate pieces, it may feel also a little bit more rose-like, perhaps. Make the bottom construction line of V is better because it looks like a shell right now. Oh yeah, hang on, I can bring it down a little bit more too, but I'm just coming up with little things that might help here. What is happening? All of my brushes are like microscopic right now. Or too big. But there might just be a way to make it clear that this is armor too. Giving it edge highlights, giving it ways that we know it would pivot perhaps. For chainmail, I feel like chainmail is not something you would wear on top of clothing either. I feel like if we were going to redesign the outfit a little bit, I would suggest going for that sort of like opera star thing that I was talking about, where maybe it's longer coming around the side here. Maybe it's not as wide because we're going to go for something like elegant, but you could have one that starts high on one side, gets longer over here, and then we can see that it's like long again behind here. But maybe you can have a higher leg slit in it, and then we can see this as being worn under it. We can tell that you're wearing your plate armor protectively as an underneath layer. So like I'm gonna go like this and put this behind it. There we go. Hang on, I may have to go like this still. There we go. And then your chainmail ends up like down here. We can see it like as an underneath layer maybe. And, like that slit could go as high as you want because this is still going to cover you. The red leggings could be chainmail. The leggings could be chainmail also. They do have an interesting pattern on them right now that does make me curious about them. Are these meant to be rose petals on the leggings? What happened to my tracking? Oh, there we go. Hello. Part of the outfit I struggled with the most, couldn't really remove it as that is her armor. Yeah, I think you could just go with like a hint that that armor is there. And maybe you could have like, here's a red thing that is holding the fabric up like around her waist essentially. So we can see that this is a layer being worn that's being affected by the layers on top of it or something. Yeah. Normally the chainmail would go over your clothes. Would it? Does it really? It felt kind of odd where it was, but I guess you could put it back over top if you wanted then. I know that it does go under some layers, but like I thought of it as going like under, like, hang on, let me look at an image of it, because you usually wear something under it because you don't want it touching your skin, but at the same time, it's usually under something, right? Or is it really on top? Am I just thinking the fact that people wear tunics over it often? Oh no, people are wearing it fully on top. Not all the time, though. It seems like there is some variety as to where it is worn. There's always a layer under it, it appears. But there's sometimes a layer over it. Wouldn't it be cold wearing it under? Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. You don't wear it as like the lowest layer because you don't want it touching your skin. but it seems like people don't wear it as the top layer because they're often wearing something that is like saying who their allegiance is to, or something else, like as like a tunic over the top. Something like that. Would you wear something over the top for heraldry even if you didn't have plate armor? 10,000 years? Hi, Freeform! Recognize the tiefling? Yes, this is a Selma tiefling. We're designing outfit for it. It was under the plate armor. Padding layer, then chainmail, then a tunic or a tabard. Yeah! So maybe you could have something that's underneath this also. Like you could have like, almost like a petticoat layer that's underneath. If we're trying to think of something that might be like cute and ornate. Under here, that would make sense with your sort of like bard who is now in retirement, almost like retired opera star. But adding interesting asymmetrical layers might be a kind of fun way of integrating the chainmail into the clothing a little bit more. And like if we can see this like underneath here a little bit, that might be fun. And then this would probably also still be like back here behind the body. There we go. It doesn't have to be fully floor length. Although if you're not really going into battle much anymore, it could be. Because who cares about practicality? And as you said, if you're gonna be going on missions again, you've got clothing that's built for it. You don't need to wear your day-to-day clothing out there all the time. Tabard, scapular, surcoat, just decoration or nice to have between your expensive metal and whatever you're dealing with? Ah. Do bards indeed wear armors or do they just wear cloth? Never played D&D other than Baldur's Gate. I think they can wear light armor, right? Although, if this is a character who is escaping beyond D&D, I don't know if they have to be subservient to the way that D&D dictates who can wear what, perhaps. I don't know if they have to be super faithful to that. I do like the single sleeve, though. That's another nice asymmetrical element for the design, and the hair being longer on one side and cascading over the shoulder, shorter on the other side. Those are some cute elements. But I feel like this is a slightly more like mature look for somebody who has already fought the adventures of their life. They became the hero and now they're in retirement, past and beyond it. Yes, bards can wear light armor and some can even wear medium. Ah, yeah. I don't really play D&D by the rules. I am a DM, but I pretty much exclusively homebrew, and we very rarely adhere to base rules. If someone's like, hey, I'm this and I would like to be able to do this thing and it'd be more fun if I could, my answer is almost always yes. So I don't even know what half the base rules are anymore because I have EG rules. If I try and play D&D with other people, it ends up being kind of confusing as a result, though. Whoopsie. Couple subclasses let you have medium armor. I'm pretty sure Mercy was College of Swords. Ah, so maybe she would be able to. Had the rule she would never pick up charm spells. Interesting, okay. But yeah. Make this maybe more clearly constructed out of armor, maybe some interesting asymmetrical element to merge the chainmail in a little bit more. There are some really interesting, like, heeled, armored, like, shoes out there also that may be an interesting addition to this outfit also. Because now that I've brought the purple all the way down, your shoes get a little bit lost, and I feel like they may have an interesting contrast if they also feel sort of practical and armored. And I think the reason why they were healed is because that helps with stirrups, right? A lot of your knights were fighting on horseback because armor is kind of unwieldy and heavy, unless you're a foot soldier who's not wearing that heavy of armor. But it might be interesting just to distribute the metal a little bit more throughout the body, because it's really only in this area. You've got a little bit of chainmail, but like you've got your gauntlets. What if something for the shoes? Fair, the shoes other than the breastplate have never had a consistent design. Let me see. Armor. Shoes. Some of these look really funny. No, I don't want under armor. No, I want knight armor. Armor, I want the healed ones. They exist. I've been to a museum that literally has them. Please show me. No, I don't want women's fashion wear that looks like heels. No, I'm losing my mind. But these are still kind of slay. Look at this. Look at these slay shoes. Oh, create from clipboard, please. Look at that. Whoa. Not what I was fully suggesting. But I mean, you could go for something that's like that almost. Maybe not as high on the leg. It's gonna drive me nuts. I know an art museum that has a pair of, like, essentially like their knight's shoes, but they have a heel on them that's supposed to be for slotting into like the stirrup on a horse. none of these examples are what I'm looking for. But they are kind of slay still, so like you could still find inspiration in them maybe. Whoa, yeah, these are crazy. Feels very Fire Emblem-y. Yeah, slay your enemies while slaying, which I feel like would make sense for this girly. So perhaps we distribute metal a little bit more and say, okay, there's, let me put this over here so I can see what they look like. Get a reference, because EG does not have ability to picture images in mind, but yeah, it could have like layers to it. It could be sharp or something. What am I doing? Please use this thing. Please use the lasso. Please, 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 please. Hi, Fable. Looks dangerous. Yes, exactly. Because then if you go like this, it'll have interesting contrast against the, against the pink that's being worn on the legs also. The people who hate feminine chest armor would hate these, but love it. I don't like bikini battle armor, but I don't think this counts as bikini battle armor. Maybe look up horse riding armored boots? Maybe. Oh, I spelled horse wrong in a terrible way. Let me see. No, these are still not it. Now I'm getting leg armor for horses. What is this nonsense? I know it exists. I've seen it physically with my own eyeballs. Nope, I did not spell it that way. Darn it. Like from Shrek 3? Be a rebel and break the heels off. You could break the heels off, but just... I don't think the heel on what I was thinking of was very wide, or was very tall, but like you could definitely jazz it up and make it like fancier if you wanted to and be like, all right, yeah. Whoops. Here's my crazy armored shoe that now has like a hooked toe on it and has all these like ridges from the fact that it is armored. Almost like you held on to a couple of the pieces that were like spoils in your hero's journey. And you're like clinging to that past time, because it does seem like she is having a little bit of a crisis about the fact that she is no longer the hero she once was, and she's trying to cling to that a little bit. Along with the daggers. Yeah, like these are her spoils almost. Since they're lower in the design, you probably don't want them to be this stark white. You probably need to darken them a little bit. But that might just be a cool way of bringing the white throughout the whole design also. You know? Cavalier armor? Cavalier armor. Maybe, let me see. I'm only getting Cavaliers from video games now. But, I mean, maybe they'll have what I'm looking for still also. Although, why are a third of these results characters that look like they're out of Star Wars? What? I think Google hates me today. What is this? What is going on here? Like, this is close, but this just doesn't have the heel. It was like this, except it just has like, essentially like a little thing that was like that on the back of it, was what I was thinking of. These types of things. Mm-hmm. If she's traveling, might she have a steed? Riding footwear might be good. That's also true, perhaps. Yeah. Google can be rude. It's just not giving me the results of anything that I want, and it's not listening to the words. Like a kitten heel? Almost? Like, think of like a boot heel. Like if you're wearing like riding boots, the type of heel that those has. Or those have. Live suggestions, they can go on any boot. From search, the armor is a spat. They put the armor over their shoes. Oh, wait, hang on. Roku may have our solution here. Let me see. Yes, it may be a particular kind of spat that was just worn over riding boots, maybe, but I swear it was metal. Bam. Ooh, these are so stylish also, low-key. I feel like this would be very cool to just wear in general as just a part of fashion. Don't know if for this outfit, but like, that's just cool in general. But anyways, some kind of armored shoe might be fun. One of the other things I may suggest that you do also to make the rose element more prominent is giving them sort of like an outer edge where they stick out of the armor. Something that makes armor feel very realistic is when it has more topology to it, if we can see its construction. So like, if certain parts of this were more raised and broke that silhouette edge a little bit, that would add something to the way that this is constructed that would make it feel more thoroughly fleshed out. I do enjoy the way that you're working with the flower petals to be almost like, they feel like a mosaic or like stained glass a little bit. They're fun. It's a nice little detail in there. And I feel like that would be something that you could then repeat in the shoe maybe, or somewhere else. Maybe that goes like in this area too, down here. Where you get like, you're like, ah, here's my flower petals that are in this area, and some of them are raised or something. For armor, you can sometimes go kind of ornate if you want to. As long as you don't make the pattern too incredibly overwhelming. Because it just adds a little bit of interest, and it also sells it as being metal sometimes. But yeah, okay, I think that works for me. For the head, I feel like for silhouette reasons, you could exaggerate the horns a little bit more. And especially since you're going for somebody who is meant to be sort of like elegant, who is a bard, who was an actress, I feel like, not that you need to make them thinner, but if you made them just kind of like longer and a little bit wider, they may feel a little bit more like sleek. Hang on, let me see if I can do what I'm thinking of here. I'm trying to do something like that. Fair point there. Yeah. Winged legs protects your tendons behind your knee. Yeah. Riding boot covers were called sabatons. Oh, interesting. Okay, I see. There we go. So like if I taper these down a little more and make them a little bit wider, that'll add more to the silhouette, and they also feel a little bit sleeker, maybe a little bit more elegant. Also, if it wasn't completely flat, you could angle these down a little bit more and then make them rise up, although maybe that's optional. But for the sake of silhouette, I feel like you should make these a little bit longer, maybe. I know that you're going for a little bit of like chibi-ish proportions here, but we can still exaggerate some things a little bit more, maybe. Like that feels a little bit more fleshed out. Yeah, noted. Yeah. But the hairstyle does feel pretty specific. I know you will not change her eye color, and there's nothing I can do to convince you of it, but I do feel like her eyes would work probably very well if they were purple. However, for focal point, I do think that the head is still successfully focal because the gold is really only appearing in that area, so we are going to look to the head first because of the horns. So maybe the gold eyes is fine. I can live with gold eyes for this one. It's fine. Purple eyes may have been cool, but that's okay. Color palette. I don't really have any clarity issues with the design the way that it was before I started changing things. The purple, pink, and yellow color combo is great. It works. It's essentially a complementary palette because you've got cooler pinks and a purple combined with a gold. Works pretty well. As far as the color hierarchy goes, I think changing the skirt to be longer does reinforce the color hierarchy a little bit because it does allow the purple to be a greater percentage, where before it was almost in a similar percentage in the design as the white was because your hair and your armor was more or less both white. So I think this is reinforcing the color hierarchy a little bit better, but it wasn't bad before. And otherwise, I don't really have any issues. So like, I'd be really picky of me to not give you full points. Hang on for color. So that's fine. For silhouette, I think I was trying to push you to have a little bit more exaggeration. If I get rid of my edits and do a silhouette test. Bam. There we go. I'm not sure how recognizable this is as a silhouette outside of the tail. So if we were to give you the sort of like high to low skirt, make sure the tail is sitting on the outside of it perhaps. But I do think that the horns need some exaggeration because the hair is sort of eating this entire upper area. And this skirt length is still very similar to a lot of characters we tend to see. Everybody's got their, like just below their shoulders, vaguely wavy hair, and their knee length or shorter. Is this A-line? I guess this is kind of A-line skirt shape. And heels. It's a very consistent silhouette that we tend to see in character design. So something like this is a little bit less typical maybe, and especially if the shoes get some interesting stuff happening on the outer edges, if the armor has a little more variation in its outer edge, all of those things will help to reinforce the silhouette a little bit more. But you did have some asymmetry already with the tiering of the skirt and the sleeve and things like that. So you didn't feel too stiff the way that you were before. So that is okay. I think I'd put you sort of middle of the road for silhouette. We could use to make it more identifiable. Fair, I was worried about the slant for the skirt before. I didn't think the slant for the skirt was before, but I think it's one of those things where you need to commit. Go hard or go home. Commit to the slant of it being real extreme, and then we'll buy it a little bit more. Because before it felt like it was almost trying to be an idol style layered skirt, which, you know, that's one thing. You are a bard, or you, I mean, she is a bard, she's a performer, but it doesn't fit the kind of bard slash performer she seems to be, as much as like something that's more like opera aligned might, you know? For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is fine the way that it was before. I think it's acceptable. I do think that you have a lot more detail that's much smaller on the gauntlets than you do elsewhere. So it may be good to have this sort of texture somewhere else just so it's distributed a little bit more. Or alternatively, you could simplify it a little bit. You could make some of these little rose petal shapes bigger so there aren't as many of them, and then it won't feel like these areas are quite as cluttered as they are. It's not too bad. That's a little bit of a picky thing to say, but I know you can take it. I know you can handle EG being a little picky. I'm gonna push you. We're gonna push it to the limit. Over-exaggeration seems to work out a lot better than you might think most of the time. Yeah. Over-exaggeration is one of the greatest things we can do for silhouettes often, or just picking unique shapes a lot of the time. But I'm a big fan of exaggeration because my character design schooling came from sort of like the cartoony schools of thought, where bigger and more extreme and more contrast is sort of what is expected and is what is heralded as being the greatest of the greats. Whereas like anime sensibilities don't always jive with that. So you don't always have to agree with me if I'm pushing for more exaggeration, more contrast, things like that. There are ways to still have easily discernible, recognizable silhouettes without those things, without super duper crazy exaggeration. You can do it in a grounded way. You just have to be more specific about elements you're picking, like hairstyle choices and particular garments and their shapes, things like that. Yes. Focal point. No issue. I was looking at your head first and foremost. The gold in the horns and eyes only being found in that area works pretty well. And then for concept and motifs, I can see the rose thing a little bit, but I do think you could push it a little bit more. I think some of the edits I had made further clarified. Whoops, hang on, I'm missing a layer here somewhere. Further clarified these to be petals, because I don't know if it was super clear before. There's a part of me that almost wonders what would happen if you added a green into the palette somewhere. I don't want to add a ton more colors, and this is probably not a good green yet, but I'm just going to put a green somewhere. Because I think that may just help us to start thinking about earthy things. Because right now, I don't know if we're thinking about the earth and plants, and green might be just like a nice little hint. So you could cluster a couple green elements around the head, or like maybe the ribbons that are around here are green or something. I don't know if you need all of these things I've just done to be green. And this maybe is not even a great color of green. Hang on, total correction, usage illumination. Let's see, can I make this a like more teal green maybe? Yeah, more teal green might be nice. I don't know if it needs to be super saturated either. Like something like that might be pretty nice. And that may help to make us think more about roses. Or even if you just had like a swirl in the gems, or if they had some faceting that may make us think of roses. Maybe whatever's pinning the skirt up could be like a brooch that's stylized to be more like a rose also. Hip plating that is the shape of rose leaves maybe. Yeah, these could be changed to be more leaf shaped. But yeah, I think you could lean more into the rose element a little bit to make that clearer. But I do read this character as being somebody who is in some sort of fantasy setting, because they are wearing armor, but they are someone who wants people to look at them. They're dressed in kind of a showy manner. They're in bright colors. They've got ribbons tied around them. So I'd be willing to believe that this is a bard from my own experiences with D&D, and I can tell that the character's a tiefling because of the unnatural skin color, the horns, and the tail. I say unnatural. The skin color's barely unnatural. It's just a little more pink than we generally think of. There's already something in them, or should. I think I might have just messed up the contrast layer. That's okay. Don't worry about it. But just make sure that ends up there in the future. I do also think that the tip of the tail could be a different color too. It being this white color against the paleness of the tail is a little strange. It is the hair color, I guess. But something about that transition feels just a little bit strange to me. I wonder if we just need to see that, like, the color of the tail is, like, coming into the fur or something to sort of connect the dots there that this is fur or hair. Because to me, I was reading this as being, like, a solid object, the way that, like, an imp's tail has, like, a solid end shape to it, maybe. Didn't mention I had the fake fire halo that is there because most of the adventure was with a cursed fire halo. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know if we need that to understand the character inherently. I think this is fine for our understanding now, but I think that's the bulk of what my critiques I have are for you. Yeah, so we can push the rose aspect perhaps a little further. But 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 out of 10, nothing to sneeze at there. It's pretty good. Bam. Can I have a thing I can write with? There we go. Oh, wahoo! Can we get a round of applause for Selma, please? Thank you, Selma, for donating. And also, Selma, thank you for submitting your design to be critiqued. Wahoo! If only my hands would track, it'd be really fun and really cool. But alas. Solid enough? Oh, I would say so. Selma, 7.5 out of 10 is well above average. That is a solid score to have gotten. I feel bad. I feel like people think that, like, getting something that's not like an 8 or 9 means the design is not working. Fellas, if you're getting above a 5, you're passing. A 5 and up is good. A 5 means average, middle of the road, could be pushed significantly further, but, like, you've got a good basis. A 7.5 is well above average. That's like the median score, I would say, for most of the designs I look at is 7.5 out of 10. Fellas, this rubric is kind of harsh, but the scale is that 5 is average. Below 5 means that we need to do some significant work. Above 5 means you're passing. You're fine. If you use the design as is, you'd probably be okay, but we can still push it further. 7.5 and above is pretty much, you've got it. Maybe some minor tweaks. But yeah. Good work, Selma. Let me save this. Save as... Give me a Clip Studio format. Thanks, perfect. Bam. Let me clip this. Yeah, go ahead. That might be a good thing to remind people of. Someone needs to see it. Oh no, was somebody worrying about it? I feel so bad. Most of the critiques that I give end up somewhere between 5 and 8. I don't give grades higher than that very often, and the ones that do get a grade higher than that are usually because they had bonus points somewhere. So, like, their raw score was still somewhere between 5 and 8. And this is even including characters from games, from professional, like, series and professional illustrators and things like that. The scale is a little bit harsher. And it is harsher than it was a year ago, too. The new one is harder. EG's here scoring people like a teacher, while the audience members are taking it like an IGN score. Maybe that might be a way of putting it. We're like, this is not maybe reflective of the American education system's grading methods, because, man, if you get less than an A in things, that's not taken very well in the US. But I know globally, greater variety of scores is more accepted. Hi, Scorched Earth. I will meow back at you. Meow. Snob was freaking out. Oh no! I don't want Snob to be freaking out! Snob had a very cute basis! There are definitely things that could be done to be, like, improved to push it further, but, like, nothing to freak out about by any means at all! No! Snob! It's gonna be okay! Don't worry! Yeah, 70% is solid. Don't trust IGN. They said 7.8 out of 10 because there's too much water for the Hoenn games? What? IGN does some weird grading. I don't know if I trust certain platforms in the way that they grade games, because didn't IGN have somebody who couldn't beat Elden Ring and therefore gave it a bad grade or something? Or was it something else? It was another FromSoft game or something where they rated it worse than it deserved because they couldn't beat it. Man, skill issue. Skill issue. Just because you can't beat it. Oh, was it Cuphead? It may have been Cuphead, yeah. That's insane. Come on, I feel like a prerequisite to being able to critique a game for its gameplay is having the skill or diligence to beat it, or to recognize that it just isn't for you. It's just not for you. 6 out of 10 for a mouse game because there's too much cheese? What? Oh wait, yeah, because didn't they give Mouse PI for Hire a bad grade because they just didn't understand noir? They kept making all these like noir references, but like a third of the noir elements just went right over their head. Oh, Jovi was real frustrated about it. We ranted about it for a little bit because there's like all these elements that they were complaining about being a part of the game, and we were like, I can tell that this person's understanding of noir is like only like the very surface understanding of it. Ah! It's such a nice homage to the genre. I think it's doing a great job. Wild. Talk about a cheesy review. I know. I get very frustrated when people talk about things they don't know about. Don't be the guy who's reviewing a game that's noir and is a love letter to noir if you don't know anything about noir as a concept. Do not be. Oh my god. Oh, anyways. Anyways, next. Who did I say was next? I think Sexism, right? Let me grab Sexisms. Bam. Sexism! IGN gives amazing reviews to mech games and bad reviews to amazing games, so we don't listen. Fair. We can agree to disagree with them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bad score to an Eldritch Horror concept because I didn't get any answers? Be so for real with me right now. What? It's Eldritch Horror. The point is the mystery. What do you mean? Huh? Anyways, we have to focus. Oh, bye, Selma. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good one. Enjoy your game night. Yeah, we do have another fellow with gold eyes and gold horns. What a combo. This is Sexism, or Sexism's design. I don't think this is Sexism's persona. This is Indigo, Sexism's character, who is a jackalope artist that paints the sky. Added ideas from the last time to this 2.0. Her legs are a bit tube-y, but that's for making rigging easier. She'll have more animalistic legs at the end. Ah, okay. Got the motivation to actually do the live 2D model due to the charity. So thank you for that. Wahoo! She's still work in progress, did this in 2 sessions. Whoa. So the Starry Night aspect will be redrawn and will have more precise shading. The main thing I need help with is how to cut the aurora around her horns for live 2D rigging. So if anyone has tips, that would be amazing. See, I am not the person to ask for that one. I don't actually know. Apparently in live 2D though, with rigging, you can get away with something being one layer as long as you're very strategic about where you place vertexes so that it deforms nicely. But I would imagine that the best way to make this work probably for like the mist and elements that are similar is to have a mask and then change the shape of the mask instead of changing the shape of the art that's under it, because then that might feel a little bit more like, you know, nebulous clouds, right? Perhaps. Transparent base shape layer and the aurora as a large clipping layer. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I think that would make sense. Depends on how you want to animate it. That's true too. That is also true, because as crazy as it may sound, you could also frame animate it. I've seen that in live 2D models, but you could also do things with like the warp deformers to make things animated. Kind of slight wave and slow physics. So that might actually be okay to do with like a warp deformer where you just sort of slide the warp deformer across it, where it sort of like makes it go a little bit. Give it 0 gravity. Ah, interesting. Live 2D is scary, I'll stick to 3D. Me too, but special effects in Blender is kind of evil for trying to have on a VTuber model. This is something I would not have a concrete plan on for 3D. Rigging in 3D is scarier. Corrective bones give me nightmares. Really? I like corrective bones. I have all kinds of weird corrective blend shapes and bones in my model. My mouth and eyes have a lot of them. This model, not so much, but my base model has a lot of them. On the tongue, too. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just very well versed in VR chat models and 3D modeling. That's fair. Everyone has their comfort zone. But if anyone who does 3D model, or not 3D modeling, live 2D rigging has any particular suggestions for Sexism for this, you're welcome to chip in. I will admit fully that that is not my area of expertise. I own live 2D program. I have a license to it. I haven't done very much with it, so I can't say that I have a very in-depth knowledge or understanding, but I think you may be able to get away with a textured sort of like base layer for it that then you clip the illustration to, and then you animate the base layer that the thing is clipped to instead of animating the top layer, or maybe you animate both, perhaps. Everyone fears at least one dimension. Yeah, you can only master certain dimensions. It's hard to master all of them unless you're the art gun who for some reason was leading industry 3D modeler and then also now leading
Concrete
industry 2D
mentioned,
modeler.
snack time. Love
Hi,
me
Gary.
some Creed of the Conk. You guys should try some.
I don't want to. Thank you, though, sir. I will let you keep that to yourself, Gary. More for you, maybe. The Avatar, Master of all dimensions. Loki, maybe do I qualify? I can do a live 2D rig. Not a great one, but I can do it. I can 3D model. I can make a PNG tuber. What's the fourth element of VTubing? You've got PNG, you've got live 2D, and you have 3D. Is there a fourth? Gary's kind of loud. Really? I haven't touched his volume. That's weird. Wonder why. Interesting. 3D Facecam EG. Facecam EG is its own horror. I don't know if that counts. Artgun is crazy skilled. I know, Artgun is crazy. Artgun was one of my inspirations when I first was doing like VTuber 3D modeling. They're so cool. I'm eating my snack, don't worry. Perhaps like physical streaming? No, that means I'll never be a master of all four elements. You're never seeing my face unless you meet me in person. Although I guess hand cam streams maybe count. Perhaps. Maybe. So, anyways. Senazon. So, if we look through the design, I do still think that the jackalope angle is maybe a little bit obscured, which I may have said before. The horn style is very interesting. It feels very celestial with the way that it's like wrapping around the head, which I believe we've said before. But I do think that the ears are kind of more hidden than would benefit them. I feel like posing the ears so they're like a little bit more off the edge of the body might be helpful. The animalistic mouth and nose are good though for providing that hint, but I just feel like we need like this much ear. And the ear doesn't have to be this much larger. I mean, you could make it big if you want to. But like, if you just push the ear out a little bit further, we get a bigger negative space in here. And they'll be able to see the ear move a little bit more too. Because I'd imagine that as the ears move with the rigging, they're going to end up behind the body more often than not, even though they may flare out a little bit too. It may just benefit you to have them out a little bit more to start with than in, you know? 4D model, a 3D model that controls a 2D model. Whoa, voice acting. Hand cam. I'll do a hand cam again someday. I haven't done one since I made snowflakes, have I? It's been a while. But yeah, flare the ears out a little bit more. It'll help both silhouette and the readability, perhaps. I do think that your paws may also need to be a little bit bigger. I know you said the legs are cylindrical because of the way they're going to be rigged, but I feel like the paws themselves could be bigger. They seem a little teeny tiny spindly for... Whoa. For how wide your dress is proportionally. Let me grab my tool here. Even if we just give a little more mass on the bottom, and maybe this is what they will look like once you have them in live 2D, and maybe they've just been drawn this way because it makes it easier to separate them for rigging. But I just feel like the paws could use to be a hair bigger. I'm the worst. A hair, like H-A-R-E. Please tell me you understood my joke. No one laughed, so I just need confirmation that you got it. Please confirm. No, don't boo me. Come on, Shroomates. It was funny. You have to admit. You have to. That's a good use of that emote, Amber. I laughed, thanks. When you say it with words, I don't know if I believe you, but yeah, I believe Sanizum and Bugs who are hee-hee-heeing and Striker sending you laughing. Validate me. Thank you. Okay, or you can throw hands at me also if you hate me. That's fine too. But slightly bigger feet make you feel a little bit more grounded. Felt a little ungrounded before. Felt a little floaty. So I think that would help a little bit. I do think that a more precise illustration for the... not Northern Lights. For the Starry Night in the clothing will help a little bit also, but I know that you said that you have that in store. This is just a suggestion so we know it's happening. You've got leggings that are sort of galaxy-esque with stars shining in them. You have the top layer of the clothing, which is sort of shaped, or not shaped, patterned to look like an artist's palette, which is cute, similar to the way that you have little mini palettes as a collar around the neck. And then you have paint tubes as sleeves, which is really cool. That's such a fun idea for sleeves. And then the gloves almost feel like, or not gloves, but like the hands themselves almost feel like splatters of paint coming out the end. Mwah, chef's kiss. It's fun. You did add some asymmetry, I believe, since the last time we saw this. And I think the auroras were a suggestion from last time too, maybe. If I remember correctly, maybe also. So if I'm looking through and trying to decide what other things I might critique for you to change before you lock this in, I think that the way this is connecting needs to be handled a little bit more realistically to like what an overall would be, because it just feels a little unnatural right now. If you were to have something that's like, oh, here's the like waistline block of it. Whoa, what color is that? Hang on. Like the part of it that goes around the waist, like this. And then we could see like a seam line that's like overalls. This is way too thick of a brush, but hang on. Like that. Oh man, you can tell I'm having a bad hand stability day. Like that, and maybe there's another one here or something, and you can see that there's like, oh, here's the place where it connects and is sewn in. This might make a little more sense of it, perhaps. Especially if you had like a buckle or some way to adjust, or if it's hooking down into something like an actual overall works. Try to have the skirt almost look like a beret, but that might work. Oh, like a beret. I hadn't thought of that. I feel like it looks more like an umbrella than it does like a beret right now. Unfortunately, because of the like fact that it's off center and this element underneath almost feels like when you get those like lacy umbrellas. I don't know if that's coming across all that clearly. But honestly, I don't think this is taking away from it being that shape. This just makes more sense of the way it's attached, perhaps. Nothing screams painter to me. I just thought those were huge gloves until you pointed it out. Really? I realized it pretty quickly because I've used these types of like oil paint tubes before. But I wonder if you need to handle the labels on them a little bit more like a label too to make it clearer. Like if you had them square and sort of following the way it's crinkled. And then if you had something on it that feels like, oh, there's something like describing it in its details. I really got it when she said hair instead of hair, because the character's a jackalope. Who? What? Huh? Palettes look kind of like rabbit paws, so double theme. That's also kind of interesting too. They do look like rabbit paws, but yeah, these may need to be square, so they look more like a label, perhaps. And maybe if they have like a gradient on them or something, they'll feel like they're meant to be labeling. Rabbits are hares and not hair, H-A-I-R, true. We're like debating puns now. Those are the oil paint tubes? Wow, I'm asleep. It's 2 in my defense. You're good, don't worry. But maybe if people weren't picking that up, these would be better to be squared off, so that way they read as being the labels. Although maybe they don't have to be quite so huge. I made them really big, which is kind of screwing up the color design a little bit. Like that might be a little bit more appropriate. Berets normally have a little dip before the button at the top. Maybe that will help it look like, not look like an umbrella. Oh, do you mean like a berets when they have like, when they're like this with the button and then they have like their like area that's like that? This looks like a crown I drew though. Is that what you mean? Maybe. I think it's funny that you went for a skirt shaped like a beret instead of a beret. But you may have had a lot going on in your head if you added a beret to the character's design. Perhaps. Need caffeine before Squiiji late night streams. Yeah. A little silly now, I'm thinking Heinz ketchup bottle stuff. No! I don't think they look like Heinz ketchup bottles. I think we're straying. But I do wonder if there may be more ways we can incorporate the paint angle. Because like I feel like the bottom edge of the skirt is trying to reference clouds, but I can't help but wonder if maybe we gloopified it a little bit, if that would help us to be thinking of paint drips and splotches, perhaps. And then maybe it also feels like rain coming out of a cloud, too. Like, that might help, maybe. Didn't want my artist to wear an actual beret, which is so true and real and understandable of you, because I feel the same way. People constantly draw artists wearing berets, and I don't think I've seen an artist wear a beret in the last, like, 10 years. And I teach art school. Floating glob. Yeah, you could have floating blobs. I wonder if the Aurora could be more blob-like. more paint drip-like, maybe. If that might help too. Or like you could restyle some of these things to be a little bit more drippy, maybe? I don't know. Would it be weird if the antlers, instead of being antlers that point up, were antlers that pointed down and had like drips to them? So like they were like this almost, and then like, oh, here's one dripping off here, and then here's one coming off there or something. Would that be weird? I wonder if that may help us think in the right direction though. Although I like how sharp that is. Having a combination of sharp and round edges in the design is beneficial. I don't know. Although if they're pointing down, I guess we wouldn't see this part behind the head. Unless they were coming around the front instead of around the back. Things to think about. This model can be very animated in Live 2D, the aurora, the skirt waves, even the leggings or leg patterns. That is true. There's a lot of opportunities for fun movement in this design too. Maybe a painter's hat with a protector apron. The painter's hat was what we were trying to avoid. Artists tend to feel a little bit funny about people thinking about us wearing those. But something that feels a little bit more like an apron might be interesting. Oh, do they? Yeah, that's what we were talking about. The artist hat is a beret, which is what the skirt is referencing. And a lot of artists think it's funny that we're sort of depicted that way. Unless you're thinking of a different painter's hat. What is a painter's hat? Is that something else? Let me Google painter's hat and see what comes up. Oh, it's a beret. It's a beret. Yep. Yeah. Whoops. Nope. Hi, Nixdorf. Yeah. It is funny because I can see what you mean about having originally shaped this like a beret. I just don't know if it was working. There's a part of me that also almost wants to see like another one of these that's like down here. Hello, not the right color. That's like down here and underneath. Ooh, it's the same color almost. None of contrast. Where it feels like you're wearing one sleeve but not the other, sort of like intentionally. Because as far as believability goes with clothing construction, a skirt that is constructed to only attach over one shoulder does seem a little bit atypical to me, maybe. The beret's the cutest hat, so I'll allow it. Fair. Could try a twill painter's cap. What is a twill painter's cap? Oh, that's like a... I feel like that would be totally mismatched. A twill paper's hat or painter's hat seems to be like almost like a ball cap that's like a cylinder around the top of the head. That would feel, I feel like tonally a little strange. Maybe. Thy fish 12. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. More paint tubes if she wants me messy. Perhaps. Let me just draw the lines on this so we can see that I put something here. Because I do think we would benefit from having like the ability to see that this is like kind of like flopped over or something. It would make sense with construction. Paints the sky. There's something about this design that also makes me want to give this character a really incredibly massive paintbrush. Like, I'm talking a paintbrush that's like as tall as they are. Because if you're painting the sky, that's a huge canvas that you would need a lot of paint to cover, and it'd take a really long time if you didn't have something giant. But like if you had like almost like a painter's or a paintbrush that's like a staff. She had one before, did she? Maybe that's why I'm feeling like I want it. I should open the previous version. Let me see if I can find her. If I search in my done folder. I believe Santism Rabbit is the one I have it saved as. Is that what it is? Yeah! Yeah! Bring this back! Yes! Yes. That will be fun. It's funny seeing how much this has changed since we last looked at it, because you did incorporate just about everything we'd suggested to you, which I'm proud of you for. But yeah, paintbrush staff would be great. Even if it's not resting on the back, you could have it as like, if you had like an asymmetrical toggle where you hold it in one hand, or yeah, I guess across the back. Or have you seen the models that are chibis and they stand and they hold a giant pen to draw with? I feel like this would be very cute as one of those chibi models that has the giant brush, so when you, the person, who's piloting it, draws. It's going like wee, 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 and drawing like with the whole body with the giant brush. You know what I mean? Have you seen those before? I think we rated someone who had one before that was 3D. I think Mother Lyra had one. But I feel like that would be very cute. But yeah, the paintbrush would help as well, I think, for the read of the character. In some way, I almost wish you were not a jackalope, but a chimera, so you could have a tail that had a paintbrush on the end, too. Almost like Schmeargle-esque. But I don't want to add too many other elements to you. But hang on, what have I not critiqued? So, what have I talked about so far? I think we've mostly talked concept, which is that it seems like we could clarify the painter angle maybe a little bit more for some fellas. So I'll put you right there, maybe. For silhouette, I think the silhouette was always pretty distinct. You got a 9.5 out of 10. Here's a question. Was this on the old rubric? Or was this on the new rubric? I can't remember. I can't recall. New. Oh, okay. Wow. 9.5 out of 10 on new rubric. That's pretty crazy. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. What is happening? Give me black. There we go. Silhouette test. Whoops. I need to turn off all my funny layers. I'd say that's probably a pretty identifiable silhouette. I can't think of anyone else who has something like a halo around the back of their head with aurora-like clouds cascading off of it, with also a belt that is doing the same thing, giant wide sleeves that are the widest where they're the highest, but they don't attach to the shoulders, big giant leg circlet that has negative space elements in it. I can't think of anyone else with a silhouette quite like this, and it is a pretty decently asymmetrical silhouette, just from some natural elements you added. You've got an earring, the cascading auroral like mist is asymmetrical, the sleeves aren't at the same height. Good variety. But look at this, I maybe think a demon. It is a little intimidating when we can't see the nice, friendlier colors, which is kind of funny. But I have no issues with your silhouette as is. You can maybe push your feet to be a little bit more, like, wide, but I think that's kind of nitpicky. As far as level of detail goes, I think my critiques were just like little tweaks to things. Just making the skirt believable as a skirt with hardware, making the paint tubes a little bit more referential to a paint tube with the shape of the label on them, pushing the ear out the side a little bit, but I don't think those details are very make or break. For focal point, I do think the head is decently focal, but something in this illustration now that wasn't happening in the previous version is that the green is almost outcompeting the gold a little bit. It is framing the head somewhat, but the eyes, I don't know if have anything that makes them really stand out compared to the rest of the design. And the previous one, the gold was really only showing up around the head, so that did make the head more focal. Now the gold is also down here, so that's not making the head as unique, and the gold is thicker down here too. I almost feel like this would benefit from going back to the color it was before. Which I know for consistency almost doesn't make sense because metal is rendered that way, and I don't want you to make this smaller. Maybe it just needs to be darker because it's lower on the design. Let me go like this. Normal, multiply, bam, and draw something. Why are you throwing hands at me? Hey! And I'm just gonna darken it a little bit because it's on the lower part. Let's see. There we go. That's less distracting. Now the head's a little bit more focal. I feel like the aurora on the lower body should also maybe be pushed back just a little bit too. I'll airbrush this so that it's not as intense, or I'll blend it out some. But I think it's just a little bit too bright the way it is right now, where it becomes a little distracting away from the head, so it doesn't have to be quite as bright down there. And I think that makes the head focal again for me, but the head wasn't quite focal because it was being a little bit outcompeted. Thank you for spinning me. I don't know why spinning me makes me huge. Why does it make me tall? I can't be this tall. It's not allowed. E.g., have you been using your lasso today? I have. I've been using it. Don't worry. I've been good. I've been a good shroom. Don't yell at me. I've done the right things today. Please. Oh, and then color palette. For the color palette, I do think the green adds a nice bit of flavor that the previous version had needed some of before we had added much of it. So I'm very pleased with its inclusion. For clarity's sake, I do think that you will need more shadows, but you'd said that you don't have them. You've got an analogous blue, green, yellow palette, and I think it works totally fine. It is interesting, it is engaging, and I think the hierarchy is totally fine. There we go. I know spinning breaks somewhat in T-pose, or that's supposed to happen when only head spins, but that might have been a one-off. The reason why spinning breaks the T-pose is because it's overlapping animations, but there's no overlapping animation when I'm just existing, so I don't know why it would make me tall otherwise. It's strange. But 2, 4, 5, 6, 8.5 out of 10? You lost a point, which I feel a little bit bad for in some ways, but it's because I can find ways to push this to be even better. And because we did have you add so much to it before that it just needs a little rebalancing, you know? But 8.5 out of 10 is still a very respectable grade. Here's a question also. I wonder if you had bonus points last time too, maybe. I may have given you bonus points last time. I can't remember. Was this fella on a thumbnail? No? Really? Looks like a fella I might have put on a thumbnail, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe I adhered to the Shroomate rule of skip the lines, don't go on the thumbnail, and don't usually get the bonus point for that. Peculiar. Intriguing. But 8.5 out of 10, way above average still. I'm being a little picky about a couple things, but I think you're very nearly there. I think with a little bit more iterating of mostly just value work here, I think you're golden. Good work, Sanizum! Round of applause for Sanizum, please! I see you guys starting already. I see Sanizum applauding for themselves. That's fair, you're allowed to applaud for yourself. Thank you, Sanizum, for donating. It's very kind of you. And thank you for submitting your design to be critiqued. Wahoo! I will save this, and I will move us to our next fella. Gotta start the clap train somehow. Yeah, I guess so. That's true. That's true. There we go. Okay. Next. We have Aisu. I think we were gonna do next, right? I see that you're here, so that means you're here and I can critique the design right now, which is a good sign. Here we go. Aisu, I like super cropped your thing in just because I don't need as many sides of you. A little easier to see all of it if we just narrow down to these fellas. I hope that is okay. Whoops, I have unfull screened. What happened? There we go. Came back almost at 2,500. Yeah, we're getting there. We are definitely getting there. We are almost halfway between 2,000 and 2,500, which is insane. I clapped on instinct. Oh. I appreciate the self-love you're providing yourself, though, Sanizum. That's always very respectable. But next, we have Aisu Asai, who uses any pronouns and can be found at Aisu Asai. I didn't actually realize, Aisu, that you'd changed your concept. I had always just thought that the little guy was hiding somewhere still, but Aisu used to be a little food that was sort of like on a human, as they say, like parasitically, being the one who's in control of stream, but now Aisu is just this fella. I've changed my lore. No longer little food, but the human. This one's supposed to be soda/arcade themed, but me and the designer were having trouble finding out how to really get that concept across. I also really like the accessorized look, but I feel like the accessories seem a bit vague currently. We're also currently working on a graphic for the t-shirt, and the Ida bag is a couple different inserts with badges of some of my favorite characters. We also did have some alternate colorations as well. If you want, I can send a picture of both of these. Another thing that might help is I'm kind of partially a raccoon VTuber as well, really. The whole concept is like fast food raccoon guy who works a ton of jobs to pay for his expensive hobbies. Oh yeah, probably important to mention, is male, but I just really wanted a super feminine design that is also mature looking. Any and all ideas, large and small, would be appreciated. Ah, I see. Well, technically he is in the pocket of the overalls. Wait, really? Still? Oh, so the soda is still there. Okay, I see. I hadn't realized that the concept had changed in any capacity. Aisu mentioned. Yep, Aisu will continue to be mentioned. Interesting. You saying that the design is soda and arcade themed? I don't know if I would have gotten either of those things, particularly looking at the design. I do see like the soda that's in the pocket as a big plushie, But I don't know if I would have realized that that is supposed to be one of like the guiding sort of like 2 words for the design. Soda and arcade. Interesting. Because like, as funny as it is, I do see the shorts, yeah, as Ember's saying, I do see the shorts almost being a reference to like Arizona tea, but that's not really a soda particularly. I'm trying to think of what I would suggest for soda, because I feel like there's some element to like bubbliness with soda and like circles in design. And I wonder if there's a way that we can combine like bubbles with like arcade floor patterns to make something for the texture work. That's the issue. The one big idea I had since submitting was adding some game peripherals, mainly a Nintendo Power Glove gauntlet. Yes! Yes! I had Bolts add that, or add something similar to that to their design. I think they look so cool. Do it. Similar to Silver Wolf? Yes, yes, do it. I think so. I think you should. Dark eyeliner to help with focal point and give raccoon maybe. Yes, these are good ideas also, because I don't know if I would have guessed there's a raccoon related element going on either. Even if you aren't meant to be a raccoon. I feel like you would benefit from like the cute thing that some VTubers do where they're like, oh, I don't have the ears on my head, but my hat has ears. What do raccoon ears look like? I gotta make my aphantasia go away. If I'm gonna try and draw a raccoon ear, I almost just gave you like an ear that looked like a mouse. What is a raccoon? No, I don't want a raccoon hat. Excuse me. No. I want a raccoon, the guy. Oh, they do have kind of rounded ears. But, like, I feel like you could go for, like, some sort of, like, kind of rounded ear on here. And that might be cute both for silhouette and for getting across that there is supposed to be, like, a subtle animal element happening also, maybe, perhaps. Oh, Binks, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Mostly just have an ear and tail toggle in my current model, so plan to do it here, too. Oh, okay, so you do have a toggle for it. But it would be cute if your hat also had the toggle for it, perhaps. This color is too similar to the background color, so I have to go like this so we can see it. There we go. A little better. Add a raccoon tail keychain somewhere. That's actually exactly what I was going to suggest next. You already have all of these keychains. Why not have a raccoon tail keychain? It'd be so 2010s emo of you. And I feel like that would jive somewhat well with what we think of as like the arcade aesthetic sometimes. Because that's also like kind of a nostalgic thing for us. Arcades, I guess, are still popular these days, but we think about them being sort of peak in people's enjoyment of them, maybe between like 70s, 80s, 90s, and now. Perhaps, maybe? Crazy straw hair accessory, that might be kind of fun and cute. I'm wondering, I feel like I almost just want you to redesign certain parts of the outfit, because I love a good pair of overalls, I say. It'd be hypocritical of me to say otherwise. But I'm trying to think if there may be some other thing we could do to clarify the soda angle and to give us a better canvas to apply like an arcade style pattern to. Arcade gun with the wires, that might be interesting, but that's a prop as opposed to a part of like the actual outfit itself. Except the gun is a soda bottle. Oh, almost like a water gun kind of thing? Maybe. Flip Studio's flickering. I think it might be my hand. I can close the hand and reopen it if it is doing that. Also, I will stretch, thank you. Having one on the back would be cool. Oh, a gun on the back? That might be kind of fun, yeah. That might be a good place to put an accessory. I'm trying to think. So, the way some of these elements have been drawn also does make this a little bit overwhelming to look at for me too, which is why I'm having a little bit of trouble with suggestion. I feel like there is a lot of detail happening here that is making your shorts very much focal to me, even though your hair is sort of unique for having the pink and brown in it. But there's just so much more contrast here, where like your eye whites aren't really standing out that much, so your eyes aren't very dark. So I end up looking here first because we've got a lot of pattern and there's a lot of really small details. I'm just gonna cover some things for now because that may allow me to look at it a little bit more easily to sort of identify some modifications to it. I'm just gonna cover these for now. Just to see if that helps some. They have raccoon keychains on their bag, but I think there could be a different way to incorporate it so it's not purely hanging keychains on a bag. That's true. Oh, and you're more like the tanuki type of raccoon too, with being gold also. Wait, actually, hang on. I want to do something. Layer, new correction layer, hue, saturation, luminosity. I'm gonna steal your saturation. Aha. Haha. That may be also why I'm having a little bit of trouble. There's a lot of really similar values right against each other, which is causing me to have a hard time identifying edges of things, and that might also be why I'm ending up landing here for a long while. Could I have raccoon tail hair dye? That may be fun, but I don't know how particularly, like, emo 2010s Aisu wants to be. We could make you emo 2010s arcade soda, and that might be fun. That may be a good combo for raccoon, but that is dependent on what you like. Here, I am gonna close my hand. I did just see it flicker. Let me close it and reopen it. Shroommates, hands! Hands, Shroommates! Let's see. Did this solve it? What? Flicker, go away. No more flickering, please. Eh. Okay, Aisu said eh. No thanks. That's fine. I'm not too emo myself. That's fine. That's why I'm asking. As much as that might be a cool angle to take, that's definitely not everybody's cup of tea. So I think one of the things that we might need to solve here in order to be able to solve some of the other elements also is the color hierarchy, especially as it relates to value. You've got a lot of elements that are very similar in value. The shorts are similar to your skin tone, which are similar to the sleeves, which are similar to, I think you're wearing socks? No, you're not wearing socks, but they're still very similar to your leg warmers also, which is causing things to be a little bit hard to separate in the body. That combined with the higher level of detail and also all of the colors happening so much in this area does make the head not all that focal, unfortunately. When rigging, maybe have carbonation bubbles on the inside of the hair. Oh, that might be cute. I was trying to think of how we could do that, or have something that's similar to that. But I think that there are some elements here that are overwhelming and that are adding color in places where I don't know if we need it. Where, you know, keeping your overalls just green may be a better move for clarity, because I also thought that side of the overall was part of your shirt before I looked at it very closely, because of the way that it folded over. So like that may be a little bit clearer if we keep it so that we can tell that it's just green all the way. Remember seeing a soda shark VTuber a while ago? The glass tail filled with soda? That's cool! Thinking of having something soda filled, but not sure what. Yeah, I do think that the soda bubbles and hair idea might be kind of nice. Because you do have like all this space back here behind your head in the pink, where it could just be sort of consistently like bubbling a bit. That might be fun. Now just mention the brown foreground color and red background color of the hair makes me think of cherry Coke. Oh, here's a thought also. Why don't you pick a soda? What kind of soda are you? You can't, being every single soda, I don't know if will work all that clearly. What if you pick a soda, or create a soda for yourself essentially? Dr. Pepper. But Dr. Pepper, despite having all the flavors, has sort of consistently a palette for it. Dr. Pepper is mostly red and silver, right? With like a slightly purpley undertone, perhaps? It may be nice if we were to keep you mostly within like one consistent color palette then. Because I think from having blue and green and pink and yellow and orange and purple and every single color here, that may be just a little too much. Can make a soda brand, did that for my current design. Yeah, hell yeah. Starry or Fanta. Do you like the pink mostly if we were to stick with one color? Yeah, I would say that the head design seems totally fine to me. The hair design seems fine. I would suggest an ahoge, or at least some hair that's coming out the side of your head, because you do have what we call in the industry bullet head when you're not wearing your hat. Especially if the hat's toggle. This like perfect smooth shape connecting your head all the way over to your shoulders will make you look like a bullet or like some kind of missile in silhouette. So even if you just have like one or two hairs that are breaking away like this, that will add a lot of naturalism. Even if you have like one that's like whip on the top of your head, or if you have just like a little ahoge or something, that would be probably swell to make sure that we're breaking up the shape of your head, perhaps. What kind of ahoge would I give you? Part of me is like, I kind of want to give you like a curly straw ahoge, but I feel like that'd be a little bit weird and silly for how you look right now. We may just want like a typical ahoge. And I might put it off the top of your head, even though that's not where your part is. Dr. Pepper? No, proctologist paprika? What are you talking about? Dr. Pepper has a mostly red with an off-white logo. Floating hair strand with the soda bubbles. That might be interesting. I don't know how otherworldly and like inhuman Aisu wants to feel, but that could be interesting maybe. I've made this a little too thick perhaps, but like even in a hoge like that would be cute and would add something to the top of your head. So that was some more variety. Black, white, pink, and green. Dr. Pepper Cherry Crush. That's the other thing that might be missing here. You've got all these foods, which are references to your past selves, but a lot of sodas are inherently fruit-themed. So I wonder if you need to pick a fruit that therefore influences it. I know Dr. Pepper is technically, what, 16 fruits? But pick like a fruit or two maybe. Because then if those fruits become a part of like the repeating shapes that are in it, it's a part of the logo, then that might also help us to think more of food with the clothing also. Because your other designs, I didn't have a hard time getting to the idea of food with, because you looked like sort of like a diner worker before. I think you also looked like a fast food worker in some previous version. You've got a lot of models, haven't you? Thank you for changing all the keychain / stickers we have on there right now. Yeah, they are a little generic as they are right now. They're just band-aids and hearts and stars, which are sort of like almost placeholdery a little bit. Acai soda? I'm a little addicted to commissioning things. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You're keeping the economy going. But yeah, acai soda, like acai the berry itself might work. Because that would also play into your name. Although acai berries, I don't know how recognizable they are. But the purple with some of like the reds might be kind of nice for colors too, perhaps. Maybe the bag could be kind of like one of those silly plushy backpacks if Aisu's open to it, where it's just the animal. Oh, you could do something like that too, which might be kind of cute. And that might relate to arcade also, especially if it looked like something you could win in like a crane game. We do tend to think of plushies in association with arcades. I'm trying to think of other ways we could reference arcades with like things that look like arcade cabinet buttons or like joysticks and things like that. Acai can be magenta, plum purple, or brighter magenta if red dragon fruit is in it. Ooh. As a Brazilian, acai soda sounds criminal. I'm sorry to hear that. The claw game claw. Use some tickets somewhere in the design or coins, perhaps. Wash bag to hold the plushies can be like a BMO type bag. I don't know what you mean by that, March Rabbit. Joystick a hoge that hides under the hat. Oh, that might be funny, but it may feel like too much like a robot. It may feel like you're actually a robot if we did that, because that makes me think of like Lero having like the antenna. But honestly, that would be kind of like a funny thing to do. For the head. Claw game claw and a keychain's good idea, methinks. Methinks also similarly. Hang on, we've got a lot of stuff going on here and I'm not making a lot of edits, but I do think that this might be one of those cases where I almost want to kind of send the outfit back to the drawing board, because I don't think this is doing very much for the concept the way it is right now, and I feel like there are articles of clothing that could be picked that would work better for this context, especially since this is someone who works at an arcade, right? Or at least your previous versions worked somewhere. Claw game keychain. Maybe we just write down some notes. Yeah, working at an arcade. Okay. When I think of people working at an arcade, for as much as they can wear like sort of just like civilian clothing, there are like certain things that may come to mind. The other question is, how retro do you want to feel? Do you want to feel very retro? The colors feel kind of retro. Arcades themselves feel kind of retro. And if we're leaning into those retro looks, there definitely was like a retro outfit that was like a uniform for people who worked in arcades. Whereas often like stuff that was kind of akin to like bowler shirts and like checker patterned like suspenders and stuff like that. If I go with power glove idea, then pretty retro. Some cool shades would be fun. Yeah, didn't they wear vests? Sometimes they did wear vests, yes. Like, I don't want you to wear something like this. Oh, this is McDonald's too. This isn't an arcade. Hang on. But like, Oh no, wait, some of these are kind of funny, but yeah, like vests with like a collared shirt underneath and like suspenders that are like checkered, I feel like is something I've seen before. And I wonder if you could have like a skirt that is like arcade floor patterned with some kind of like bubbling texture coming up through the suspenders. Because I want to keep some of the shapes of your outfit. I do think that the shape of overalls can be nice and interesting, but there may just be a way to apply it to like that kind of outfit a little bit differently. Let me just like start hacking things away. Vest, collared shirt, unnecessary overalls for fun. Yes. USA's Macy? What? Mackie D has arcades? No, they don't. For some reason, when I Googled arcade uniforms, a bunch of McDonald's uniforms came up, and I don't know why, which is a little strange. Vest can look like the wrapper in the soda bottle being slightly transparent. Ooh, that could be interesting. Playing with transparency might be fun. Could also reference like bottle having opacity with colored plastics. Like your wristbands you're wearing could almost look like they're like colored semi-transparent discs that are cut out of a soda bottle maybe, if you could like partially see the arm through it. Like if I go like that. So they don't feel as opaque. That also feels very retro. Those like gummy style, subtly transparent wristbands. Bottle cap hat. A bottle cap hat may be just a little bit too goofy, but I see what you're thinking of here. I see you. That is fun and creative, though. You hunger for McDonald's. I don't, personally. I can't eat anything they serve there other than maybe a French fry. It's all got meat. Bottle cap clip. Bottle cap beret. Oh, I wonder if you could just, like, add, like, a little, like, zigzag trim on this here, and it would feel like a bottle cap. You know what I mean? Because bottle caps, don't they have like the little like like teeth on them a little bit? And then this thing is almost like the, what do you call it? Not a collet, but like, you know how when you open a bottle, it has like the bottom ring that keeps it sealed and then you twist it off and it like separates from it? Do you know what I mean? I feel like there may be a way to make it feel like that's what's going on with the hat. Too. Little grooves and teeth from the bottom. Yeah. Hard plastic bracelets with the jelly stuff and or sparkly liquid inside. Oh, if we're going retro, you could go for those like style of older shoes that used to have platforms on them and would have like that sort of like jelly-y, soda-y, colored liquid floating around in them too. We've got a lot of ideating here. Yeah, soda and shoes might be fun. Yeah. I feel like we're doing like more of like a think tank on this design than making particular edits. But I think that's because, like, I think there's just some level of ground-up redesign to be done here in some ways. But, like, there's a lot of potential ideas. I should, like, write some of these things down also for you. So, like, we can reference them back once I save it. So, like, claw machine. Machine. Actually, what is wrong with me? If I write, it's gonna take forever. I'm gonna hide your notes, and I'm gonna type it. Because typing will be faster. Wahoo, smart EG. There we go. Claw. Machine. Keychain. Bubbles in hair. Vest. Collared shirt. Skirt style. Or it doesn't be skirt style, but it could just be like overall still over top. With arcade, flooring, pattern, shoes. Shoes with liquid in them. Sorry, I really stuck on the gauntlet. You're good. If I go with the power glove, I could have wires coming off of it filled with soda, something like that. Yeah, that would be fun if we could see like the liquid inside of it. I think so. I do think that the power glove would be sort of like a fun retro reference also for it. I do think having a joystick somewhere in the design, whether it's like a pin or somewhere in the design for the shirt would be fun. Also having, like arcade buttons somewhere maybe might be interesting, but I guess the gauntlet might account for that. Perhaps leading into a soda fountain backpack. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. raccoon glass filled with sodas. Oh my gosh, wait, do you guys remember when there was that like really crazy Starbucks thing going on where they released these limited edition bottles that were shaped like bears, I think? And people were like going crazy and rioting and showing up at stores at weird hours, and employees were like squirreling them away essentially. You could make like a clear glass like raccoon shaped beverage holder, which might be kind of cute also. Joystick horns or hair clips, yeah. Joystick clip. Oh wait, you could do that with the buttons too. If you had like a couple like circular buttons in your hair that were like arranged the way they arrange the ones for like an arcade machine, that might be cute too. Arcade button hair clips. Turn my mascot into a marketable bottle. Yeah, exactly. Make it into a marketable little bottle. Yeah. If you have raccoons in your design as well as arcade, you could have cotton candy. One of the videos of raccoons trying to wash cotton candy. That's true. Perhaps. Yeah. Gummy bear. Oh, the gummy bear Starbucks glass bottles. That's what they were. They were gummy bears? That's wild. I just remember people were being really crazy about them because we have a friend who works at Starbucks and we got to hear all about it, essentially. It was crazy. I'm here for the Power Glove idea with soda straws as wires, kind of, maybe, so you can see that there's soda in it. We had some other things too, didn't we? What else did we have here? Oh, pick a fruit or two for the soda's branding, because then you can use the fruit to sort of work throughout the design. Oh, it really lagged on typing there. Whoopsie. What else did we have? Was there anything else? I can start grading some things right now also, just from the way the design is right now. Though. Gun. Yes, that is funny to see as a single word. Soda gun. On back, perhaps. Also, I feel like if you had a keychain that was like the keys that you use to operate the machines, that might be a good idea. Oh, bottle cap array. I feel like the idea of having one of those plastic ones from the machines just sitting in my pocket. Yeah. With a wire coming out the back. Yeah. Soda raccoon cup. Because these things are all stuff that I would have to flesh out a lot if I were to draw them. It's probably gonna be easier for me to just list them as ideas. Yeah, all this talk of soda is making me a little thirsty. Cheers. Beverage. Got your Squiiji cursor, it's so fun. I'm glad you like it. I like it also. I also like it. Let's see. I feel like there was something else too that I'm forgetting right now. But like with the things we had added, you could still leave like your necklace as a part of it. You could leave wearing fishnets underneath a part of it. Coin holder would be cool. I feel like there's something interesting we could do with the tickets also. Where like maybe you could have like the tickets like over your shoulder. Or like maybe your Ida bag is all like stuffed full of tickets also or something maybe? Tickets somewhere. Perhaps. Plushie bag if ISO is open. Maybe plushie style Ida bag. Perhaps. Ticket choker and bracelets. Ah, yeah, that could be good. Ticket choker. There we go. This is a good brainstorm session we're having here. Good work, crewmates. Ammo for the gun could be tickets. That'd be kind of funny. Jelly bracelets. Yeah, transparent, like, plastic bracelets. Thinking of any prize counter themed things to incorporate. Oh yeah, what little things are sort of quintessential prize counter items? I feel like there's like always those like particular kinds of like there's like the particular like friendship bracelets they often have. Yeah, erasers, Tootsie Rolls, Yeah, spiders, rings, vampire, teeth, plastic jumping frogs. Yeah, little sweets maybe. Maybe that'd be a good thing to replace like the random little hearts and stars with. Would be all the funny little things you can get as rewards, where it's like, this one's one of the funny little frogs. This one is one of the Tootsie Rolls. This one is one of the vampire teeth thingamabobs. So then you can still have like what is almost feeling like a Decora level of detail, but then all those little elements sort of like come back into the original point. Fun to have little transparent pockets filled with them. That's true also. I do think transparency, to reference soda bottles, would be great just in general. Whoops, hang on, I misspelled transparency. Don't look. Little rubber circle things you push down on a table and watch them pop up super high. Yeah, what are those called? But yeah, little arcade prizes as leg stickers instead of band-aids. Yeah. Somehow a DDR ref would be good. Oh, that'd be funny. I wonder if you could use like the directional arrows from DDR as like the hair clips or something else instead too. Like thinking broadly about where we could put them, or like maybe they go on like one of the overall type of, whatchamacallit, like the overall sleeve connector thingamabobs, maybe. Konami code. Yeah, it's a little long though. But yeah, I think these are all very clever ideas as to how we can sort of creatively integrate all of those concepts in. There's a lot you can do with this. Soda plus arcade plus raccoon is a unique concept trio that I think we can do a lot with. So we're gonna push you to do a lot with them. But to start with the critique for like actually putting things down on here, because I think we can. For the color palette, the clarity is kind of low, and I don't know if there's a very clear color hierarchy happening either. I guess green is predominant, and then white, maybe? But then sort of the pink and the brown and the yellow, as is, all sort of show up in a similar amount. So I do think you might need to revisit that. Similarly for concept, I'm not really sure we're getting all that much of it super clearly across, which is why we've been discussing it kind of at length. The way that the design is now, outside of the fact that your overalls are being worn sort of asymmetrically, your silhouette is pretty much completely symmetrical because the overalls aren't really adding that much to it. And you did have a little bit of bullet head happening from the fact that you didn't have an ahoge or really any hairs breaking that outer shape. So I do think we could expand upon your silhouette a good bit. You can send over the other color palettes we made if you'd like. I am curious to see them, to see if maybe one of those ones had more clarity to it. But for the one that we have here, that's what I would say. Kind of just reads as J fashion right now. I would agree. It does read more as just like Decora-inspired fashion. I don't know if the silhouette's super clear. I think the level of detail feels a little bit overwhelming, but I think that's mostly just because the details don't have all that much contrast, or they have too much contrast in certain areas. And then for the focal point, the head is trying to be focal for the fact that it has this dark brown, but I think the level of detail in the body is outcompeting it just a little bit too much. So I think this is the grade I would give you for it. Let me see, are you sticking in live suggestions? Oh, yeah, okay, direct, thank you. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait, hang on. Because these ones actually have patterns on the legs too, which the current one doesn't have. Because the leg warmers are just white in this version. Look at these ones, Shrewmates. I feel like this is making me think about soda way more than the other ones were. I think some of these reds are maybe just a little bit too bright. But yeah, I think the red feels more soda aligned, or this, if you're like a lemon lime soda, might work pretty well. So I do think that these are stronger palettes for your concept. If you want to go for like a lemon limey type of soda, this would be great. For this one, if we want to go for more of like your Dr. Pepper, I would suggest shifting some of these a little more purple in undertone where they're darker, but I think this is in the right direction. I do still think that the checkered patterns are reading racing as opposed to reading arcade, but I think this does actually a lot for our understanding of the concept. Either one of these, actually. Seconding lemon lime. Yeah. Want to keep the pink in the hair, other than that, open. Interesting. Doritos soda's a good ref for soda colors. Interesting also. Doritos Darkening one of the blue ones would get us close to Pepsi blue. That's also maybe true. But I feel like we don't tend to associate blue with soda as much as we associate like lemon lime colors or like the cherry reds of like Coke and Dr. Pepper and things like that. Interesting. I think the only trouble here though is that it ends up a little monochromatic. Did also set alternate hair colors. Oh wait, did you? Hang on, let me see. Alternate hair colors? Oh, interesting. I feel like the dark hair is probably still the best move because it adds contrast that you need, where we don't really have a brown elsewhere. If this was blonde, I fear that we would lose your head against other elements a little bit too much. But I think all I would say for this palette is that some of these should just be maybe a little more purple. Like if I shift this down a little bit, maybe a color layer. Whoops, wrong layer, EG. Nice try. Color. Nope, wrong layer still. Hang on, I got this. I'm an expert. I know how to do this. There we go. Make this like a little bit more purpley. And then I feel like we'll be like right in that sort of like Dr. Peppery palette. I'm not doing like the cleanest job ever of doing this, but just so we can kind of get the idea of it a little bit. Honestly, the orange could be shifted a little bit more warm too, but yeah, it is a little bit monochromatic. My mouse is missing. Where's my mouse? There it is. Yeah. Because this one has more variety from the fact that it's green and yellow. This is mostly just red right now. Look better if the darker red had a purple undertone. Yeah, could push the green a bit more, I think, to contrast it too. You do have like a blue in this one that maybe could be more prominent instead of using some of the yellows, because the yellows don't come across all that clearly. Although maybe if they were a little bit more lime, that might work. Like if they were more like this. I think some of them are already. Like that, maybe? Yeah, hang on. Green is doing something positive. I guess a lot of those already were green. Strawberry flavor is pretty. It is kind of strawberry-y. Black hair would be darker, like the other ref. Posts are kind of carpet I'm talking about in live suggestions. Oh, and your sleeves on your shirt aren't colored anymore either. I feel like... Wait, maybe instead of doing this, I would make the sleeves on your shirt green, which I need to do in a multiply layer. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. And then I wonder if, like... Whoops, hang on. The hat needs to be green, so that way your head becomes focal. But then... that might make this a more interesting color palette, having a little bit more. Brown could be slightly darker. Looks like a similar value to the overalls. That's true. I do think that the hair inside right now is exactly the same color as the overalls. So they could use to be maybe a little bit different too. I still think that just value in general needs some work. If I take the saturation out. Whoops. Yeah, there's still a lot of very similar values happening. The hair is the back is the same value as the overalls. The hair front is still kind of similar. Oh, it does have more contrast than the other versions too, which may be the other reason why we're feeling decently drawn to it. This is an older ideation, so the hair color would be the same as the main one we were looking at. Oh wait, is this not the same? Oh wait, you're right. The hair is much darker. So the hair being much darker would definitely help if it was this color instead. Because that is what color it is in the newer reference. That helps. Yeah, I think you should go with the red color palette with some more green accents than it has now. That would be my thought for it. But I think that is probably the bulk of what we would say about this. I think we've given you some good ideas for direction. Color palette here, some ideas for redesigning the outfit here. Do you have any further questions for us, I ask? I'm gonna put your grade on here. What is this here we have? 1, 2, 3.5, 4. I think it's just because the concept isn't super clearly coming across and there's just clarity stuff going on with saturation right now. I think this needs a couple more iterations, and I think you were well aware of that. Let me think. Sure. Sure, go for it. Also, I'm being a little harsh, but that's because you've had some pretty stellarly concepted designs before, and I want to see this one at the same level as some of the other ones too. We were doing a graphic t-shirt. Any ideas for that? Make it your soda logo. If you have a soda brand, make that just the logo, essentially. Make yourself, look at like the way that soda logos are made also. Like if it's a little bit more corporate, even if it's like retro corporate, that may be the direction I would suggest for it. Because that may also be one of those like necessary hints to get across to a viewer that you are a soda. Because a lot of the time too, when you are an employee of businesses like that, you do have logos all over your clothing. Time to reopen the dreaded Pepsi document. No, not the Pepsi document! But I wish you good luck. I'm sure you've got that graphic design under control. I'm sure. I have never tried to design a logo that feels all that corporate in style, but I wish you very much good luck with it. Thank you, Aisu, for donating to charity. And thank you also for submitting your design for critique. I hope we were able to get some stuff to you that's helpful for designing. Thanks, I get to work with the artist. Yeah, good luck. I will stick this in a Google Drive so that way you can send them the deets I've provided here directly if you'd like to. Let me also save this one so that way we have my edits to this too. So this is Aisu 2. Bam. Perfect. It's fun. I did with my pizza outfit, but I don't think I ever posted it anywhere. Oh, interesting. I would say I don't know if I saw it. Intriguing though. There we go. Done. Wahoo! I gotta check my boxes off. There we go. But thank you, Aisu. I'm gonna take a bite of my snack and then we'll go to, I think, Fable next. Fable, are you ready? Are you ready? Where do you put them after stream so I can find mine? I'm going to make a Google Drive full of them, perhaps after stream today. I'll post the link to access it in the Discord server. There we go. Discord. Yeah, I pinged them. Oh, you pinged Fable? Thank you, Rex. Your previous crits also in the doc, or is that more recent? Previous crits for... What do you mean? In the doc? In the Google Drive folder will only be this round of crits for charity, because it's all like Shrewmates who need their critiques from them. But I guess I could just put critiques I do for Shrewmates in general in that folder in the future. I just don't have a lot of space in my Google Drive, and I constantly am being limited by the fact that I don't have Nitro, but I refuse to pay that company. Do not buy me Nitro, don't do it, I don't want it. I refuse to give Discord my money, it's not happening. They do stupid nonsense and I don't support it. Hi, Fable! There we go. Yay! Okay, let me open Fables. Let's see. Where's Fable? Did we clap for Aisu? I think I clapped. I believe I clapped. I'm kind of all over the place. Book of work, Aisu, good luck! Let's see, where is Fable? There we go. Bam, got it. Yeah, something's telling me we may have not, so I'm glad we are now, since we are all now clapping. My crit is a previous crit. Oh. Usually I recommend like screenshotting it while I'm working on it if you can, or just like going back to the video and taking a screen cap of it at some point, just because if I was saving duplicates of all of these and putting them places, it'd be a lot. Thank you. I said the logo does have suggestions if you do want to check it out later. Ooh, I might just look at it later at some point also. Sure. Thank you, Aisu. Next, we have Fable, whose pronouns are they/them and can be found at Fabled Lore VT. They are a redeemed demon who is now a guider of souls. Think River of Styx guide, but more purgatory coded rather than underworld. Interesting. Okay. First things first, I'm the realist. Drop this and let the whole down feel it. I'm replacing words. First things first, I just want to look at the silhouette. I turned you into a blob, I'm sorry. You got destroyed by Blobfest. Okay, so the horns are somewhat recognizable in silhouette. The jacket design, I think, is doing something for you. Is there some particular piece of media that caused us to associate jackets with capelets with being a carrier of souls? Because I feel like I've seen that combo before, which is rather interesting. Interesting. But I do still think, I think we need to do more with your silhouette a little bit. You look like a demon. I don't know if you look like all that particular of a demon. I feel like we could make you a more specific demon. Grim Reaper, I guess. Does the Grim Reaper wear something tiered, though? I don't think his is tiered. His is just like a long cloak with long sleeves. Combo of Plague Doctors. Oh, it may be Plague Doctors, because you know what? You're right. Clergymen do wear sort of like tiered capelets or like tiered robes sometimes, where they have a layer that cuts off above the arm. I bet that's what it is. I don't know, but my mind immediately went to Sherlock Holmes. Interesting. Yeah, I was just thinking that you are somebody who is perhaps in like a colonial time period who's doing things at night. What symbolism can we use to reference purgatory? Because the symbols I'm seeing right now on the shoulders feel like eyes, and down on the jacket feels like almost like peacock-esque. Do we associate peacocks with purgatory or with the dead? Redeemed demon who's a guider of souls. I do think the blue fire in the lantern is helping, because it does feel otherworldly, as does your not-so-human skin tone and hair color. But I feel like we still need more hints, perhaps. Ideas would be less demon after the redemption. They were going to have wings as well. I don't know if the wings would necessarily help us with our understanding of the concept. I'm wondering if we just need more of this fire somewhere. I'm thinking about like maybe that we can see it like is inside the horns or something, and it's like brighter and stronger closer to the head and then like fades out when it gets further away. Perhaps, or like maybe we can see that it's like sort of creating like a miasma coming out of the horns a little bit. Because I know you're trying to go for less demon-like, but I feel like we still need more of those like sort of like otherworldly, inhuman references to understand the context a little bit. And like these don't need to be super dark, maybe. So toggle it between the horns itself. Oh, like having a fire that's here? That might be one thing you could do. But I feel like just having some sort of like ambient fire might be good, just in general, because then that will always support your silhouette, even if you don't have like one thing toggled on. Like you could have a much bigger, brighter flame in the center here that toggles, but I think you should have something else that's sort of like blue and mystical and magical, because I think that's already helping me to get in the right direction. Lantern has some sort of handle to give more silhouette. It does have a handle, but it's sort of like floating and not attached. But there maybe could be more structure to the lantern too. Fire when animated will also pour more attention to your face. That's true. Because right now I do think my eye kind of goes right here or like right here as opposed to your eyes. Despite the fact that your eyes are kind of green. I almost wonder if the sclera should be a little bit darker, because that would give more contrast. And like, I don't want to make you scary because this is a redeemed demon, but just a little darker perhaps. I'll turn it down, bear with me. But just a little more contrast. Although actually whatchamacallit, your eyelashes are very light too, which may also be why we're not looking to your face all that quickly either. I wonder if you just need darker eyelashes. I think we're seeing your eye behind your eyelash also. This may be like a live 2D layer thing happening. Oh, someone's unhappy outside. They did almost go black. I feel like they should be darker. Like if you're okay with making them that dark, I feel like that would be fine. The expression is very gentle, so I don't think you'd have an issue with feeling too scary for that occurring. But like a darker color there might be nice. Your hair doesn't have as much contrast as other elements of the design do either. I feel like you could push the darks in your hair a little bit more. And that may also help to bring us to your face a little bit more. So like if your eyebrows are darker and your hair has a little bit more definition. Oh no, wrong layer. E.g. No. Hang on. There we go. Hang on. There we go. Normal. Multiply. Now we're good. There we go. Darker eyebrow, darker distinctions in the hair, especially where like it's probably closer to a part maybe. Because you do all have all this like nice detail in the hair, but it does vanish a little bit from further away. I'm gonna turn this down. It's not gonna be this intense. But I think the lack of contrast around your head is another reason why it's being outcompeted for contrast. Or for focal point, is because it just is lower in contrast. This is not gonna be like an incredibly beautifully rendered rendition I'm doing here, but just so that we can see sort of like proof of concept And like, you don't have to put every single one of these details in that I'm doing. Maybe have some bigger overall shapes. But from a distance, I think that is helping me come to the head more readily. It's more consistent with the rest of the rendering too. Oh, yes, it's for the rigging. Yep. But yeah, darker eyelashes may be nice also, just for making the eyes pop a bit more. Looks like there aren't many symbols of purgatory, if any. What about a cleansing or holy fire? I think that's what this is supposed to be. And we do have some in the antlers, or not the antlers, the horns rather. I fear putting too much fire in it may make this fella a little too scary though, you know? I'm trying to think, what else would we do? Because like, you aren't necessarily associated with death, are you? Would highlights work in the hair as well? Yes, I think you probably need a little bit of both. You could just push your values in general to be further apart. Ooh, also if you had like highlights in your hair that are like, I mean, they could be bluer. I'm making them pink because they were already. But if you had like blue highlights in your hair, or like, ooh, like almost like oil sheen-y highlights that have a bunch of colors in them, that might be a kind of interesting way to make you feel sort of beyond human. Ooh, this blue is kind of cool. And like teal or something, just pulling colors that you have elsewhere for the highlights a little bit. Might be kind of neat. Purgatory is a place souls that aren't evil but not virtuous dwell. Some kind of vapor or smoke hanging over certain parts. Oh, wait, hang on. What if your coattail sort of just like dissolved out into like mist or something? My first idea had an oil/ink sheen to it. I think you should go for it. I feel like that'd be very neat. But what if your jacket just kind of like... Whoops, that's not working. That's a glow layer. Hang on. Turned sort of like into mist, essentially, where it just kind of dissolves a little bit. So that way we can see that you're like maybe not being affected by the reality that we are living in. And you could even have it like here's like little like wispy bits of it that are sort of like trailing off of it or something. So it feels like it's sort of like rising out of smoke or something. Make you feel real nice and otherworldly. I feel like that would help a lot. Purgatory makes me think of stillness or a sense of being incomplete, stagnation. Interesting. I do think that having a lot of the elements in the clothing cascading downwards will help with that. Like if it feels like smoke is falling instead of rising, that could feel like stagnation, or feel like things are sort of on pause maybe, which is interesting. My other question is about the fashion style being used here, because I feel like this belt element is a little bit at odds with the rest of the clothing, oddly. Like, this is a capelet. This reads as being a sweater. This reads as, like, oh, what is what I'm looking for? Like, almost like, is that something that is with, like, not lenga? No, what am I thinking of? Like, the way that it's gathered feels like it's a particular cultural reference that is very different than the other cultural references I'm seeing in the clothing. Which it's okay to have that type of fusion, but you may just need more of it in order for it to feel like it makes sense. You know what I mean? I forgot to mention it in submission, but the eye motif for the fact that they watch over souls while they wait for judgment. The belt was a last-minute addition for rigging purposes. Interesting. I feel like we may be able to do something with the belt that feels like it's more aligned with the rest of the clothing, because right now it feels a little bit different from everything else. Very wizard/neutral. Yeah, it is kind of wizard-like, which I feel like is not necessarily helping. Purgatory is purgatory only a biblical concept? I'm sure there's concepts of purgatory outside of the Bible. But wizard stuff plus purgatory is an interesting combo, and you are referencing the river Styx, which is a Greek interpretation of the afterlife. And what if there's a way that you could make this feel more Greek-inspired? Fields of Aphrodite. Yeah, there might be a way that you could make this feel like it's like Greek-inspired or inspired by something else that we tend to associate with gods and the unliving and the afterlife and things like that. Which, strangely enough as it is, a lot of biblical figures are dressed in a pseudo-Greek manner also, or like pseudo-Roman manner. So like maybe if some of these fabrics came from up over the shoulder underneath. Whoops, that's an airbrush. as opposed to being around the waist entirely, that's still an airbrush. E.g., come on. Then like that may feel like we're trying to make a reference to something of that nature. Also, perhaps, you know, want to Google Greek underworld spirit for ideas? It may help if you had particular references to underworld spirits, but I feel like this might just be a better way of integrating this element into the clothing, or like maybe you can have it so that it's like, oh, we can see that this is one of those other pieces of fabric that's kind of coming down through here or something. Asphodel is a flower that can be referenced. Oh, Thanatos would be a good ref. Yeah. Pick some particular guys. Thanatos, Asphodel. Look at what makes them give you the idea that they are associated with afterlife and otherworldly elements, and see if you can add those to this, perhaps. Oh, Cosmically Cosmic, thank you for following also. Sorry, I've been very locked in trying to ideate here, perhaps. I don't know what an asphodel flower is. When I hear asphodel, I think of a Dark Souls boss. Or is asphodel an Elden Ring? I can't remember. What is asphodel in? It's in one of those. Ooh, interesting. White, kind of thin flowers. Flowers are something that are really fun to combine with eyes sometimes too, where like you can put an eye in the center of them. So I wonder if you could combine the watching idea with the floral and then use that for some of the gold filigree in the clothing. So you get a 2-for-1 special deal there, which may also help things that feel a little bit less peacock-y. No, that's fair. Might become Persephone related? What, with florals? But that's okay, because I think that would still help us to think of the underworld also. I have a vine then around the lantern and horns mayhaps. Maybe. I don't think this is a vine type of flower though. I associate purgatory with the concept of eternity. For some reason it makes me think of frozen hourglass, or like an hourglass turned on its side. This is already referencing eternity with the fact that it's a bit of a figure 8, like the infinity symbol. But maybe we could use more infinity symbols also. You're trapped with us forever. Maybe some of that smoke I was drawing in could be making like weird little like figure 8s where like the smoke is just perpetually traveling up and down and it's not actually like really cascading or getting further away from the body. That might be kind of interesting. 8 as a symbol being infinity might be interesting too. That's kind of neat with the shape for silhouette reasons. I think we've done some things that already are improving silhouette, with the cape sort of tapering off, the horns having some sort of smoke detail to them maybe. Interesting. Spins my head around. I'm thinking. I think better when my head is moving on around the z-axis, which I don't actually think is the z-axis in Vignon, weirdly enough. But anyways, yeah, a floral detail may be kind of nice. I feel like there could be some way that we could combine the eyes with something to get you a more unique motif. An eye, as it is fine. But I don't know if these read as eyes very clearly outside of the shoulders, and we could do something more unique with it. My other question would be about the blue elements chosen. Is there a particular stone that we might associate with the afterlife or unlivingness or purgatory or being trapped forever? Something that feels maybe a little bit more ephemeral, maybe? I know that blue feels maybe just like a little bit arcane, and it may be also pushing us in the direction of thinking wizard, but then again, it does help to mesh well with the sort of like arcane flames. Blue goldstone could work. What is blue goldstone? I don't know that one. Mr. Chop, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Blue gold stone. Is that the name of a stone? Oh, it is. Ooh, it's kind of sparkly. If this is Greek mythology, Hades is the king of gems too. Interesting. This blue gold stone is very interesting. It's got like crazy like inclusions. This almost looks like resin to me. I feel like that's not a real stone. But that is an interesting pattern that feels kind of like, ooh, like magical. Feels like river-y if we're thinking about like River of Styx also. Funny that it's like the same shape as what the gems you have already chosen are. But I was just trying to think of maybe other ways we could add layers into the concepting, perhaps. But yes, it was a very pretty stone. It's a man-made stone, but it is pretty. Oh, okay. How do you man-make a stone? What kind of process are you using? Is it like man-made diamonds where you use seeds? You force a sedimentary process or a metamorphic process or an igneous process to rock? Chemicals. Ah, lab grow. I see. Interesting. Wow, the scientists are inventing new rocks. What a world we live in. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So what else do we see going on here? We've sort of talked a little bit about concept, which is to say that I do think that there are more ways we could convey the purgatory theme here. I don't know if it's super clear. The demon aspect comes across pretty clearly from the slightly unnatural skin tone, the pointed ears, and the horns, but I do think that we could use more hints, maybe. Right? Ow. Hey. That's not nice. I didn't do anything to deserve that. There's also potentially the Skyrim soul gems. Interesting. Skyrim soul gems. Maybe. What do those look like? I'm Googling. Skyrim soul gems. Oh, they're just kind of gems. They just kind of look like this. They do have an interesting shape to them, though. They're almost quartz-like. But you saying that made me think also how interesting it might be if you were to just have, like, souls floating around you, just sort of as, like, an ambient thing. Like, if I come back here and you just have, like, oops, whoops, hang on. Like... just, like, little guys that are... floating around you of maybe, like, various colors. Like, these are the fellas that you've already sort of guided into the great beyond, maybe. Live 2D, every so often a wispy face goes by would be cool. That would be interesting. But if you just had, like, little levitating bits around you sort of all the time, that might be kind of like an indicator that you're doing some of that kind of work. This one's purple. Yeah, friends! That can just sort of, like, ambiently move up and down and wiggle wobble maybe a little bit, perhaps. But honestly, I feel like those elements have me 100% sold on the fact that you interact with souls already, just because they're there. You can make rubies in the microwave, and Durium, that's not true. Yes, if you have, like, an industrial, crazy, insane microwave, like, oh, what's his name? There's a guy on the internet who does, like, crazy stuff. He can make them in his ridiculous microwaves. But you need to do a couple very specific things to do it, and you need to essentially create plasma levels of heat. Don't eat rubies. Don't make rubies in your microwave. Don't try and make diamonds in your microwave with carbon and peanut butter. It doesn't work, I promise. A lot of guys on the internet who do crazy stuff. No, this man makes, like, lasers and stuff, which is what he usually makes to make, or uses to make rubies. What's his name? Oh no. I'll have to ask Jubby when Jubby gets home shortly. We watch him frequently. He's an interesting, like, chemist physicist. Yes, Styropyro! Yes! Yes! Thank you, Ember. Yes, that's the guy. Yes. If you want to know how to make rubies, watch him. Don't do anything he does in your house, though. Ever. He does some very questionably safe things sometimes. But anyways, hang on. As we were going. Color palette. I think the color palette itself is fine, but you need to be careful about value in your hair, because it just didn't reflect the similar value structure as other elements do. It's just less contrasty as other points were. For focal point, I do think we can make the face more focal through darkening scleras, adding more of that contrast around in the hair also. There's potentially other things we could do too with making the gold on the bottom less intense in color, especially on the shoes. The shoes are a little bit intense right now. I'm gonna put a multiply layer over them. Like that. Classic bottom-up EG gradient. And now I think the focal point is, in fact, much closer to being the head. Some of the gold is still maybe a little distracting, so I might knock it back a little bit more. But I don't think you feel scary having done that. So yes, we can push it more to the face. The silhouette was okay. it was completely symmetrical, and we've made it a little bit less symmetrical with some of like the wispy transparency elements, some wispy stuff happening in the horns, some of the wisps that are floating around the body maybe being at different heights. So I think we're making it more exaggerated, but I do think the level of detail is fine. Some of the details could be more specific, as we were saying, like combining flowers with eyes, or picking gemstones that relate to the underworld, or, you know, using the figure 8, like, loop infinity symbol a little bit to relate to eternity. Those things could perhaps happen. But overall, I think you do have a very solid foundation that with just a couple of tweaks can be a little stronger too still. Maybe, perhaps. But I think that's actually the bulk of what I had for you. I think that's the most of it. I think the one last thing I would say is that I don't know if you need the pants to be quite so wrinkly. They're so detailed compared to everything else. And I don't know if they need to be. Like, I might go like, tiny layer, for the love of God. Wow, it really didn't want me to have one. Like, you might be able to just take this and say, okay, we don't need quite all of that. Some of it where it's describing the fact that it's tucking into the shoe might be good, but it just feels a little bit too much otherwise. You know what I mean? Let me soften this. Whoops, that's not working. Hang on. I'm having a hard time here. Hang on. Like, some of it to describe shape is good, it just might be a little too much. Criminal over-wrinkler. It happens, I know. I can also be an over-wrinkler sometimes with clothing. But you only need so many wrinkles as are necessary to describe the way the fabric is interacting with the body, and that made it feel like it was kind of a thin, somewhat, like, maybe cheap fabric. But if you are somebody who has the level of status where you are a redeemed demon guiding souls, that's got some responsibility behind it. I'd hope you've got some, maybe more durable fabrics.
Parent, Hoshi has told me of how tasty gams are. Can we get some to snack on?
That's funny, I thought I heard something. That's funny, I thought I might have heard something, but I don't see anyone. Has Gary been gone again? Did he go away and you didn't notice a second time that Gary was missing? That's kind of outrageous. That's crazy. Where is he? Gary, are you doing your disappearing jujitsu again or whatever it was you said you were doing before, man? Where are you? Hello? Here, come here, Gary. Come hang out. I think he's being vanished when he talks instead of the opposite. Oh.
Hello from the other side.
Hello from the other side. At least I can say that I tried. Gary hasn't been here since start of stream. No, I specifically made him show up. I made him come to the party. And then he went away again. How weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 out of 10. 5. Oh, that's got low clarity. Whoopsie, EG. 5.5 out of 10. Passing grade. I think we can push it to the limit. Because we're in it to
Concrete
win it.
donos,
Oh, yeah.
please, 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 please.
Please, 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 please. No concrete donos. Although, Gary, if you want some like rubies and like sapphires and diamonds and things just to hold on to and look after, that's fine. Just don't eat them, okay? You can have a gem collection. They're kind of cool. Yeah, no, he's still here. He didn't go away. I don't know why he went away before. Very peculiar, but I'm glad he's here now. We should, however, a round of applause for Fable. Thank you, Fable, for submitting. Thank you. Also, Fable, thank you for donating, too. We very much appreciate it. Not me going to change it tonight and redonate to get recrit if allowed. That's kind of game in the system, but you totally can if you wanna. I will not stop you. Infinite hack unlocked. Infinite Squiiji critique hack unlocked here, maybe. Rubies taste like strawberry, diamonds taste like blue raspberry, cold tastes like licorice. I think that makes sense for the colors they are. I could see that, Hoshi. There we go. All right, I'm gonna close these. I'll open the next model, and then I'm gonna run to the bathroom fast quick. I got to take a break. Oh, there was a problem. Don't know what that was. Okay, March Rabbit next. What? Let's see. Where is March Rabbit?
But parent, Hoshi said that rubies taste like strawberries and diamonds like blue raspberry and coal taste like licorki, and so I want to eat them all to make sure it's, scientific.
Gary, if you touch them to your tongue, that would be a very geologist thing for you to do, but I think you could determine their flavor just by touching them to your tongue and not by eating whole. So I would allow you that much, but no more. Hoshi, you're helping my son rebel against me. Also, did anyone notice the way he pronounced licorice? Is that how Australians say licorice? He said licorsy or something? He totally did not say it in a normal manner at all. Why? Oh, I misspelled it. I didn't notice you misspelled it. But he pronounced it still really weird, despite your misspelling. Where is March Rabbit? I have you downloaded. I know this to be the truth. Come on, where is
Parent,
it?
I am coming out with secret dragon parentage.
What do you mean you're coming out? What does that mean? Gary, I'm not a dragon. I'm your only parent because that's just how this works. This isn't like coming out to me as being gay or something. You can't give me knowledge that you would have no way of knowing. Oh, here we go. Here's March Rabbit. Gary's secretly a dragon. Is that what he's doing during his CEO duties? Gary does not identify as a mushroom, but as a dragon. Beep. Huh? Well, nope. Never mind. Mushroom dragon's a cool concept. We'll think about that if I need a future outfit someday, maybe. Let's try this.
I want the world to know.
Sure. What would you like them to know, Gary?
Babe.
Gary, got to let it show? Oh. I know what it thinks is happening. I know what's occurring. Oh, well, hey, Edward, not redemption. Your repayment for it not going through is the fact that you did, in fact, win the Battle Royale. Let it has a word formed between it that doesn't work. If I make it plural. Oink!
Got to lets it show.
Got to lets it show. Can't just have it be let it. No. There's 3 letters that go together that don't work, apparently. But here, this is March Rabbit, who uses the pronouns she, they, and can be found at March Rabbit on Blue Sky. The concept is a dungeon merchant NPC that crafts potions and gear for hopeful adventurers, or collecting remnants from those who fall to the creature of the dungeon. A small sentient potion creatures help keep the shop and assist with collection runs. I'm adding words and removing words in a way that doesn't make sense. I'm so sorry. The merchant accepts coins or shiny rocks. Relevant. This concept will bring my love of D&D, crafting, and silliness into my character. The coat is the main design. I didn't want the outfit under the coat to be too busy. However, it ended up very symmetrical due to this. Any suggestions are welcome, and thank you. Sure, of course. Okay. Shroommates, observe with your eyeballs. If you need giant sleeves for your whatchamacallit, for your bingo, you got it. There you go. I will be right back, though. I have to go to bathroom. I will return, though. Be good. Don't do anything I wouldn't do in my absence. Please, I'm begging. Wait, I can make the thing bounce. Hang on. Tell me if Gary hits the corner. I'll be back. Oops, I lied. I didn't click it. Hello? Hang on. There we go. Got it. Be right back. Yeah, go ahead. Do another battle. Wait, hang on. Where am... Oh. I was like, where'd I go? Hello? Did you banish me to another corner? What's going on? I take my jacket off. We hit 2.5K? Thank you! Oh my god, Dr. Shooty! How much did you just donate? Hang on, pardon? How much was that quantity that I just think I saw? 415? Thank you! Thank you! Thank you, Dr. Shooty, for donating. That was so kind of you. Oh my god, $2,500 raised. Thank you, that's incredible. You started moving? What? Get Gary back? Gary's here. He didn't leave. He's still here. What's happening? Unintentional celebration dance. Maybe. Thank you, Dr. Shooty. Can we rotate for Dr. Shooty's donation, pretty please? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, Aaron, thank you for gifting us up to March Rabbit. Also, to save March Rabbit from the ads. That was very kind of you, too. More rotation. More rotation. What is happening with Moobot right now? Why are we jostling? What's going on? I see Moobot. Oh, Moobot deleted Bug's message. No! Moobot, come on! Doesn't like me clapping anymore. I think it just thinks that there were too many emotes, maybe. Oh, man. Would Dr. Shooty like multiple critiques? Yeah, we can figure out what Dr. Shooty would like in exchange. Yes, we can do that. At some point, yes. I clipped the odd moving. Oh, thank you, Hoshi. I'll have to look at that after stream. I gotta keep us kind of focused because it is 4 p.m. We have 2 hours left. And do I have 4 people left? Let me count. Let's see. How many do I have left to do today? Run March Rabbit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay. Actually, that would be on pace. That's fine. That's okay. I'm doing okay with pacing. Snack. Is Twitch lagging? Oh god, I hope not. I sure hope not. Oh, well, the fact that it just decided there's a hype train now may mean that yes, it is maybe lagging. Perhaps. Feel free to hand them around. It's just no need to donate. Thank you, Dr. Shooty. If any shroommates are in need of a sponsor, I guess there are some floating spots that are from Striker and now Dr. Shooty, if you would like, perhaps. But thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my god, we've cleared our goal from last year pretty significantly. I think we're $700 over what we raised last year, which is incredible. I'm so excited. This is so sick. Thank you, shroommates. Ah! I'll take a spot if no one wants them. Hey, Nephra, go claim it in the... There's a thread in the Discord server for charity critique sponsors and stuff like that. It's in the advice and critique section. Go put your name in there. Put your name in the Goblet of Fire. Not me making a reference to the Terrible Horrible Wizard series. I had to hear a lot about Terrible Horrible Wizard series over the weekend. So now my brain is thinking about it. Intentionally or not. But... March Rabbit. Hello, my fine fella here. It is in fact your turn. I want to start by looking at your silhouette. Because you have incredible sleeves. They're so big. They're so giant. So massive, the sleeves. And your hair is really big and exaggerated too. Perhaps. 18 plus? No. Not here. This is an all-age stream. There we go. Oh wait, you do have a silhouette image right next to you. I wanted to make a big one. Model does not violate TOS. Also true, yes. Discord is 18 plus if I'm not wrong. No, the Discord is 18 plus, that is true. That was a question asked without much context, so we can only try our best to guess as to what the context was. So, silhouette. I would say that's a pretty distinct silhouette, if I do say so myself. Your hair has a very interesting shape to it. Your ears are nice and tall. You've got an asymmetrical ahoge. I can tell that your outfit is somewhat asymmetrical from silhouette. Your sleeves are really huge and exaggerated, as are your boots. I think all those things are working incredibly well for you. And I'm just gonna go like this to just get us started here. Oops, that's a really small brush. Hang on. There we go. That's more my size. That's more the size I want. First off, great work on silhouette design. Second, I do think that, as I've said to several shroommates prior, I think that you could have a little bit more contrast in your shading, and it would help to define the forms a little bit better. It would help to add to the dimensionality of the design. It would help to also push certain elements back and pull some forward. So like your hair, I feel like could use a little bit more clarity. If I grab a multiply layer, we could clarify which parts are behind a little bit more. So like I imagine this part is behind, so we could push this back a little bit, maybe, and I could blur it out. This part in here could maybe be back even further. Honestly, this edge could maybe be darker so we can see where the bangs are against it a little bit more. The inside of your anime hair air vents could maybe be a little bit darker too. Just for clarity's sake, so that we can make them out from a distance a little bit better. And then I can blur these edges so that way they're not as harsh. Perhaps. Discord is 18 plus. Yes, only for safety reasons. Stream itself you can view if you are of legal age to be on Twitch. I am family friendly, so there's no reason that you would not be permitted to see me. Let's see. Blur. There we go. So do we see how that's adding more depth? It makes your hair feel like it's wrapping around your forehead a little bit more. It's also making it clearer where your little like puffy pigtails are. I feel like you could do also the opposite with your ahoge, where you could make it brighter. Not maybe that bright, but brighter than your hair too, so that way we can see that it's going in front a little bit more clearly too. Do you see how that pops a little bit better now also from a distance? Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Hoshi, don't even joke about that. Twitch might auto-mod you. Twitch has auto-modded people for making jokes about that before. Be careful. Not on my channel, but I've seen on other channels. It has happened. You don't have to be sorry. I just don't want you to get smacked. I don't want you getting smacked. Don't worry. Love the shading on the bangs. Yeah, I do like the little bit of white hair that's in the bangs too, which is fun. So then, yeah, as I was adding more darkness, like you could probably have a little bit more around the edge of like where the jacket is touching the main body part essentially too, or maybe some under these like ruffles that are in here, just to push the depth a little bit more. Then you'll read more clearly from a distance. Put some under there maybe, put some under here, put some there, put some there. We can blur it. Same in Discord, they've smacked people for joking about that stuff. Yeah, this is why I am not the greatest fan of auto-modding all the time, just because while it is very helpful sometimes with saving us from like trolls and bots and stuff like that, it definitely knocks out just as many innocent people for making goofy jokes, which is kind of annoying. Oh, so this is a really orange color that I had used, but I do think that would add more depth. I may have to just like grab a slightly more brown color so that it's not as intense. Okay, that's a little bit icky. Hang on. There we go. That might be a little bit more appropriate as a color so that it's not so vibrant. It felt a little bit strange. There we go. Feeling a little bit more neutral also sort of jives with the colors that you have also a little bit more too. But you see depth. Ha 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 ha. Ho ho ho. Yeah. I use an orange too, so no worries. Fair. I do like the little bit of like frilly elements that you've added to the jacket to personalize it. I do think it's interesting that you read to me as almost somebody who's dressed in a hazmat suit before dressing as somebody who looks like they're like a potion seller or a potion maker or like a merchant, which is funny. And I think that is coming from the fact that you are dressed in yellow and black, which we tend to associate with hazards. I wonder if you might benefit from having some sort of like really like big cartoony like backpack or something, where if instead of having these straps that run horizontally around your arms, if you had straps that were like in here and then we could see behind your back that you have just like a huge giant bag of some sort, that may be all we need. Although honestly, now that I'm doing this, it still also feels like I'm giving you like an oxygen tank or something. Dungeons are dangerous, that's true. Potions being hazards isn't out there, also true. But if you had like a big backpack on, maybe if it was more like a sack style bag, where like you can see that it's like tied in at some point, that might be a fun accessory also for exaggeration in your silhouette, which might be interesting. It also seems almost like potion flask shaped the way I've drawn it now. Could maybe be darker, could maybe be a slightly different color, but it might just be something interesting to add to clarify your profession a little bit more. This is a good maybe attire to keep yourself safe from the potions. I wonder what would happen if we distributed a little bit more of your colors onto it as if it's from like potion mishaps, where like you could have, let me see, like just like a little bit of like, here's some like grime from being in the dungeon that's on you, or maybe this is like potion mishap spills or something. You could have like little bits that are like charred off from when you encountered a dragon trying to collect the remnants of someone or something. Those little kinds of details I think would fit well with your expression, because your expression feels a little bit chaotic. They usually would be in the shop. Oh, okay, so I was basing that on the fact that you were collecting remnants from those who fall to the creatures of the dungeon. But if you're mostly in the shop, maybe that wouldn't make as much sense to have you dirtied up a little bit. Remove those for now. Could just be an idea, though, perhaps. I guess the backpack wouldn't make sense if you're not out in the field either, unfortunately. Because if you're in the shop, there's no reason to be carrying all of your things. Good idea, still def's worth potentially adding. Yeah, they're worth thinking about, but I'm trying to think if there might be other elements that would make sense for the fact that you're working in the shop. You've got big glasses, which is something that we may associate with like a merchant or scholar, which makes sense. Your shoes feel very much like something you'd be wearing out in the field, which is kind of funny. I wonder if you should have a different version of the shoes for like when you're in the shop that you're wearing underneath your outfit. Like I almost feel like this outfit situation almost makes more sense if this is your field attire when you're out collecting things and trying to stay safe, or when you're like concocting stuff, and then this is like your cellar attire for like when you're in the shop and you're just kind of hanging out. And for that, I almost feel like I want the boots to be a little bit smaller. Crazy, insane EG moment. But like, if you almost had like shoes you were wearing inside of this pair of shoes, that might be kind of funny. Do you know what I mean? Where like, they would probably look different than these ones, but like, something that makes it look like you've completely stepped into some sort of like outer garb that you take off when you get back to the shop because you don't need it for safety's sake. Then the shop, maybe a little money pouch, perhaps, maybe, yeah, a money pouch. Although I don't really know where I would stick it right now. You've got your leg belt. I don't know if I want it there. Having it on your waist for this outfit might make the most sense. If you had like, bam, here's your little like coin pouch for collecting things. Quite partial to bunny slippers myself. Oh my gosh, that might be kind of funny for if you're just like tending the shop where you're just dressed a little bit more comfy. You're just like hanging out at home, doing the selling, not worrying so much. That could be funny. The hat is also, interestingly, kind of nurse-like. Which I guess for being a potion seller, potions are sort of medicinal, but it is interesting. There is a part of me that does kind of wish the red was distributed a little bit more in this version of the outfit, though. Because the blue and the red being around your head does make your head focal, but the colors do feel a little bit disconnected throughout the design. There is at least a hint of blue down here in the socks, and there's a tiny bit of red. There's a sliver and a little bit right there, but I can't help but feel like there might need to be a little bit more. This color hierarchy is like 80% yellow, and then like much smaller percentages of the other colors, and there's a very similar amount of black to blue, I would say, in this design, and I feel like we can maybe benefit from a little more red, perhaps. And like, we kind of lose that button, so like, maybe like red button there, maybe some other detail on the shoes that's a little bit red. Would it be less hazmat if we put the red on the blue black parts instead? What do you mean? Like, put the red, like make the collars itself red? I don't think that would work, just because I feel like that'd be too much red in the design and it might be too overwhelming. Although I wonder if we could replace some of the brown elements with red. Like if these trims were red instead of being brown, that might make us feel a little bit less hazmat-y. And I feel like you could almost repeat this like edge under here, because it feels like it's a little bit decorative, especially if it like sticks out off the shoulder, because then we're getting that sort of like decorative, ornate element in the upper body too, the like ruffles that are in the underlayer. So then this feels a little bit less hazmat-y as well. Maybe it would be this thickness. I think this one's a little bit too exaggerated. There we go. And like the white fabrics would maybe be the best place to put a little bit of staining or a little bit of wear and tear or age or something. But I feel like this is a better distribution of the red, where it's more throughout the whole design than it was before. Honestly, I don't even know if we need the button to be red anymore, having done that. Maybe the button becomes brown then instead, so it's not quite as overwhelming. Those look cute, like the red, yellow, blue color overall, since I do a lot of art. Fair. Primary colors can often feel sort of childish, but I wouldn't say they're coming across that way here, just because the yellow is the leading color, and because they're not all sort of handled in as similar of amounts. The jacket being assembled to be only one-sided is rather interesting. There's a part of me that wonders if I kind of want to see like a zipper or something along here, almost like you like removed part of this. I guess this is more of like a button era of things, but you know how there are like coveralls essentially that like snap together, so you can have that like almost like cropped bib top for coveralls where like the shoulders and sleeves attach to like a front chest piece. Like, I wonder if you could have something that alludes to the fact that this is something that, like, you, like, snapped apart on this side. So that way, you've, like, customized it so you could wear it. Like a welder's outfit, almost. And maybe we could reference it on the other side or something, too, or something like that. I'm looking for a way that would make sense of it being designed like this, because off the top of the head, I don't know if it would make sense that way. I don't know why people would build clothing like that, realistically. Give me cool artist vibes from a distance personally, like Noodles from Gorilla. That, or Gorillas, that actually is such an apt description, because this is a fella who also has blue hair and a little bit of a wild look in the eyes. Noodle. Little fella in the bottle potion looks cute. Little guy. He's so small, I wish we could see him a little bit easier than we can right now. I wonder if these little guys would work well if they were like posed on your shoulder also, instead of being stuck in the bottle, where like, it's like, oh, here's his little gloopy self, and then he's got like little like floating bits of like potion droplets or something around him that feel like really liquidy, you know? I've made him look kind of horrified because my brush is really thick. And then you could have like a second one that's like sitting somewhere else, like perched on top of like one of these little edges or something, and then they can just like jiggle a little bit as you move. Maybe the back is split since she's her tail out. Okay, it makes sense to have it split in the back, but I was just wondering, like, it being shorter on one side, it makes sense to have an asymmetrical element, which does add something nice to the silhouette, but I don't know. Also, why not reverse the black and yellow? Have the main jacket be black and the collar and cuffs be yellow. Interesting. That would help clarity-wise a little bit right here, just because the undershirt and the collar are a little bit similar, but I guess I can try that. Let's see. If I go like this, I can try and select all the black elements and change them to be yellow. And then I can do the opposite, perhaps. Although I wonder if that may actually introduce a couple of clarity issues with where it's touching the legs. We might have to do something about that also. Maybe that brown trim has to go all the way along the edge and not just sit on the bottom. Layer, new correction layer, hello. There we go. New correction layer, level correction. No. I need a gradient map. Hang on, focus EG. Gradient map, and then the darkest parts will be like that color. The lightest parts will be like this color. Get me a mid-tone that looks like that, and then I need to push it like this, perhaps. Let's see. Can I get it to be the same color? Let's see. There we go. I'm kind of getting it. Yeah! I'm an expert at recoloring things sometimes. There we go. Got that, and now we'll turn that off and I'll do the opposite just to try. This design is so cute, right? Hi, Astra! It is very cute, I agree. Let's see. Not the cleanest selection ever, but it'll be enough for us to test this concept also, too. Also, while we're at it with asymmetry, why not make the two little belt things that are dangling from the sleeves different lengths? They're the same length. Maybe the one that's on the side with the shorter, whatchamacallit, the shorter cutout should be the longer one, and then this one's a little bit shorter. Just for a little more chaotic asymmetry, because why not? Let's see. There we go, and then this little chunk, and then this chunk here. Layer, new correction layer, hue, saturation, luminosity. No, I want a gradient map, which I don't use very often, which is why I'm having a hard time remembering to do it. There we go. The black should be the black, and then in between should be like this color. Let's see. Can I push this to be similar to the sleeves value system? Oh, I think I just need like a black also. Hang on. There we go. There we go. That's pretty comparable. And then if I go like that, that's the inverted version, which is also kind of interesting. This does feel significantly less hazmat suit-y, but I think we'd have to change some other elements to make it work. Like the leggings maybe would have to be red or something. That'd be a different color. Blue yellow palette and the oversized jacket. Yeah, the palette is fun. But yeah, something dark would feel less, less hazmat-y. But I don't know if the hazmat suit part is bad inherently either. Feels a little bit Bumblebee-y. Feels more serious with a mostly darker palette. It does make the whites pop a lot more too. Maybe move the red trim to the top of the collar, like the sleeves. I could, but I don't know if that's what's causing the trouble here. Right now, the leg would need to be recolored for the way that we've done it this way, essentially. And like, I feel like the undershirt part would need to be slightly different too. So that would require changing this outfit as well. I don't know. But I think what we are detecting is that we do maybe need to change something about the color proportioning, and some of that clarity could be changed. Are they an alchemist, explorer, or deliverer? My attention was somewhere at the time. They are an alchemist and a little bit of an explorer. Maybe a little bit of a dungeon crawler, but mostly a merchant who is selling things in a shop while also doing a little bit of like potion making too. Meaning for the regular version. Oh. For the regular version. Interesting. Well, I prefer the opposite yellow-black jacket. This version draws more to the face. Yes, like, I feel like this is helping make the face more focal this way, where before, I don't know if that was the case. I think the yellow was starting to outcompete because there was less of it. So it became more, interesting. But as things are, if I remove my edits, the face is still pretty focal, I would say. I don't really have any concerns about the face's focal level. I still feel like I don't know if I would understand that you're a merchant very clearly from this design, unfortunately, and I'm trying to think of other ways we could suggest to make it clearer that you are a merchant. Shroommates, do you guys have any ideas on how to make the merchant angle clearer? I'm just gonna go like this for asymmetry reasons. Classic VTuber move. Because why not? Light brown maybe would also work in my opinion. Then my little pet peeve. Your pet peeve? What pet peeve? Huge backpack. That's what I had suggested at one point. But I feel like for somebody who is keeping shop mostly, more so than like actually being out in the field, that would be something that doesn't work so well. Opening up the jacket to sell goods like those dealers. Oh my god, that'd be so funny. If you had a toggle that was like you holding your jacket open and it's just lined with potions, that might be so incredible. That might be fantastic, actually. Rex, that's a good idea. That's so silly. Can I interest you in a letter O? Have you guys ever seen that, or wait, is it Numbers? Have you guys seen that Sesame Street bit? It's very funny. Was thinking about that, don't know if it'd fit the design. I feel like that's very silly. That'd be like a great toggle for this. And that would sell the merchant angle so well. Honestly, maybe that is just what we need, is that like, you're just kind of keeping them in, you're blending in, and it's like, can I interest you in a health potion? That's good. In an hour I'll get tired and give bland ideas. Don't worry about it, Rex. You've donated plenty of interesting, exciting, fun ideas to this point. We are appreciative of it. But I think that's most of what I have to say about the design, other than some of the clarity things. I do think that your eyes are lower contrast than what would benefit you right now, though, unfortunately. I think the way the glasses are shaded is doing some of it. So I think your scaleras are very dark, but honestly, your eyes could be the same red that you're using in the design otherwise. Let me get a multiply layer for that, perhaps. Thank you for keys, Leroy of the North. That scared me. I didn't know what that was for a second. I haven't heard that in so long. I forgot we even have that as a sound redeem thing. That's wild. Oh my god. I promise I'm focused. I swear. I don't need jingle keys right now. I've been really good, Shrewmates. You have to believe me. But yeah, a darker red will make the center of your pupils pop a little bit more. Also, if it was more saturated too. Hang on, I might change the saturation. Make it more saturated. Yeah, yeah. I thought that was outside of stream. I did too for a split second. I like looked around. I was like, eh? What? Why? Why is that happening? I also wonder if just like thicker glasses lenses might read better. Because I do lose them a little bit from a distance, but it's not too bad. But I do think that darker scaleras is a good move. Do you see how it's making your eyes pop a good bit? A glow toggle for the eyes would go hard for dungeon theme scenes. Ooh, yeah, I'm with you. But yeah, a little more pop there would be good. But we have here 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? I think that sounds fair. I love the exaggeration of this design. It is so fun. That's yellow. Why did I use that? That's a terrible 8. Hang on, try again. Take 3. There we go. Got it. 7.5? Did I miscount? No. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Vienna, why are you deducting a half point? What are you doing that for? Vienna 11 specifically. No, stop saying the numbers. I didn't even say it. I said 2, 4, 6, 8. I didn't say it. It didn't happen. No. Oh, we're playing to Nilo. Oh, okay. There you go. Proud of that for a first critique? I think you should be. I think all the Shrewmates should be incredibly proud of the work that they put forth today and every day. I'm always proud of all of you because let alone just the fact that you designed something and you want feedback on it and you're going to use the feedback on it. It's so nerve-wracking having your design observed in front of potentially 100 or so people sometimes, or maybe more. And I'm so proud of you guys for putting yourself out there. I know it's scary, but it works very well. And I'm so happy for all of you. And I'm so proud of the Shrewmates always providing very helpful, uplifting, supportive critiques that are very kind also. It's so good. Her verse should be covered in watches. Hey buddy, you wanna buy a watch? And just roll up your giant crazy sleeve to reveal that your arm is completely covered in watches. That would be funny, also. There's a lot of good bits that you could put in this character too. But thank you, March Rabbit! Wahoo! Did we get a round of applause? You guys may have applauded, but now I have. Now I have applauded. Wahoo! There we go. We'll close that one for now. Perfect. Oh, Fluff Button, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your rotation. I'll only get one of those a month. I'm honored you'd use it for little old me. Slams my sponsored character design sheet into the critique form. It's done. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You're cool. Good work. Seems like I may have a lot more critiques to do for this than I was prepared for, considering we're still increasing the number of them and all the people who we're adding. There's a lot. This may go for a while. This may take over our next couple weeks, perhaps. Oh, Nephra Vale! Also, thank you for subscribing to Prime also! Thank you! Same as I said before. I hope you enjoy your rotation and your ad-free experience, and I'm honored you'd use your Prime sub on little old me. Now it's for March's sponsor subject. Yeah. Who's next? It is Undead Diver next, who March had also sponsored. Thank you, March, for sponsoring. Let's see, where's Undead Diver? Whoop, there we go. Got it. Is Undead Diver here? I think Undead Diver wanted a ping. Rex, would you be so kind as to ping? That's me? Oh wait, no ping needed. You're here. I see you with my eyes. Perfect. I'm going to read this and then take a bite of a snack and take a sip of a drink because I need to do that. So Undead Diver, who uses he, him pronouns and can be found at Undead Diver, is a diver from the 1950s, attacked by a mysterious sea monster which smashed his glass visor and cut his O2 line. He is now left to wander the ocean floor for all time. The various fish and mollusks of the deep, his only companions. Oh. Honestly, fish and mollusks are good companions, though. They're cute. He found a shockingly crush-resistant computer that he wants to try streaming on. The Wi-Fi in the Abyss is better than you'd think. What? Where's his electricity coming from? He's got Neil Buddy for that. I love VTuber explanations! I love them! They're so funny to me. So, I mean, I think we'd understand your concept pretty clearly right out the get-go. You've got that sort of classic retro bubble-style diver helmet. You've got the diver-style, like, almost like leather clothing. Yeah. And then you have your boots, too. I can tell that you're sort of fusing with the creatures of the deep also. Your glass is smashed in. I see your eyeballs in there. And then you're fusing with some crabs and some coral and some other things. Maybe an octopus even. That's fun. Huh. Yeah, snatch his glass visor, cut his O2 line. Where's the O2 line? Is that what this is that's cut? Because I feel like it'd be kind of fun if we could see, like, the tail of it, essentially. I don't know where it connects onto these things, but if you could see that, like, we're in the water, so, like, here's the O2 line kind of just hanging out like it's a big old tail almost that's, like, completely frayed. Maybe you've got, like, bubbles coming out of it or something. Yeah. Anemones in the shoes? Oh, anemones! Okay, I see. I feel like for an anemone, I almost want more of them. And then for them to have, like, a gradient at the tip. Because I feel like anemones have that sort of, like, gradient thing happening. Dangling in the back, probably. Yeah, but if you make it like this, then it'll feel wageless because it's drifting through the water, right? Maybe show an oxygen tank, too. What does an oxygen tank look like when it's attached to someone? Because I think for this era of diving, they didn't carry oxygen tanks on them. They had a tube that went to the surface that they got their oxygen from. Perhaps, right? Where, like, if it was severed, then you weren't connected. Or was that the tether? Was that a different thing they had? Because this might also be the era where they had the real heavy shoes so they'd sink. Yes? Yeah. They didn't have tanks, they had tubes. My bad, you're good, don't worry. Not everyone is an expert on 1950s scuba gear. Myself included, which is why I was asking. I just think I watched a Mythbusters episode like a year ago that had something in it that related to that. Something like that. But it would be fun if there were, like, bubbles coming out of it, perhaps. Like, there's still little bits of it trapped in the line or something. Could be interesting. Gives me SCP reference. Oh, it does feel a little bit SCP-esque because it's sort of like a haunted diver suit at the bottom of the ocean. Interesting. Okay. I am gonna make the canvas a little bit bigger because I think one of the things that I would suggest modifying might be your proportions just a little bit. Specifically, I think you would benefit from having the head be a bit bigger. Where is my fill bucket? For the love of God. Hello? There we go. I think you would benefit from having a slightly bigger head. Because I think that is, like, one of the sort of, like, quintessential things about this era of scuba suit is just how huge the helmets were. They were big. And your proportions do feel, like, a little bit cartoony. So that may play into it pretty well also. Oh, I need to move this now too. Hang on. Space that out. Yeah. Yeah. Like that. Had it in an old sketch, not sure why I didn't draw it here. Oh, you mean the tube? Perhaps. One would have bubbly sounds and be slightly muffled when speaking. I'm sorry, Undead Diver, but you're gonna have to talk like this on stream the whole time. I can teach you my tactics, because they are pretty effective, but it is gonna probably wear out your arm a good bit, because you have to, like... I'm a master of underwater speak. Bioshock. Ooh! Bioshock might be a kind of fun reference point for this also. Hang on, I want to make your coral even bigger again. Because I fear I accidentally shrunk it. And like, I feel like your claw could be bigger. Don't need that. Okay. Big claw. Terrible amalgamation of text that is turned into water. Yeah. Exaggeration. Exaggeration. Big Brother from BioShock? That's not what they're called, Rex. I believe they're called Big Daddies in BioShock, actually. Which sounds like a very peculiar sentence to come from me. And yeah, the Big Daddies do have huge heads and giant drill arms. Which maybe that's what I'm trying to accidentally do to your claw, but like I kind of feel like these elements could be bigger. Because the cartooniness is sort of what makes this not horrifying. Sort of a la beep of the lamb. I feel like if you weren't cartoony, this concept would be really disturbing and eldritch. But that is a question that I have for you, is how do you want viewers to perceive you? Do you want to be like kind of creepy and SCP-y? Or do you want to be kind of like a cartoony fella? Because these make you feel like sort of like a friendly cartoony fella. You almost feel like a PSA against like, hey, don't go diving without checking your equipment first. Otherwise, you may get, turned into the creature from the Black Lagoon, but the creature from the depths of the ocean. Oh. Cartooniness is intended. Okay, that's what I was checking. So based on that, I feel like you could do more with the exaggeration, even more than you have. Like, I made your claw bigger, I'm making your boots bigger and chunkier, the anemone bits could be bigger that's in there. I'm like screwing everything up ever so slightly because this isn't the most accurate tool in the world. But we could just make some things even chunkier. Like, your shoes will feel nice and heavy if you make them a little bit bigger. Like, your belt could be like a little thicker, as could your suspenders maybe, which I might just like redraw over because that might be easier. But I think you can play with the proportions a little bit more for that like cartoony style. Like that thickness might be kind of good. And like maybe we can see that, like, you know, the seaweed, which is sort of being used to repair your shirt, is sort of like cinching those fabrics in a little bit. They're a little bit baggy outside of it, but that's holding it tighter, you know? Yeah. They tell us cool underwater facts is redeem. Exactly. This guy's got some little secrets to tell me. If you lean into color expressions, you could also have the airline with it too. Like, straightening out for purple is like pseudo exclamation point. Oh my god, if it was like emotive, if it like shakes when you're angry or something, or like, yeah, when you're surprised, it could like go rigid in a straight line. That'd be so funny. If I'm being honest, would like them to have a bigger suit. Yeah, that's sort of what I was doing, is I'm sort of making the suit bigger. I'm sort of trying to exaggerate it a little bit more. Like, we can make things a little bit thicker in some places for funsies. Probably like expand these out a little bit at the bottom so that there's like some weight. Having the kelp that's on your body that's sort of like repairing your clothing a little bit is also fun opportunities for movement on a model too. They can like sort of like sway with the water, just sort of ambiently, and move when you move, which is nice. Yeah. Like, those old suits were like armor because the fabric would collapse tight otherwise. It needs to be chunkier and have more metal sections that keep the suit from collapsing. Ah, okay. So let me look up a 1950s diving suit. So I can see what they look like. Oh, whoa, they've got like crazy shoulders. Wait, look at this guy. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my gosh. We are cartoonifying it. Look at him! This actually doesn't have metal on the outside. I think the metal is actually on the inside. Like, I can see that there's a ring probably around here, and the shoulders are really like wide and stuff. It seems like they padded them as opposed to putting rings on them. You've got properly big stompy boots, but I wonder if we could get like this type of shape in your shoulders somehow, perhaps. Yeah, this is a hardcore fella. No wonder people thought these things were scary. Oh my gosh, like, look at this guy! The rope that's like tying all around everything. This is crazy looking. Oh my gosh, they are kind of unsettling. Oh wait, this seems to be like the exact style of one that you're referencing though. I think I found right here. This kind of one. Yeah. I feel like a couple pieces of rope might be nice for the design also. Yeah, they're a little intimidating. You do feel a bit like a Scooby-Doo fella. A little Scooby-Doo-esque. Oh, it is funny that the Big Daddies are showing up also in this search. There's also like full metal ones that were like tests that never were used. Like, look at this thing. This is a 1935 diving suit, apparently, that was never used. This looks like a bug. That's so crazy. I guess they didn't know what else to do to keep you safe, so they were like, what if we just wrapped you in plastic, essentially? Crazy. Was going for Scooby-Doo? Hell yeah. 100% because it was too heavy to move. Yeah. No. A lot of these got scrapped. But having some of this, like, nautical rope might be kind of interesting somewhere, too. Or, like, the broader shoulders that this one has might be fun also. What is this thing, though? It seems like a lot of them have this, like, piece of rope around their neck with this sort of, like, random chest protector on it. And then it, like, connects to a belt that goes under the legs. What is this for? Torn fishnet somewhere for weight. Oh, I wonder if this is a weight. Interesting. Pity the guy who had to get in the big test suit. I don't think there's a guy in that test suit I showed you. Oh, wait, to keep them at the bottom. Oh, wait. Does this link down to a weight or something? Or is this just not another heavy thing to put on them? Perhaps. That's lead. Maybe we should give you, like, a piece of lead. And, like, that's kind of hardcore. I kind of love that. Where, like, you could repeat your golds a little bit, maybe. Although I don't know if I want to put gold there, because the gold makes your head really focal. Hang on. We're getting, like, too much into funny little concept details. Let me grade a couple things that are sort of, like, the obvious points first. Head is pretty properly focal. By the fact that you've got that really high contrast dark shadow inside the helmet, and then the really bright white eyes. It is pretty stark. Does make me look to the face pretty quickly. You may benefit from a sweeping gradient that comes from the legs up just because the gold in your shoes is a little distracting. But I feel like with this proportioning where I've made the head bigger, it's less distracting. So I'll give you full points for focal point for that. Yeah, jingle jingle. Not really jingle jingle. We were talking about things that did make sense and were related. But yeah. Protection for the airline. They're full of air, gotta keep them down somehow. Yeah, gotta make them sink. If the chains were all broken except one and the lead plate dragged along behind him so he could still jump or float a little, but is ultimately held down. Interesting. That could be cool. I feel like netting might also be, like, a fun detail to add in here somewhere. Where, like, you've just got, like, a net that you stepped in, essentially, that's, like, sort of, like, tied around your leg. But you're, like, kind of stuck and it's, like, being dragged with you along the bottom of the ocean. You've just been collecting, like, ocean debris over time, essentially. But that might be something fun that adds a little bit to your silhouette also. Too, for just, like, a fun asymmetrical little detail. But you do have some good asymmetry already in your silhouette from the big giant coral. I do think having the oxygen line on the other side will help to balance you, because you do feel a little bit right side heavy right now. You got giant coral, giant claw. So having something else on the other side of your body to counterbalance that will be good. Oh, you do also have a sponge coral on your head that can maybe be bigger too. Let me scale up your sponge coral, because that's what I think this is, at least. We could also attach other little, like, sea creature-y things to you too, like some mollusks, because those like to hang on to things. You could have, like, snails crawling on you. Yeah, or like barnacles, perhaps. Barnacles are clams attaching to the helmet. Yeah, or like the shoulders or something. It's a brain coral? Wait, that's great. I love that. Hang on, if you make it a little bit bigger and have, like, a little bit more of an arc to it, that may become a little bit more apparent that it's a brain coral. That's great. I love that for being on the head. Didn't want to keep all the weights attached, but dragging it could work. Yeah. Dragging a weight might be nice. Okay, you've got your little, like, attachment areas on your collar that I kind of screwed up with the way that I was moving them around. Oopsie, whoopsie. Yeah. Coral is fun. Let's see, what else do I have here? So, color palette. I think the color palette is fine. I think the head is focal, and you have chosen a lot of, like, more saturated colors so you feel more friendly, which I think works pretty well. The fact that these little blue bits are only around the face, I think, is a good move for color palette. But I do think that some of the colors should reference other places maybe a little more. Because you do have green in the brain coral, and then little bits of green in the outfit, which is good. You've got gold in the upper body, and then green or gold in the shoes, which is good. Orange for the claw, and then orange for the anemone, which is good. But I feel like the pink needs to come back somewhere, because it's only in one place and it's pretty big. I already took a couple barnacles in the chest. I could add more. Oh, is that what these are? I didn't read those as being barnacles. I read those as being some way that you're interfacing with the helmet. They may need to be touching to read as barnacles. But I feel like maybe if you just had like a little piece of that coral somewhere else, or something else that's that pink color somewhere, that would be good for balance's sake. Like maybe you have some that's like attached to your other arm or something. So that way that's adding some weight to this side of the body too. Perhaps that might be good. I feel like a strike against dragging the weight is most of the time your character will be seen from waist up. Little octopus or jellyfish for more pink items. Oh, that might be cute if you had like just like a little Dumbo octopus hanging out with you. Pink starfish. Oh wait, a pink starfish might be good too. Hang on. That's a good idea. We could put that on your chest, almost like an emblem. Whoops, I'm drawing that right onto the wrong layer. Whoopsie. Like if you just had like a pink starfish that's like, well, whoops, hang on. It seems to be on a layer that's above things. There's your starfish friend, hanging on to you. Some barnacles on the claw. Yeah, that might be a good idea. I think for the barnacles to read like barnacles, they may need to touch each other's. And I feel like barnacles are actually kind of like squared off. They're not really round in shape. You've got like the right like internal structure for them, but I think we need like more of them. And maybe they need to just be bigger, so we can recognize that's what they are essentially. I picked the darker color, which is not what I wanted. Hang on, give me the lighter color. There we go. So like some barnacles on here. Maybe you get like one that's like offset to the other side essentially. And then you could have maybe some on the claw or something. Because that is a thing that I guess quintessentially affects crustaceans too, because they take so long to shed their shells. Sometimes, especially lobsters, that they end up like super duper covered in barnacle. Yeah, it feels a little bit gnarly. Yeah, they're kind of hexagonal. I forget what they're called, but I think it's called ribbon or rainbow corals. Interesting. Barnacles in the water have little wavy alive bits to them. Ooh, we should put the wavy alive bits on them too if we're in the water. That might be good. The other thing I was going to say to you about the way you've applied texture to this is that I think you need to be a little bit more random with the application. It feels like this green is kind of everywhere, and it's all placed on the front right now. But if the green is like along sort of like hem lines where grime would build up naturally, or like if it pushes to like wrap around the edges a little bit more, that might sort of make it feel more concretely a part of the clothing. Because right now I feel like it's just kind of in the same quantity all over, which makes it a little bit overwhelming to see. So like if you tone it down in a couple places, have some like little patches where it's a little bit more sparing, and then make it thicker in areas where like the clothing is touching, where you get like buildup, that might be a good way of handling it. Do you see how this distribution feels a little bit more like naturalistic, despite the fact that I removed some of it, so it's not all over? Hi, Moe Cuckoo. Hello. Yeah. I feel like the belt is looking a little bit empty. I don't know if the belt necessarily has to have things going on with it, though. It seems like the belts that these fellas were wearing didn't necessarily have a lot going on with them. They were mostly used for attaching weights to and kind of holding the clothing on. But like maybe having just like a buckle or something on it so we can see essentially that like there's like a functional element happening might be nice. Fasteners and things like that can really go a long ways to making something feel fleshed out without having to add a lot of detail. So just like a buckle, a belt style buckle, something in there, maybe enough for that. And maybe if this feels like a little bit more like tattered and destroyed, that would add a little bit of that like natural touch that I think we're looking for in those areas. Because like that sort of fleshes that out a bit more too. Imagine they would dust down the algae where they mostly scrub off. Yeah, wherever they can reach, they could probably get the algae off. Or like areas that are being like touched a lot by external forces would probably not develop as much algae either, you know? Because the water current might be able to push it off too. Yeah. Also, I wonder if we could age some of the bronze a little bit. Because I think that Or no, copper? What are the suits made of? Is it bronze or copper? It might be copper. But they tend to, like, oxidize when they've been exposed to water for a long time. So it might be fun if this felt more like oxidation in, like, turquoises and blues that are sort of creeping in to make it feel like it's a little bit, like, decrepit, too. Yeah. Idea for toggle/animated bits. A fish or two that swims around the anemones and coral. Yeah, you've got a whole biome and ecosystem living on you now. There we go. But yeah, like some greens and some blues in here. Might just be a fun way of adding a little more color. Anemones. Things that live in anemones are called anemones. Yeah. Yeah. I want some wear and tear to your gold elements also. And I guess a lot of the gold elements wouldn't be so bright underwater, and we are going for cartoony and less realistic, but it may just be fun. Teal color might work to bring the teal from the glass elsewhere too. That's true, although the teal from the glass I think does help to make the head focal. I think the glass placement right now is making this piece read as a mouth though, which I'm not sure is what you want. I might just like move this a little bit, where if it was like something jagged off to the side, it won't read as mouth-like. There we go, I'm like, sharp bits. Now it's more symmetrical too. Good night, bugs. Thank you for hanging out. Enjoy your snork. Me. Thank you for your good critique, details and support and commentary. But have plenty of fish friends in the final version. Believe me, brother. Hell yeah. I love a little fishy friend. But honestly, I feel like you're most of the way there already. I think most of it is just a little bit of realigning your proportions and a couple more like naturalistic details. But I think you have a really solid foundation here already. So for color palette, just get a couple hints of your pink somewhere else. Distribute maybe a little bit of that blue somewhere else too. But otherwise, I don't have an issue. Your clarity is fine. Oh wait, I may take off some of the color detail points here instead of in complexity versus clarity though, where I think we just need a more naturalistic way that the green bits are dispersed. For silhouette, I think your silhouette is going to be very recognizable already for the fact that you kind of have bullet head, but in an intentional way because you're a diver suit. But the coral adds a lot to silhouette, your non-human hands add a lot to silhouette, your anemones on your ankles add to silhouette, as do your little kelpie bits. I would imagine you're probably pretty recognizable, and you're pretty decently asymmetrical too, for what it's worth. I think that we need to reproportion just a little bit, make your head bigger, make your hands bigger, so the proportions feel a little bit more intentional maybe, or a little bit more cartoony aligned. So I'll put you like right there, but I think you've got all the key elements to make this a very recognizable, memorable silhouette. For complexity versus clarity, it seems like we wanted a little bit more detail, just like a hair, a tad bit more detail, like barnacles distributed in other places, another like tube here, a little bit more fleshing out of the belt, but it's not a ton. I think you're very nearly there. And I think this is one of those designs that does benefit from less is more. I think the simplicity helps you to read more clearly, and it does align well with the cartoony aesthetic too. This fella is not quite animation friendly, the way you had it, and I made it a little bit less animation friendly, but the good news is you're not going to be animated. You're going to be potentially live 2D or 3D. Honestly, this would probably work really well as a 3D model. Things that are more geometric like this tend to work incredibly well in 3D. And good luck making circles and spheres. I'm sure you can do it, but I feel like it's more work. For concept and motif then also, I think we get a pretty clear understanding of what's going on with the character just from looking at you. We can see that the glass has been smashed. We can see there's wear and tear and age on the suit. We can see that you're sort of transforming into something beyond human. I think we're getting all the necessary pieces here. Maybe there's little things we can do to play into it a little bit more, but I think you're pretty close to being there. Yeah. Great for like a low poly 3D model. Yeah. And I'm sure you're not just saying that because I'm a cool low poly 3D model, but it would be cute stylistically. I feel like a PS2 style model would be kind of fun for this style, where it's like nice and cartoony. You feel like one of those kind of like mascot types of characters maybe, you know? But yeah. What do we have here? Oh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10. That's very solid. That is quite solid. quite solid indeed. 7.5 out of 10. Be a PNG tuber first, not ready to rig live 2D, and I know nothing about 3D. Totally fair and understandable. I think this will make a very great PNG tuber. I think it'll be very cute. Yeah. Not bad. No, not far from bad. Fantastic even. Incredible. Can we get a round of applause for Undead Diver, please? Wee, 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 wee. Clapping noises made with mouth. Clapping in rhythm. Thank you, Undead Diver. Thank you. Who was it? Was it March who had donated? Yeah, March Rabbit, thank you for donating. And also thank you, Undead Diver, for submitting your design for critique. Thank you. Let me save this and close it. And I guess I am on target to get Changeling and perhaps Opalescent also. I need to fix my thumbnails because I think I'm one off. I think I have Angelo on the thumbnail, and I think I had Fable on the previous thumbnail. I may have to modify my thumbnails because I'm one behind where I thought I would be by the end of today. But honestly, that's not too bad if I'm only one behind. That's pretty good. That's pretty decent. I'm proud of myself. Do you need a full VTuber design for critique, or can it be concept work? It can be concept work, as long as you have it fleshed out enough that I can sort of see the direction the design is going in. So like a clean sketch with flat colors can be plenty enough. Final question, do you like the claw or tentacle more? I like the claw. I think the claw fits better with the rounded, sort of friendly design shapes you have, and it leans into exaggeration a little bit better. Also, tentacles have some weird associations sometimes, and I don't know if I want that for you. Yeah. I gave you a redhead, and I'm hoping he makes the thumbnail. Ooh, we'll see. Thank you, Miraku. I appreciate your redhead donation. I like a good redhead in character design. Bam, let's close these guys. Who did I just say was next? Changeling! Changeling next. Let's see, open this up. Here we go, here's Changeling. Bam. Nice. I'm gonna take a bite of my snack. The claw! That's 2 VTuber designs we've looked at today who we could go the claw about for different reasons. Isu for claw machine, and Undead Diver for crab claw. Me too, made the tentacle first, but I decided the claw might be better. The claw also just has like better color harmony with the rest of the design, I would say, because it's using an orange color that you had elsewhere also. It goes together pretty well. This ref sheet is loaded. I know, I love this sort of scrapbook style of this ref sheet though, where it's got like deckled edges on paper. Delicious. I love a deckled frayed edge on paper. The printmaker in me is excited. So excited, nervous that I'm shaking. No! Deep breaths, it's gonna be okay, Changeling, it's gonna be all right. No shaking. Do not become small, anxious dog, it's gonna be okay. Yes, fairy/gremlin core colors, yes. I do definitely see that, very garden-y. Let's read the deets. And then I will eat snack and take beverage sip. This is Changeling, who uses the pronouns she/her and can be found at maybe a changeling. The basic concept is eco-punk changeling artist who lives in the woods. I was going for a chaotic, slightly scatterbrained, witchy mom friend vibe. While I love her current design, I feel like she looks too approachable. Interesting. I want her to feel more wild. She needs to be more unsettling/intimidating, and maybe even a little gross. She was inspired by Baba Yaga, Edda the Owl Lady from the Owl House, and Maul MacTyre from Wolfwalkers, all of whom have a certain unabashedness that I feel she is currently lacking. I would also like to improve her silhouette as it feels a bit weak. Lore-wise, she is not a changeling, in quotes, in the traditional sense, as she did not replace a human child, but was instead born to a changeling mother. Changeling never felt like she entirely belonged in the human nor the Fey world, so when she reached adulthood, she decided to travel around and explore wild spaces where she wouldn't have to worry about societal expectations. During her travels, she stumbles across a witch's cottage. She's taken in by the witch who helps her find community among the artists, punks, witches, and weirdos of the woods. Woo, love me a weirdo of the woods. That's me, I think. I think I qualify. After a couple years, the witch decides to retire from her post as the keeper of the cottage and names Changeling her successor. Now, Changeling spends her days working on DIY projects around the house, gardening, crafting, and most importantly, helping any wayward travelers who come across her cottage to find their place. The channel mascot's name is Sprout. He's a baby radish spider that lives in Changeling's fabric stash. He collects lace and dreams of becoming a renowned textile designer when he grows up. Aww. He and Changeling share a passion for upcycling, visible mending, and slow fashion. Hell yeah. He's so cute. This is a little uncanny where he doesn't have enough arms. Having more arms makes him less uncanny for me somehow, strangely enough. A fairy switched at birth with a human. Are they a fairy-human mixed? It seems like that may be the case. I am not particularly familiar with the changeling concept, but if that is what it is, where they're like created almost from humans usually, or like they switch places with a human, that is interesting. I do think there are a lot of inhuman elements here that are helping me to get a slightly uncanny read from the design, like the super duper long fingers that are sort of turning furry with really sharp nails, the long drooping ears, the face almost having like plates to it. I thought you were a doll at first because of the way the faceplate is working, with like the lips connecting up over the side to the face. Is that because you like can open your head and have terrifying giant teeth in there and this is like a maw in disguise almost, maybe? It's interesting. I think the sort of like unabashedness, chaos, scatterbrained vibe that you feel like is missing might be coming from the fact that the clothing is all being worn very cleanly. And the hair, for what it's worth, for being very loose curls and not being super styled, still seems kind of orderly, surprisingly. Like, there's not a lot of pieces that are sticking that far out. It sort of is like one sort of contained mass. If you had bits of your hair that are like sticking out a little bit more, that may help to push you into feeling a little bit more aligned with some of those characters you had mentioned. Because they generally have just like a little bit wilder of hair, and curly hair does lend itself pretty well to that, like, little bit of wildness, you know? So I think that already from a silhouette standpoint from a distance is going to help a little bit. Doesn't give me threatening vibes, gives me warm granny vibes. Yeah. Her upper face is meant to be a mask. Oh, really? It's a very convincing mask because I don't know if I would have realized that it is a mask otherwise, because it's so accurate in skin tone. I feel like you may want to make the like fake, like air quote, like mask part of the face either paler or darker so we can tell there's a difference, because I'm not reading this as a mask line right now. And if it is paler or darker than the skin beneath it, that might make it clearer, and that may increase the uncanniness. Kind of looks dryad to me with how there's kind of design reading as tree-like. Yeah, I maybe would have guessed as like dryad. Part of her anatomy, but it can flip up. Oh, okay, so it is part of her anatomy, so it's mask-like, but it's still physically a part of her, okay. So it is still her skin. It has very big hair and sharp lines. I think that's what gives wild with her character. Yeah. As do other characters that feel a little bit wilder when they're out in the woods. This character feels a lot more rounded because the hair is curly and round, which feels friendly. The eyes are big and round, which feels friendly. Even like the shapes like in the legs, as much as they're tattered, the shoes are kind of round, the pants are rounded in their edges. We need more sharp edges, perhaps. And that could come from just like further tatter. This stomach element, I think, would do a lot to increase the uncanny element if we could see it. And I wonder if this might be one of those opportunities where, you know, your clothing is somewhat torn up and destroyed. What if we're just like missing the panel, like right here, essentially? And like some of these pieces are just sort of like hanging. And then we can see that there's like a level here. Like if there's just like more cut out that's like frayed and not mended, and we can see that cavity that's going through, that might help a little bit. Although that's not really all that high in the body. And you have one in your chest, but it doesn't really feel as gnarly as it maybe could. Maybe we just need to expand the effect of it also. I will warn you also, the way that these are shaped feels a little bit, what is the word? Vonic? You've heard the word phallic before probably, but this is feeling sort of, vonic. Because it's narrow. Yeah, it feels a little bit non-TOS friendly because it's narrow and has a dark spot in the center of it, and it's sort of like oblong. If you exaggerate it to make it like wider a little bit, so that it's less almond shaped, it may feel less like that. Especially if we like broaden some of these bits out. I do think being able to see through it might also be important too, because that's what makes this feel really uncanny, is the fact that we see through it. I feel like you could just exaggerate it a good bit more too. What does that mean genuinely? Vonic, so like phallic is the word we use to refer to structures that feel like they are referencing male genitalia, or like I guess male genitalia is not a good way of putting it. I guess assigned male at birth genitalia, without me saying the anatomical words. I can say anatomical words, that's fine. That's not safe for work, right? If I say anatomical words, tree-shaped, but Vonic is referring to the vagina, in shape perhaps. LOL, that did not even cross my mind. The only reason it crosses my mind is because art school trained me to see that everywhere. Is it Vonic or Yonic? Wait, it might actually be Yonic. I may be using the wrong letter. Hang on. Is it Yonic? That might be the word. I may have said it wrong. Yes, it is Yonic. Sorry. Whoops. Yonic is the word. Yeah, like a peach. Yes. Thank you, Detective Jupiter. Whoopsie. I thought it was references to lava or volcano. Nope. Not quite. Are you doing green VTubers today? No, but that has been surprisingly a little bit of a trend. But yeah, make this bigger and more disturbing. I think the fact that we're seeing a lot of very close to human anatomy that doesn't feel very uncanny is also impacting our read. Where like, if this didn't read as cleavage and instead was the fact that this gaping hole is like traveling lower between the chest here, I think that might also help too, where like we can see like through it to the other side of your body. Wait, actually, I'm just gonna color this in and put vines over it essentially, because that's kind of how you handled it in the other place, where like we could see that like, there we go. Would you say, don't ask why I know that? I'm not going to. I know what those words are because of art school, and I would assume the same for you until you've now decided to make it clear that that might not be why you know. Now I'm asking. Totally put some hair inspo in live suggestions and my personal opinion on which works better for an unkept wild feel. Yeah. No! Oh my god, wait. I've actually made all of my edits to the base design. Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no. Every single thing I've drawn has been on the base layer. Can I fix it? Can I fix it? Can I go back in time long enough to solve it? Oh, e.g. The lower gap is more visible in the traditional punk outfit. I love clothing / outfit design and my own model artist, so I plan on making her lots of outfits. Hell yeah! Let's see, can I go back in time far enough? I can! Oh, perfect. There we go, we're so back. I'm gonna get rid of that for now, because I feel like we can do enough with the chest element to make it feel more uncanny without having to open the dress up a little bit. Let me see what Ruruku had suggested. Where's my server? Hello? Oh, interesting. Longer hair that's gone uncut for a long time is more ragged along the bottom and flatter on top. Layered short curly hair will be more everywhere. Personally, the idea of long hair where the ends are uneven and get everywhere. Yeah, like this is kind of cool. I see what you mean, where it is flatter on top and it gets like much more thin at the bottom. It's thinned out. The curls have more space between them. Yeah. Not really a design critique, but maybe if she was making a more unhinged / chaotic expression, that would help. That may also be true. That may also help too. I think that you look very doll-like in your expression right now. Where even if we just like narrow the eyes just like a little bit, like this. Hang on, push these down a little bit. Make you look a little more tired. Let me not bring the brows down with it. You'll feel maybe a little bit more intimidating, especially if I hook your brows down a little bit too. As like a neutral expression. Like that doesn't feel as doll-like. This is a little more intimidating already just from the eye shape. The face is based on my IRL face, and I have a major baby face debuff. Oh no! Like in-universe version of RBF. Yeah, you could just give yourself essentially RBF. In-universe. And I think that would help. Comparatively. Because I didn't really make your eyes smaller. Your lids are just more closed right now. Essentially. From the way that I've made it. I do like Riku's suggestion of like the piecier hair that's like thinning out. You could like bring it maybe like in front of your body a little bit more, where like you've got like bigger pieces and then they're like a little bit, there's more bits between them a little bit. where we can see the gaps, essentially, especially where it's like lower down here. If we can see that it's like thinning out, essentially, that seems like it might work kind of well. Yeah. I also have that problem with my face. I also have that problem with my face. I go everywhere when my car, or when I need like to go places and stuff. If I like buy alcohol or like take an Uber or do things like that, people assume that I'm a kid. They assume that I'm like maybe like a college student sometimes, but often I've been assumed to be a high schooler. When I'm at work, people think I'm a student. So I feel you. I do have a baby face. I'm also short, which doesn't help. At a distance, I'm losing the hairband and the hair. That does bring us to something that is a critique for the design sort of overall, getting out of concept and personality read, is that you are not very high in contrast. Hang on, if I remove all your saturation, you have contrast between the different elements that you're wearing, like your skin has enough contrast from your face, which has enough contrast from your dress that you're wearing, but I am losing the dress into the pants, which then also are lost into the hands too. It seems like one value is being used across all these elements, and on top of that, a lot of those elements just don't have values that get that dark. It does feel like you're going for sort of that like storybook, like fantasy vibe, where they do tend to shade with browns and they leave things a little bit more pastel-y, but I feel like you would benefit from having some darker values. Strands of hair that stick to her arms and wrap across the hip. I remember my hip-length hair doing that. Ooh, interesting. Okay, hang on. We can do that too. Like pieces that are like coming in here like this, essentially. Like stuck on the dress, or like being like kind of like spidery across the shoulders. That might be interesting. Might be a good opportunity to have a little bit of asymmetry too. Hair a little messy. I feel like we are getting the hair into a more apt vibe. If anything, branches, or add branches like spider legs for the little guy. Add branches. Oh, for the little guy? We're not critiquing his design. We're critiquing this design. I feel like the trousers should be a bit darker, have darker shading under the dress. Yeah, so I'm gonna add drop shadows to this is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna take a brown, I'm gonna add a multiply layer, and just add some shadows to see if I can push some of these values a little bit more. So like I'm gonna put a shadow under the chin, I'm gonna put a shadow where the hair is behind the head. There's also an accessory hanging off the ears here that I don't think we can really see very clearly. And I hadn't even noticed that your little guy is sitting here on top of you because the values are all so close. So I'm gonna see if I can clarify some of that with just some like big value shapes. It looks like I gave you armpit hair right now. Bear with me, I'm so sorry. It'll get fixed here in a second once I turn the layer down for its opacity. Yeah. Squiiji, I'm gonna draw you. Oh, me? You're gonna draw a little of me? I appreciate it, thank you. I'll be excited to see. There was a really cute fan art of me that I saw on Twitter yesterday, too, where somebody drew me with an inky cap umbrella. It was really cute. I love seeing fan art. It's so sweet. Rex, are you applauding for the fan art, or are you applauding for the editing? Here, like, I could also probably put drop shadows, like, inside the ears and like around the headband so we can see the headband a little bit more clearly. Turn that all down a bit to like here maybe? Like that's already helping from a distance. And it's not making you feel less pastel also. She has armpit hair in canon, so it's fine. Oh hell yeah, okay. What if her hair had twigs and her leaves sticking out? That might not be a bad idea. Also, I feel like there's like a line happening here that should have some shading under it. I feel like this line should have some shading against it. This should probably have some shading around the sides of it. Honestly, you could have more contrast between the different patches too, so they feel a little bit more varied. This should probably have a little bit of shading along it that's a little bit more, as with like this area, because it's got some depth. And then like the inside of these ruffles would probably have the shading in them, and they drop a shadow on here. There's probably some shading that'd be on there, and going sort of like around the edges of the body. The fingers that are further back should probably have a little bit of shade on them so we can see them against each other. The tail could be a little bit darker behind the body, behind the leg, although you made it lighter there, which actually kind of does the same thing of what I needed. Honestly, I feel like the pants could just be darker in general, especially where they are up higher. So I might just shade all of this in a bit. There we go. And then like shading here, shading under your knee, shading like inside the pants so you can see that your leg is behind it. Some under there, perhaps. Darker shadows to define some of the shapes in there. Yeah. There we go. So then, like, if I turn this layer off and back on, do you see how this is clarifying the clothing a lot more? You still feel pastel and still feel grounded within that aesthetic, but you have a little bit better clarity. I will say, I don't know if I like the silhouette you're getting from this outfit as much. The butterfly style collar is very cute and sort of clever, and I know this is sort of like your punk style jacket with some sashiko and some patches and stuff on it. But I like can't tell what kind of jacket it is, which is kind of like a weird thing to say. It feels almost like a bomber jacket with fur at the bottom edge, but the material doesn't feel like that sort of like leather or canvas type of fabric. And I feel like it's disguising a lot of the interesting parts of your silhouette too, where you have your hair that adds to silhouette, you've got the cutouts in your arms that add to silhouette. It just makes you kind of chunkier in silhouette, and the shapes just aren't as clear. I feel like you may want to exaggerate the shoulders for this one if you want to keep the jacket. And maybe even you might want to push the butterfly bits out beyond the tip of the shoulder too. So that way that's adding to the silhouette. But you are getting this just like round shape of head that goes like directly into your shoulders here. And I think we just need to be able to see like a clear area where like your ear maybe sticks out past your hair. There's a shelf of edge of a shoulder. Maybe this isn't tucking in so tight here so that we feel like the jacket is like a little bit bulkier, because that might make more sense for the style of jacket that it is. Yeah. That is the specific garment I wanted to take a knife to. Idea. It's a jacket she found from somebody who was murdered and got dumped in the woods. Make it look like it did have a knife taken to it. Oh, so like if it had like a particular like stab wound or something that has been repaired, that could make sense. I'm gonna exaggerate your sleeves a little bit more too, perhaps. But like I feel like this shape is working a little bit better for me as far as the shape language goes. Hi Shroommates, it's been a while. Hope everyone's doing well. I hope you're doing well too, TV Head. Welcome back. Maybe a few bugs depending on how creepy they want to go. Ooh, you know what would be like real creepy is if we can see bugs like hanging out on like your face and you're unbothered, or like on your body somewhere. People tend to be real freaked out by like bugs and stuff that are just sitting places they don't expect them. It's like if you have like, oh, here's like a little spider guy hanging out, or like you've got a little guy that's just like sitting on your cheek with his little like limbs out and stuff. Those could be like real interesting, just like little things. Love bugs. Yeah, or like if you had like an animation on the model where the spider just goes like wee 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 across your face and then hides again. Or like an ant, or like moths may make sense for this aesthetic. Maybe you've got moths that like land on your headband or something, and they like flap their little like mothy wings a little bit. That could provide some interesting motion. Bug come out from under the mask. Ooh, that would be creepy. Yeah. Oh, here, let me get my sip of water. I was supposed to eat something before we started this crit, and I forgot. I was too distracted. You could have the bugs like crawl out of the hole in the chest also too. Pillbugs are roly-poly little friends. You still scream when you pick up a log and thousands of them tumble out. Maybe you do. I don't. Bugs don't scare me. The only surprise bug that scares me is when they're crawling on me and I'm not expecting it. That's the only time bugs scare me. I'm not usually too bugged by a bug. They don't bug me. I like insects. The only bug I actually actively fear is cockroaches, because I just don't like infestation bugs. Same with like fruit flies. It's not their fault, and they're not actually scary. It's just the things they can do that is scary, you know? Yeah. Wooter. Alright. Twigs sticking out of the hair, leaves sticking out of the hair may also work for somebody who's living in the woods. I do like the green in the hair, because it does feel like there's moss growing in your hair also, which is kind of neat. For the concept, too. Yeah. Hang on, so where was I talking about? I don't think I started grading you at all yet. 4, color. The earthy palette makes a lot of sense for both your concept and for sort of the like illustration style it feels like you're referencing, which is sort of that like fairies and magic in the garden style of illustration. but I think you just need more contrast in it. There's a lot of low contrast areas that could be described better if you had just some darker values happening around them. For silhouette, I think you could push your hair more and also add that cutout in the chest. And I think that would be probably enough to make your silhouette more recognizable. Just because as it was, I mean, I guess your pants and your tail was doing something with your hands, but you just had sort of like a continuous shape going around the top of your head and into your shoulders. So we just need to break that up a little bit. You are decently asymmetrical, both in your hair and in your pants, which works just fine and things make sense with your sort of eco-punk DIY repair style situation. And the tying that's like lacing your pants back together does also work well for providing some little negative space opportunities. I think your jacket needs a little reshaping, but I'm gonna critique mostly, I guess, this version of the model, because this one felt like it was like more clearly fleshed out. The jacket feels a little bit like an afterthought to me as far as the design goes. Like this dress feels very like witchy, like garden mom, which is what you were going for. And the jacket ends up covering that up and makes it feel like you're sort of cosplaying as a pilot in some way, which is a little bit odd. But yeah, so a little bit more pushes for the silhouette perhaps. What about Steve? The name for the roommates Australians all have, aka the dinner plate sized spiders. Oh, what are they called? The walking spiders? They're a little bit intense. But again, if I see a spider and I know where he is, I'm not bothered. The only time the spider bothers me is when he's on me. So if he stays off of me, we can live in peace. I ain't worried about it. Level of detail. I think the level of detail is totally fine. I think some of the details just need more contrast, as we were saying with the colors, so they can truly shine. I do love a good pattern in design, and I feel like this does so much to add life and warmth. And by warmth, I mean like relatability to the design. We all have seen dresses that are constructed like this, and they do feel very witchy and fairy-esque. They've got some good texture rendering in the pants too. It just adds a lot of detail that provides some more interest to us as a viewer. So I'm on board with that. Focal point. Let me get rid of my edits and see. You know, your face is pretty focal because I think your eyes are the darkest part of the design, surprisingly. And you do have a lot of detail that is sort of low contrast kind of everywhere. So I do end up landing in this area where there's less detail and the brighter color of your skin tone compared to sort of the more mid-tone, darker colors of your clothing does pull me up here. I think I made some of the hair bits down here a little bit too dark, but I still think that your face is decently focal. I may have made your chest a little more focal, but if you add more clarity to your hairband and to your earrings, I think the face will be pretty darn focal still also. I even like Steve. Very much would like to have a pet tarantula if they weren't so fragile. They're fragile? I didn't know that. I don't know if I'd want a tarantula per se, because like I'm more the kind of person that wants a pet that like I can pick up and hold and play with and stuff like that, and that's just not the niche that tarantula fills. But like I wouldn't be afraid of being in a house with somebody who's a pet tarantula. That wouldn't bug me. He wouldn't bug me. I catch lizards, toads, and moths and take them outside at work. Oh, yeah, I do that too. I'm always the one freeing bugs. Do you guys know thousand-leggers? They call them like, what do they call them? Like cellar... Some people call them like cellar spiders, but they're not spiders. People call them centipedes, and they're not. That's not what they are. Don't Google them if you're afraid of bugs. They do look a little gnarly, but they're harmless. They can't hurt you. You can pick them up in your hands. House centipede. Yeah, people call them house centipedes. They're not centipedes. That's not what they are. They're thousand-leggers. And they're not scary. They're an important part of the house ecosystem. Your house ecosystem should probably include whatever funky little bugs are getting in, which is like the gnats and the ants and whatever. Then the spiders that eat them, you should have a couple spiders in your house. And then, so that your spider population doesn't get out of control, you should have a couple thousand-leggers to eat the spiders, because that's really all they do is eat spiders and bugs. They don't bite you. They can't. Their tiny little fangs couldn't even do it if they tried. Millipede? No, they're not millipedes. Don't Google them if you're afraid of bugs, but if you're not afraid of bugs, you can Google them. They just look a little gnarly because they have a lot of legs. But I don't think they're scary. We had them in my house all the time, but we have them at work, and man, do the art students scream when they see them. They flip. And every single time I'm like, guys, it's okay. They don't climb like on things. They're not like on the desk. They're always on the floor. And they're just like running, trying to hide under like areas that are in shadow. And I'm like, cool it. Cool it. It's gonna be okay. He's not going to hurt you. He does not want to hurt you. He's okay with you. House centipede or silverfish? Not silverfish. Silverfish cause destruction. They cause damage. House centipedes are fine. Spider is screaming too. I know. I know. Tries hard not to get creeped out by the legs, but it's so hard. I'm totally immune to them. I don't know why people think they're creepy. They like don't bother me at all. I pick them up in my hands to remove them from the classroom. I'm like, shoo, go away. Don't scare it so I can pick it up. And I just go, scoop, in my tiny little EG hands, and I go, whack, and I throw them outside. So that way they can be safe. Or I essentially just take them down the hall. I don't know if they like living outside that much. I think they like living in our houses. Yeah, I like jumping spiders. I also like jumping spiders. They're very cute. I have an office jumping spider. I used to have two, and the one passed away. My second one is still in here. I don't know where he is right now, but he was on me the other day on stream, and I scared the crap out of me. And I was like, my man, you shouldn't be there. And he went on my desk somewhere. He usually keeps to himself, though, which is why he gets to hang out. I think that was the first time he's, like, disturbed me, but he is very cute. They have nice little eyes that I like looking at. I always think about the time Cherry raided us and was talking about jumping spider, but yes, you're right, Jingles keys. Concept and motifs. I think we can make you a little bit creepier, but it does just come down to, like, subtle changes to vibe. Make you a little more uncanny, make your hair a little more spidery and branching and thin and sticking to you, make this a little bit more of an open area, make your eyes a little bit less doll-like. And I think that will already push your vibe more into the area that you're hoping for, perhaps. But otherwise, I do think we can clearly see the fact that you are inhuman, you are garden aligned, you are in the outdoors. I believe that you're a witch. You do seem like the mom friend a little bit. I'm picking up what you're putting down. So, the other thing that I was going to do, which would be the first for this, is I was going to give you an extra point for art style because this does feel very aligned, but I almost feel like I'm giving you the bonus point for your background. Almost as much as I'm giving it to you for the design. Please tell me that if you're streaming with this design, you have like a very DIY scrapbook themed overlay for stream, because that would be incredible. That would be incredible. I love a deckled edge. They look so good. I sure hope that's true. I haven't given out any bonus points, and I feel like maybe we change that. Stylistically, this is a very fun ref sheet. I'll put my showcase in chat. It shows my stream overlay. Ooh, thank you, Changeling. I'm intrigued to see. But here, we'll break that trend. We'll give you a point for the art style. I think it's very clever having the background be handled that way. It feels very aligned with that particular aesthetic. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 with all the combo of things with your bonus point. 8 raw score, 9 with a bonus point. Very solid. Very, very solid. Thank you for submitting, Changeling. I will avidly await to see if you send your overlay, but we do have at least one more design to get through here today that I would like to make sure we do. Bam. Done. Hell yeah. Round of applause. Thank you, Shroomates, for your feedback, as always. Thank you also, Changeling, for donating. And thank you also for submitting your design to be critiqued. Good work. Let me see. It's in live suggestions. Oh, interesting. So is this your current design? So you're a little more punk. Let me see the overlay. Oh, this is the video, so I don't know if I can... how to view it. Oh, that's cool. You're starting soon having, like, that frame. Wait, that's cute. Oh, wait, so this is the new model, then. So this is already rigged. I like your storybook edges. Here, let me show the Shroomates it. I'll put it in the Twitch chat also so they can see, but let me just put this in here. There we go. Oops, that's not... Ah! Oh, I hit a weird button. Hang on. Ah, there we go. Here you go, Twitch. If you want to see. I love the storybook page framing. That's great. That's incredible. I'm so happy about it. Stylistically, that's so fun, and it works very well with your model, so good work. Yay, wahoo! Let me grab the next fellow, which I think is Opalescent, if I'm not mistaken. Did Opalescent ask to go later, though? Was that who it was? I think somebody asked to be pushed if they couldn't hang out for the rest of the day. Opal, are you here? Opal, are you here? Gotta run to work. Enjoy work! Thank you for hanging out, Nephravale. Bye-bye! Very pretty with some creepy music box music would be very good vibes. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Did Opalescent want us to wait? Hang on. Ooh, I don't know if this note relates to them. Oh wait, okay with receiving crit even if they aren't there. Actually, it is directly specified that Opalescent is okay if they're not there. Wait, is that Opalescent? Hang on, whose column is that? No, wait, hang on, that's not them. Hang on, scroll over. Yeah, no, wait, hang on. This is just a note that's in the wrong category. Is Opalescent here? We might need to ping them. Just to make sure. Just to be sure. Just for sure. Perhaps. Do you need a ping? They don't have specified... Oh wait, they do have specified they want to ping. Yes, could you ping them, Rex, please, while I take a bite of snack? Granola of bar, my favorite. Also, I didn't hear Jubby come home from work, and I wonder where Jubby is. I wonder if they're out scanning or something, or maybe they picked up film? Intriguing. Let me open Opal's design in the meantime. While we wait. Let's see. Here we go. Opal's just a little guy. Look at this little guy! Look at this little guy! This is Opal's little guy. We'll see if they appear. I feel like they may have asked at the beginning of the stream, though, if they could be pushed, because it's too late. I think they're in bed. I think they went Schnork Mimi. Perhaps, because they were here earlier. And if that's the case, we may go to the next fella. Just so that they can, see it. Properly, you know? But I wonder if the next fella's here also. I can't really bank on scheduling around when people are around, just because, if I do, it may become impossible to try and schedule everything in properly. I don't know. They do have a more updated design in the critique thingy, so I'm not sure if they wanted critiqued. Oh, this was the most recently submitted design they had, so I wonder if that's not it. Oh man, we may have to wait for them because I don't want to... I don't want to, critique their design if this is not the proper design that they want critiqued also. Hang on. We'll put a pin in that one. We'll put a pin in it. I'll mark it as postponed for now, but we will get to it. Perhaps. So we'll go for Angelo, perhaps, next? They are from East Asian time zone. Ah, if that is the case, then they may in fact be in bed. That may be what's going on. I love the little guy. I know. So we'll take that as a little sneak peek for Thursday, maybe, perhaps. Cute little guy to look forward to. Let's see. Angelo's. Here we go. Here we go. Angelo, who also may need a ping. Here, wait. I might be able to go ping them, though. Perhaps. Angelo Lavelle on Discord. Let's see. Where have you been pinging them, Rex? Are you doing it in the charity advice area, or are you just doing it in chatting? Oh. Chatting one. Let's see. Let's see if Angie can make it. I guess this is like almost like vaguely scheduling a critique with me. Especially if they want to be pinged for it. Let's see. Do Shumates actually have ping turned on is a good question also. Perhaps. Let's see. Oh no, Hugh Morris fell in love with Jubby? That's crazy. That's actually an incredible Jubby me also. Hang on, we can look at that just real quickly while we wait. This will be our last crit for the day though. So I guess we don't have to super duper rush, but here's Jubby. Oh no, Hugh Morris, you can't steal my fella. Oh wait, Opal's on? Oh, is Opal in Discord? Okay, wait, hang on. Hang on, never mind, we lied. I may have lied. Wait. Wait, never mind, Angie. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Oh, there, Opal. Hi, Opal. Okay, hang on. We'll go for you next then. Sorry, this is a little bit hard with trying to juggle people needing pinged and brought in to make sure they can witness their critique. Opal, I was told that you may have a more updated version of the design than this, but this was the most recent one I had found that you'd submitted. Do you have a different ref that you would like me to crit? If so, put it in live suggestions for me, please. What time is it? That's a good question. Wait, this is it? Okay, good. Nice. Hell yeah. So, this is Opalescent Inkling. Don't know what I was expecting based on your name, but it probably should have been kind of exactly this. Opal uses pronouns that are they, them, and can be found at Opalescent Inkling. This is a model I plan to use for streaming, art, and some gaming. It's more of a place taker for myself. They are a liquid opal creature of unknown origin. They live in an old inkwell and have a lot of goats and sheep. The coloring of the bottle and horns on the lid are based off of a Valaeus blackneck goat. The horns act as a pen holder when the bottle is closed. Planning to do a PNG tuber first, then do rigging at a later time. My socials are currently not active because I am working on getting back to posting after a long break. Totally fair. Oh my god, 6:30 a.m.? Opal, is there an easier time? Is like the start, I guess the start of stream is midnight for you, isn't it? Are you okay being up right now? I'm so sorry. It is middle of it is actually not even middle of night. It is straight up morning. I hope you got some rest. I sure hope you got some rest. So cute and so pretty. I agree. Very cute. Start of stream is 2 a.m. their time. Oh, I guess that wouldn't be easier. This is the best option. Okay. Perf. In that case. Okay. Interesting. So you are the little inky guy that's in here. What are these things? Are these like your arms almost? Or are these little like drawings? They're interesting. Oh wait, that's the lid. That's the framework of where the lid would be if it was on your head. I see. Hang on. I answered my own question. I figured it out. This is one of those designs where I feel like it's fleshed out in a way that there's probably not much to actually change. I can see that you are clearly referencing sheep and or goats from the fact that it is white and black and has horns on the head of it. This is very inkwell shaped to me already, and I've used inkwells pretty extensively in my life. Making the inkwell something you can rest your pen on may be a little bit dangerous, although you're really only doing it when it's closed, I guess, but that is a clever way of making a bottle. And then you are made of opal and you are a slime, which just makes sense. So you have asymmetry built in from the fact that the inkwell is sort of diagonally split into the sheep parts, and from the fact that the cap for the inkwell is being worn asymmetrically on your head. You do some damage, which adds some more interest to your silhouette. I almost wonder if we should move this damage down just like a little bit. Hang on. EG, don't. EG, you have to do this on the correct layer, I swear to God. There we go. I feel like this could be moved down just because it's a little cluttered right there where it was in that area. And I feel like it could be a little bit bigger also for greater effect. But like, yeah, I might go like that. And then let me cover this back up. The gradient is not going to look incredible just because I'm having to like redo it. But like, there we go. Oh, have I been raided? Oh, hi, it's Master Emerald. Hi, Master Emerald. What's up? What's going on? Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Welcome in. I'm also low poly today. They stole all my polys. I am currently fundraising for cancer research. We're doing VTuber design critiques for charity right now. For the low donation of 30 USD or 45 AUD, you can have your design critiqued live on stream this week and potentially going into next week a little bit also. Man. We've already raised $2,000, almost $600, which is incredible. I'm so proud of the shroommates. But if you guys have interest, you are welcome to participate if you would like. Oh, Memority, also, thank you for donating 30. I hadn't seen that you had. Thank you. But hi, Master Emerald, how was your stream? Thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. Let's see. Recently, you may have been playing Vintage Story or Digimon? Low-key, I want to play Vintage Story someday. I have not gotten around to it, but I would love to try it someday because I love doing like stupid, menial, repetitive tasks. And I've heard that that is sort of like what the game is sort of based around, is just doing things over and over and over again, and every single task has like 9 parts to it, and people think it's kind of tedious, but I love that. That's my kind of thing. EG asked Memoria if they want to crit. Yeah, you might want to. 30 seems like they may have accidentally donated the US dollar amount as opposed to the Australian dollar amount. So it seems like they may be short a little bit right now. Yeah, we might want to do that. Yeah. But yeah, Masked Emeralds, fellas, if you guys need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, please go for it. If you want to stick around and hang out, you're welcome to do so. If you'd like to help us critique this fella, they are a little inkwell. They're a creature that lives in an inkwell. They are the opalescent inkling that lives in there. And their inkwell looks like a little sheep, which is cute. Was Vintage Story today? Been looking for a boar friend for my pig. Boar friend as in like boyfriend? That's a great pun. I like that, Masked Emerald. A boar friend. All the pigs keep spawning as female. Oh my gosh, finding male pigs. The plight we never knew would ever occur. I watched, I think it was a couple of the Hollow Stars playing it, and they had a really long saga with trying to get a goat, I think it was. I think they had a goat that was like trapped in a cave or something, and it took a long time. Animal husbandry in that game seems a little tedious and also difficult. But like, I feel like that makes it worth it. But yeah, boar friend's good. We'll give them one of 7 slots if they accept. Oh. I know there's 7 floating slots, but if they wanted to donate the amount to cover themselves, that might just be a good question to ask Rex. If they wanted to donate for themselves, or if they were just donating for funsies, you know? Maybe the game is hinting at something. Sapphic pigs. Oh no, Masked Emerald, the pigs are all lesbians! I say oh no, that's not really a bad thing. That'd be kind of cool, actually. But yeah, hang on. Where was I in this critique? I was, modifying this inkwell ever so slightly. I feel like this just gives it a little more breathing room to have nudged it down a little bit, you know? See, it feels a little tight right there. Here, it's able to have a little bit of its own space. And if you wanted to, if this fella's controlling the pen, you could almost have, like, the arm, like an arm to hold a pen, whoops, come out from here to hold a pen, essentially, to draw with. Here's your really weird gloopy hand that you hold your pen with, or something. But I feel like that would just be an interesting way of tackling it. Yeah, having an appendage. It means no babies. I'm sure the lesbian sheep can figure something out. I'm sure they can figure out a way to adopt and just, like, appear one before you. I'm sure it's possible. Yeah. No ladders today? Whoops. I think a ladder would not benefit Opalescent anyway, just because you're pretty much just as tall as you are wide. So I don't know if it'd be inherently necessary for you. But what can we talk about here? So silhouette. I think your silhouette describes exactly what's going on with you. You've got a lot of asymmetry. You've got some like inky gloopy bits. You are in an inkwell, and the inkwell feels like it is related to the sheep. So I give you full points for that. For color palette, you've mimicked the texture of opal pretty effectively here. It's got all the colors and little flecks of light, which makes it interesting. You have a straight black and gray though, and I feel like your black and gray here would better serve you if they had a color undertone to them, just a little, just subtly. Like maybe your black has like a subtle blue undertone to it. And get a color layer, bam. And I'll fill this in. Not this intense, bear with me, I have to turn it down, but it'll be something. I mean, later I might stick my first pig in with some other female ones so she's not lonely. Oh no! Yeah, make sure she has some friends. At least you're picking up some friends for her. Give some gloop sliding down the side of the pot. That might not be a bad idea. Also, hang on. I'm just gonna add some color undertone here while I'm thinking about color. There we go. So then like that almost. Do you see the subtle effect that has? It feels like it's sort of like more homogenized with the design. And then for this, like you could go for like a cream, because a lot of your ceramics aren't like pure white inherently. Unless you get like a porcelain. And then porcelain sometimes can have like a cool blue undertone depending on what it is. Because I am reading this as ceramic right now. To me, a lot of inkwells are either glass or ceramic, but the opaque ones are ceramic. At least in my experience of using them. I'm sure there might be ones that are otherwise. Tried having trouble making it work. May just be learning curve with Krita. Perhaps if you get a color layer and pick like a really saturated color, put it in that color layer and then just turn that layer's opacity down and up. That's sort of what I'm doing. That's sort of how I end up trying to color pick stuff to have color undertones to it, because like this is only 24% color, but do you see how that's sort of activating those areas to us visually? Yeah.
I accidentally put the name of an ancient Scythian king I was reading about in the dark instead of Rayokamu Shikazim Tide.
What? Carrie? What does that mean? And what doc? What doc? What do you mean? Huh? Riraku, I'm sorry to break this to you, but I guess you've been replaced by an ancient Scythian king. Could happen to anybody. No one's safe from that, I guess. I don't even know what that could possibly mean. What do you mean, Gary? What did you do? Vienna, what? Oh, the spreadsheet. Oh. I see. I see. That's funny. Good work, Rex. Glad you caught it. What? Yeah, sorry, Riraku, you've been replaced. You are now an ancient Scythian king. You are no longer a Luna moth. Sorry. It happens. Happens to the best of us, even. But yeah, little bit of color in there. Honestly, I feel like you could push some of these shadow colors also. Where like if this shadow was warmer, let me get a color layer again. That might add a little bit of interest too, because then it would relate to some of the warm colors in the opal part. Right. I don't know why I'm talking like this. Why am I doing this? There we go. See, like, that's kind of interesting also. Just finding ways to activate these big flat planes of color might be fun. But it's not like there's all that much missing. I think you just need a little bit from that. So I'd put your color, like, here, just because the black and white are, like, 80 to 90% of the color happening in the design. Yeah. But the opal looks spot on. The way that you've handled the opal, like, texture being inside the form does make your head incredibly focal. Your eyes having a really stark flat black with a white inside of them that's really bright, surrounded by all of the color in the design, more or less, works very effectively to make your head focal. Honest, that's nice to hear. I've been looking at this so much. Yeah, no, you rendered the opal texture very well. Was this your reference for it? This is just like an opal stone. This is funny. This looks like a texture I think I have in Clip Studio. Where is it? It might be in here. Oh, it's not exactly the same, but it's very similar. I just have like gemstones in Clip Studio for reference when I need them. Sometimes I use them for color picking for eyes. Well, there's other ones that look very similar to it too. I guess opals look very similar, sort of across the board. That was my media tab I just had open. That's number 6. They have a friend? Yeah, look, here you go, have a friend. Here's a Squiiji opal. For you. Just for you. That's a great reference. Yeah, this is a great reference. But yeah, I think you did a great job with it. All the little flecks of color. The sort of like purple to white undertone. Looks great. Good material handling. Honestly, maybe you could use a little more of that for some of these elements. What material is this made of? Because now that you've proven to me that you are knowledgeable on rendering material, it makes me wonder about like, oh, what if you had like some really sharp highlights on here that are like, oh, making it clear that this is made of like glass or something, or that this is ceramic, where you get like all these kind of like interesting highlights, or like this is something that's really matte, so then you get sort of that little bit of texture. If something is not interesting through its shape or silhouette, we can make it more interesting through texture. Not saying this isn't already interesting through its shape, but we can make it more interesting through shape, perhaps. Like, here's like a little highlight up there, you know? Want this to be parallaxed in motion. Oh, like when it moves, the texture inside is like shimmers a little bit. Not that it like stays in place a la Chowder, but like it has sort of like a sparkle, shimmer, shine effect. Yeah. Bottom is ceramic and the top is supposed to be metal, but I just decided this will do for now. Totally fair. All you need for this to read is like a ceramic is essentially to do what I did. You just need some sharp specular highlights for it to read as glazed. And then for this to be metal, I feel like metal might be too intense. You might want to go for something that's like what do they call it? Like metal that has been, where metal is not like super duper shiny. Where, what is it, like powder coated metal? No, that's not what it's called. Oh, is that what it is actually? Wait, it might be. I might not be wrong. I work with a metal worker. Sanded, I mean, maybe, but I don't think high gloss is the right idea for it. I think having it be something that's a little bit more muted would act as like a nice contrast to the shinier bits down here and the sparklier bits in there. We need something that's a little more matte. Is it called powder coated metal, or is powder coated where they put like the funky colors on it? Yeah, no, wait, no, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Powder coated metal. This kind of thing, where we can tell that it's something that is probably made of metal, but it gets this like highlight that's diffused and like kind of like grainy in its texture. So it feels like a lot more matte, but it can still have like some brighter highlights on it. You know what I mean? So if you have like a good texture brush, no, I'm green. That might work pretty well for it here. I might even just like paste this in here as a reference. But you've proven to me that you can render material properties, so I want to see more of it from you. It'd be fun. Think that looks super good? Yeah. Honestly, this would work incredibly well as a 3D model because you could get a ceramic material. You could get a powdered metal material, which is what I think this is. This might actually be a matte cap, or maybe it's a PBR. And you could get like something that is an opal shader essentially. And then all those materials would also be like solved for you perfectly immediately. So I know you are going to rig this potentially at a later time, but 3D, yeah, might almost be easier because the materials would solve themselves, as would the dimensionality, where you've got to like turn left and right and keep dimensions on things. Gloopy stuff works really well in 3D sometimes too, because you can sort of just sculpt it. Yeah. Small sheep design on the pot might be cute. I think something that would be a really good detail on this, especially if you go 3D, and we're talking about movement, is if the whole inkwell like rocks forward or rocks backwards when you go forward and back. And then if it rocks backwards, we could see like the foot. And if you put a maker's mark on it on the bottom, maker's mark is something that ceramicists will put on things they create, where it's like almost like a chop they use sometimes. A chop is like a little tool they put an indent in the bottom with. Or sometimes it'll be like a stamp almost that shows you who created it. You could have like a little like sheep designed thing that looks kind of like gloopy or something with horns. And that's like your little like micro logo. Oh no! Opal's in jail! Hang on, I'll stop giving detail while Opal gets out of jail. Opal's got 48 seconds in jail. I'll use this time to drink some liquid. I hear that's good for me. Hey, shroommates, drink some liquid, eat some snack. Maybe also take your medications if you haven't already. All done? Hell yeah, thank you for doing those things. Or are you saying that the ad is done? Welcome back out of advertisement zone. Oh, Chocorama, thank you for gifting a sub to Opal. That was very kind of you. Can we rotate for Chocorama, please? That was very nice. Thank you. They freed you from ad jail, although you may have been free also already too. Thank you, Chocorama. Very kind, shroommates. Hydrate, don't dehydrate. Exactly. Take care of your health, shroommates. Stares at you with my giant open eyeballs. You know what's weird? I've noticed that the ad starting and the ad ending lags my face tracking. Why is that? How peculiar. I don't know if I understand. What was I saying though? Oh, maker's mark. If you make like a little like micro logo that's like a sheep that's a little bit inky and drippy and has horns or something, you could stamp that on the bottom. And that's your little like maker's mark. Yeah. I can spin. Yes, you can. Also, if you become 3D, you can spin just like me. Oh yeah, and rocking back and forth. When you like lean forward, like tilt it up onto this front edge, and when you lean back, tilt it back so we can see the bottom face. That would be very nice for movement. For 3D, there's definitely a way you could do it with rigging, where you could almost rig this to be the foot. You'd have to do some weird things with the skeleton, but I know it's possible. Although actually, if you rig this to be the chest, it might also still work that way. Functionally. Yeah. Oh, Tazai, Angie. Oh no, you're late to the ping. Don't worry. We had not a little bit of a goof up, but we had pinged the person who was next and hadn't found them, but then they showed up after I had pinged you. I thought we were gonna skip Opal because we didn't know if this was Opal's most recent model. Angie, I'm so sorry, but we may actually be Thursday for you because stream does end sort of soon. I am so sorry. I jumped the gun a little bit. That is on me. I'm sorry. But we will definitely get to you probably first on Thursday in that case. I do have to change my thumbnails because I think you are on the thumbnail for today though. I'll solve it. I'll fix it. I might put Opal on the thumbnail then. For after this. But you're good. Don't worry, you're not late. I goofed up. May I ask what program you use for your 3D tracking? Always curious what other people consider best. What do you mean? So my face tracking is done with iFacial Mocap, which is a paid app. You pay it once. And it is for iPhones only. iPhone 10 and more recent. And I think that is my recommendation if you want to do face tracking as a VTuber, but you can use webcam face tracking for ARKit, and it does work out pretty okay. For program, I like Vinyan, but Warudo is also just as good. It's just not the one I'm used to. Oh, hi. Howdy, I'm late. No, you're okay. Hi, I see you. I see you, Angelo. I am so sorry. I goofed up. It is on me. We pinged Opal because Opal was next, which is who you see here. And it took Opal a little time to reply. And we didn't know if this was the most recent version of Opal's design because someone thought it may not have been. So I was like, oh no, we'll postpone Opal to next time when Opal might be like awake to get the ping. So let me ping Angelo next. So I pinged Angelo. And then Opal was like, I'm here! And I was like, oh, okay. So we'll go. That was me, so sorry. No, you're good, don't worry, don't worry. You guys are all so good. We all did A-okay. Everything is gonna be okay. But Angelo, you might be who we start with on Thursday then. I am so sorry. Sorry. Whoopsie. That was me, you're good, you're good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Do not worry, do not fear. We all make mistakes. Everybody has those days. In the wise words of, I think, Hannah Montana? Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. I don't know what the next line is. How does that go? I'd like to extend for Angelo. I cannot. I must eat dinner with my jubby. I can't end late. That was loud. Hi, Striker. Honk. Honk right back at you. Okay, come early. Yeah. So, Angelo, I don't know what time zone you're in, but we would probably be critiquing your design right around 1 p.m. EST on Thursday. We'll ping you again for it, perhaps. We can ping you early. Actually, it may actually be closer to 2, considering how much I yap. We'll see. But yeah, somewhere between, like, 1:30 probably, and, like, 2 o'clock we'll be starting your design, perhaps. EST. Yeah. I think I'll be done by Thursday. Congrats, Nilo. I don't know if you'll be on the list for next. Sweet, I'm EST? Hell yeah, perfect. Lines up easily then. Okay. But yeah, we'll be looking forward to yours next week. You locked in pretty quickly today. I did, but we didn't get through the designs any faster, which is interesting. I'll lock in quick on Thursday too. I am determined. Drinking water and taking my vitamins like a good shroom. Good little shroom, Riraku. I am proud of you. I say little as if you are not probably much taller than me. Good little Riraku. Faylina's finishing and be ready. Oh, okay, hang on, let me see. Where was Faylina in this order also? I'll have to check what the order is also for who gets to go when, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'll announce who seems like they're going first at the start or at the end of the stream here. Complexity versus clarity. I think we're looking for like 1 or 2 more little teeny tiny details here in the design, which is why we want you to add like a chop to the bottom, why I want you to increase your material rendering, which is also why I wanted to make the gloop a little bit bigger and the crack a little bit bigger, but that's kind of nitpicky. You can take it. You've proven your skill. You can take a little bit of nitpickiness. And then for concept and motifs, I get it. I see what you're going for. There's more cool, fun things you can do with it, but I'm definitely clearly picking up what you're putting down. You are an ink that is made of opal that lives in a sheep vessel. I see it. It makes sense. Really no ish at all. Don't push people. Who's Rex pushing? Oh, in the order. Oh. I was like, what do you mean? Why is Rex pushing people? Rex would not. No pushing, shroommates. Establish your personal space. Don't infringe on others. But for Opal, this is 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10. Hell yeah. Congrats, Opal. Just a couple little things for you. Good work. Very solid. Can we get a round of applause for Opal, please? Wee, 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 wee. Holy crap! Yeah! I think that this is, again, one of those cases where we can see that sometimes, you know, simpler is better. I think this design could definitely be overdone in some ways. Not the way it is right now, but like there's some people who would probably try and add a ton more detail and add a whole bunch of things to it. But I think there's a beauty in the simplicity here. You feel like a cute little guy who could almost be like Pokemon aligned, and therefore you're a memorable little mascot fella. It's benefiting you. I'm 1 away on like 5 bingos. Oh, I forgot to play bingo. I also don't think I got a bingo. I have a really crazy looking bingo card right now. But I don't have a bingo somehow. What the heck? What is this nonsense? Here, look at my bingo card that is not a bingo. Does this count as no shoes? Faylina's pretty early, so try making her second Thursday. Okay, I'll go back through the order and like update the spreadsheet to be in the correct order. Rex, for the future, if we're editing things in the spreadsheet, try and keep people in the order that they like submitted in, but just mark them as postponed if we're gonna put them later. Just so we can keep track. I think that might have been done before I had done, or like before we had started with the critiques, before I was editing it. I mean, I don't see shoes, but they're not really needed. Mine didn't have shoes. Oh, wait, you're right, Sadism! That doesn't give me bingo, though. That's still no bingo. Do I have bingo and I can't see it? No, I don't. We didn't have a light hair, pale skin problem. No nat 10s, no dragons, no too similar hair and skin colors, no men's formal wear struggle, no idol design, and no one was a mushroom. This is terrible. I'm 1 away from a bingo, and this would be a double bingo. Oh, well, actually, no one. I would get a bingo here if I had that one. I'd get a bingo here if I had that one. I would get a bingo here if I had that one. I'd get a bingo here. There is an idol? Who's the idol? Do you qualify Selma as an idol? I don't think a bard opera singer is the same thing as being an idol. That's just a performer. Idol is referring to a very specific thing, and I think that'd be on technicality, and I don't think I could give it. Is that a new model? It's so cute. Thank you. I am very cute, aren't I? I made it myself. I'm a little lowpoly guy, but hi, Sai. Wait, Opal, does it get 10 if they go on the fridge? It wouldn't be a nat 10, though. It wouldn't be a nat 10. Since you have to fix the thumbnail. No, it wouldn't be a nat 10, though. You gotta get a nat 10 by getting a 10 out of 10 without bonus points. Whoops. Hi, Otaku Dude. I'm good, how are you? But rip, no EG bingo. That's 2 days of charity crits with no bingo. What are the odds? How strange. But that'll about do it for me here today. I went way over yesterday accidentally, and I think that's actually what the trade-off was today. I was more focused and got started faster, so therefore I'm finishing on time because I finished 20 minutes late yesterday. Whoops. Also, our YouTube raid did work, so I am gonna try and raid out again today to see if that works. We'll see. I also raided into a waiting room. And I didn't get to see the results if anyone saw it or if it went through properly on that end, but Shrewmates did tell me that they arrived. So maybe I am out of YouTube raid impossibility purgatory. Maybe. Let's see, can I do it? Is it possible? Let's see, work with me here. Let's see. Where was it? I always have to try and find it again. It's in customization. Yep, redirect, let's see. Who can I redirect to? No one. I'm not following a single person who's live. Never mind, I lied. We are not redirecting. I will not be because there's not a single person I'm following that is currently live. Whoops. It did work. People just need to opt you in. Oh, like they have to give me permission to raid them. Intriguing. Okay, I see. Okay, so YouTube, sadly I'm not sending you anywhere still because there's no one who has opted in for me to raid into currently. I don't know if I follow that many VTubers or people who stream on YouTube, so it is what it is. But thank you, YouTube Shrewmates, for your kindness today, for your suggestions, for the critiques, for submitting your designs, for donating, for supporting us. Thank you. We will be back on Thursday, 1 p.m. EST for more crits for charity. You know them, you love them. We're eating well this week. 20 hours of Squiiji, which is crazy. Bye-bye. Farewell, YouTube mates. Bye. 1 p.m. Yeah, we're starting an hour early this week so we can get more.